Chapter 1. Rebirth as a Robot. Su Jie walked despondently along the street, his head bowed and hands shoved deep into his pockets, wearing a look of despair. Ding ding. It was the notification sound of a text message on his phone. Su Jie, I initially intended to wait until you left to say this, but I realized I am not that strong. After this experience, I have come to a full understanding and awakening. I hope you can reflect on this and quietly depart, not seeking your repentance. I simply wish for you to stop hurting me. I will bear all consequences alone. I hope I won't regret this for the rest of my life. A sharp pain twisted in Su Jie's heart as he processed the news. His girlfriend of 3 years had ended their relationship. You are mistaken. It is not that I do not wish to be with you, but rather that I possess nothing. With trembling hands, Su Jie pressed the send button on his phone, tears moistening his eyes, blurring his vision. Creak! A sudden, jarring noise filled the air. Crash! Su Jie barely had time to lift his head when a shadow rushed towards him, and he felt a whirlwind of confusion before the world descended into darkness. Su Jie's consciousness wavered, hazy and disoriented. The surroundings were engulfed in blackness, but there lingered a familiar scent, his memories entangled in chaos. He could only faintly recall the sound of screeching brakes, the rest a jumbled mess in his mind. He seemed to realize he had been in a car accident, a cruel twist following his heart-wrenching breakup. Hayes Gilflins Namavas bye-bye. They had been together for 3 years. At 28, Su Jie was just a low-level employee in a company, earning a meager salary, tirelessly exploited to the point of neglecting his girlfriend, unable to show her the care she deserved. Much of the issues stemmed from the harshness of reality. He was merely a poor lad, lacking house, car, and once a member of society's lowest tier. With a meager salary barely sufficient to sustain himself, how could he possibly afford to maintain a relationship? In 3 years of romance, he had only bought Bay 3 articles of clothing, the cheapest he could find for her birthday. Perhaps this is for the best. I cannot change the outcome, so why not forget it? Su Jie thought, disheartened, closing his eyes to accept the end of his first love. He rubbed his head, his vision still unclear, and struggled to open his eyes. What is this situation? Thud, thud, thud. Something fell off. His hands. His head. Why do they feel so rigid? In that moment, Su Jie finally regained clarity, opening his eyes fully, and the world sharpened into focus as the sound of ticking filled his ears. Before him lay a stark expanse of white. He realized he was on a conveyor belt, moving slowly. Su Jie surveyed his surroundings. He was on a long conveyor belt, flanked by countless mechanical arms at work. For a moment, he was at a loss, having survived a car accident. But where was he now? What had he become? Looking at his arms, Su Jie noticed they were brimming with intricate electronic circuitry. Robot model ZN 318 production line initiated. A mechanical voice jolted Su Jie back to reality. System startup successful. Scanning analysis. Product inspection passed. Final procedure. Data injection. As the voice faded, he felt a sudden influx of information flooding his mind. From the moment Su Jie regained his full awareness until now, only a few minutes had passed, and he was still piecing together the reality of his situation. Am I a robot? At last, Su Jie stood up, surveying his surroundings, his heart filled with questions. He found himself in a white-walled space, surrounded by conveyor belts reminiscent of those heads seen before, with mechanical arms moving rhythmically. On the assembly line lay numerous humanoid robots like himself, though they were still incomplete, with exposed wiring and electronic components visible. He turned his head stiffly to see a row of identical robots standing silently behind him, their gazes vacant. This was Su Jie's first impression. As he stood up barely a few breaths in, he began to step forward, standing alongside the other robots. What is going on here? Have I truly been reborn? Has my consciousness been transferred into a sentient robot? What kind of world is this? Does this world have intelligent robots? If not, will I be captured and turned into a test subject? In an instant, a flurry of thoughts crashed through Su Jie's mind. Dr. Wong, this is our company's latest development in robotics. With the right commands, they will undoubtedly become the best assistants in the research institute. A voice shattered Su Jie's ruminations. He halted his thoughts, freezing in place, his gaze joining that of the nearby robot's hollow, devoid of emotion. Manager Zhao, as you know, Our research institute cannot hire assistants from external sources for certain reasons. Thus, the director authorized a significant investment, commissioning a special batch of robots from the state to serve as research assistants. Unfortunately, there are still some central program issues that have yet to be resolved, preventing the batch from being completed. That's why I'm here to reserve a few from you for urgent use. The robot standing at the edge of the line remained still, as the tall conveyor belt obstructed Su Jie's sight of the speakers. The two men speaking had already passed by the conveyor line. Dr. Wang, rest assured that our company's robots are unparalleled. They are fully equipped with advanced central chip programming and can definitely adapt to the work at the institute. A young man in a suit spoke proudly, gesturing towards Su Jie. Fully intelligent? Manager Zhao, such claims are misguided. Currently, there are no fully intelligent robots in the world, only these programmed chunks of metal. Dr. Wang, a middle-aged man, looked disdainfully at the younger man. Yes, just metal devices. Huh? Dr. Wang, please take a look and tell me which ones you think are suitable. Manager Zhao replied, seemingly unfazed. There was no other option in this era. The customer is king, especially when Dr. Wang was from the State Research Institute. If he could place an order for 1 or 2 robots, the future orders would surely flood in. Competition was fierce, and Manager Zhao silently thought of the advantages of having the State Institute's endorsement. All right, Dr. Wang approached, offering little more than an affirmative grunt. The production facility fell silent, filled only with the mechanical sounds of the conveyor belt. Within just a few minutes, another robot descended from the assembly line, standing beside Su Jie. Let's go with these 2. Arrange for them to be delivered to the Research Institute shortly. Someone will be there to receive them. Dr. Wang said, casually pointing at Su Jie and the newly arrived robot, then waved his hand and turned to leave. Understood, Dr. Wang. I'll have them delivered right away. Since it's nearly lunchtime, why not allow me the pleasure of treating you to a meal? Manager Zhao stepped forward, amiably adjusting the identification number on Su Jie's chest in a show of goodwill. And don't forget to install a simulation system for them. Dealing with machines every day can be tedious. Certainly. However, we currently only have male simulation systems available. Shall I take some time to install a female system from an external supplier? Manager Zhao continued his obsequiousness. Male or female doesn't matter. Just don't waste time. Get them to the Research Institute as soon as possible. Of course, yes. Phew. Finally, they're gone. Su Jie stirred slightly. Even though he had been reborn as a robot, standing still without so much as a flicker of expression felt awkward. In those brief moments while the men spoke, Su Jie organized the information flooding his mind and began to comprehend aspects of his new existence. He felt a surge of trepidation upon hearing Manager Zhao mention the installation of a female simulation system, genuinely fearful of being transformed into a woman. From what he could gather, this was a technologically advanced world, but the information he possessed was limited, mainly professional terminologies and details about himself. The simulation system referred to earlier was merely a term. Robots leaving the production line were entirely metallic shells, devoid of any semblance of human features. Generally, basic industrial robots used for heavy labor were mere metal constructs. However, some robots, once brought home to serve as household aids or security, would be fitted with a simulation system, donning a layer of special skin. Clothed, they appeared nearly indistinguishable from real humans unless one scrutinized them closely. Chapter 002. Dare to strike me. At this moment, Su Jie is engulfed in curiosity about the nature of the world he inhabits. What kind of realm is this? He remains utterly ignorant of the answers to these questions. Having absorbed only a limited amount of information from the robotic consciousness he now occupies, the robot has only recently rolled off the assembly line, imbued with merely fundamental data. Thus, Su Jie's knowledge is scant. The fact that he is a robot possessing independent consciousness fills him with trepidation, as he is uncertain of the technological advancements that have transpired in this world. Influenced by his past experiences with films and television, he fears that a robot gaining sentience would ultimately lead to unfavorable consequences, perhaps making him a subject for experimentation. Despite his current insensitivity to pain, he has resolved to safeguard this secret with utmost vigilance. His mind races with conflicting thoughts as he stands motionless among other robots. Previously, he had noted the numerous surveillance cameras scattered throughout the production facility, leaving him hesitant to exhibit any peculiar behavior. He could only remain still. Fortunately, his mind was preoccupied with chaotic musings, grappling with the reality of his robotic existence, that if someone were to observe his eyes at this moment, they would witness a flurry of data streams flashing by, occasionally revealing a glimmer of human-like expression. You too, install the simulation systems on ZM318 and ZM319 using our company's software, Manager Zhao commanded, entering the sterile production area with 2 staff members. Understood, Manager. These 2 robots are earmarked for the National Research Institute, so ensure meticulous craftsmanship. Supervise closely and strive for perfection, Manager Zhao instructed before departing. Look at him, strutting around as if he were someone important. He is just a department manager. What is so remarkable about that? One of the employees murmured as soon as Zhao was out of earshot. All right, enough grumbling, let us get to work, the other employee urged. Su Jie felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as the 2 employees approached. Let's deactivate the energy supply system first. Sure, it feels a bit odd having these metal lumps watching us work, one employee remarked. Just then, darkness enveloped Su Jie, as if he had plunged into a shadowy abyss, devoid of any sensory awareness. Unexpected situation. System maintenance is now in progress. Ding. System maintenance initiated successfully. Su Jie lingered in that dark realm for mere seconds, marveling at the wonders of robotics, when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. With the sound of the ding, the dark void dissipated, and he regained awareness of the external world. However, he dared not open his mechanical eyes, having overheard the 2 employees discussing the shutdown of his energy system. Any movement on his part would surely arouse their suspicions. I wonder what connection that manager has with the National Research Institute, the employee who had previously complained remarked. What does it matter to you? We read just small fry. It's not like we can provoke them, the other replied. True enough, the National Research Institute is a prestigious place, among the finest in the world. Our country owes its standing largely to their research. I wish I could work there, even as a mere errand runner, the first employee lamented. Don't be ridiculous. People like us don't get to set foot in such places. Just being able to stroll through would be satisfactory. Meanwhile, those 2 robots are quite fortunate. I find myself envious, the second employee replied. Envious of those 2. Now that essay thought, I feel a bit unbalanced that I should hit them a couple of times so I can boast to my friends. Saying I've struck a National Research Institute staff member. Ha. All right, enough banter. Let's get back to work. Su Jie felt a hard object strike his bald head with a thud, causing a wave of irritation to wash over him. Cursed be that fellow. If only I weren't so afraid of being discovered, I would retaliate 100-fold for daring to strike my head, that I will remember this, you scoundrel, for the next several hours. Su Jie remained with his eyes closed, allowing the 2 employees to manipulate him as they worked diligently, but he sensed their mechanical arms busying themselves over him for hours, eventually moving on to the ZM319 robot beside him. Working tirelessly for the better part of the day. Finally done. I'm exhausted. If it weren't for the fact that these are headed to the National Research Institute, I wouldn't have bothered with manual operation. I'd have just tossed them on the assembly line. All right. Just need to log this. And we're done for the day? What a tiring day. Let us go. Only after confirming that the 2 employees had departed did Su Jie dare to open his eyes. At this moment, he and the ZM319 robot stood among a multitude of robots, appearing indistinguishable from any ordinary human. However, the sight of 2 bald men amidst a sea of robots struck an odd note. It seems the National Research Institute is quite a significant place. I wonder what fields of research they engage in. Su Jie mumbled to himself. Insufficient data. Unable to search. No sooner had Su Jie uttered his thoughts than a voice resonated in his mind. Huh! Who is it? What is happening? Su Jie was taken aback by the voice. I am robot number ZM318. ZM318 has automatically searched for queries. Due to insufficient data, I cannot provide an answer. ZM318. What are you? Su Jie found himself perplexed by this voice in his mind, momentarily at a loss for words. I am a thing that I am not. A thing. Logical error. Refusal to answer. Su Jie, already somewhat bewildered, was further confounded by this response. Am I still a robot? He was utterly bewildered. I am robot number ZM318. Half an hour later, Su Jie gradually comprehended that he had indeed become a robot, and the stored data within this robotic form was woefully inadequate, that he chose not to dwell on these matters any longer. Instead, he focused on surveying his new physique. Though devoid of hair, his tall stature and well-defined musculature spoke to the perfection of this body, that Su Jie gazed at his form with satisfaction, regrettably unable to view his own face. One could only presume it was not lacking that Chapter 003. The 3 laws of robotics. Ah yes, not bad at all. These 2 robots are reasonably well designed. Xiao Wang, please input the auxiliary programs. They shall serve as assistants in our research institute from now on. An elderly man with thinning hair and a beaming smile addressed Dr. Wang. Understood, Director. The elderly man was evidently the director of the National Research Institute of Long Country. Loading data, activating auxiliary program, receiving data. A day prior, Su Jie and the ZM-319 robot had been transported to a mysterious facility. Throughout the journey, Su Jie had committed the surrounding environment to memory, and over the past 2 days, he discovered that his memory was remarkably sharp. He could recall every detail his gaze had passed over. Regardless of clarity, that he navigated through multiple checkpoints and arrived at this enigmatic base. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a laboratory defined by layers of transparent glass partitioning this mysterious space. So, this is the Long Country S Research Institute. Su Jie marveled, taken aback by the stark contrast to his expectations, which had been shaped by depictions in science fiction films. This place felt vast and sparse. With only a handful of individuals at work, the Research Institute was replete with various mechanical devices, making Su Jie feel as though he were attending a grand exhibition of machinery. The laboratory where he stood was connected to a colossal computer, towering several feet high. Auxiliary program activated successfully. Successfully upgraded to assistant researcher at the National Institute with C-level access. Data reception complete. As the voice concluded, Su Jie and the ZM-319 robot stood to the side, awaiting further instructions. That Su Jie felt a sudden influx of information in his mind, but he had no time to examine it. Xiao Wang, initiate their intelligent mode and input the core program, the director instructed. Loading data. Activating intelligent mode. Receiving core program data. Over the past 2 days, Su Jie had fully acclimated to his robotic identity. While he felt a persistent sense of unfamiliarity in this new world, perhaps a consequence of his rebirth, his disposition had shifted from that of his past self. He now harbored an insatiable curiosity about this realm. Determined not to drift aimlessly as in his previous life, Su Jie established his first goal: to understand this world. It is truly unfortunate that up until now, Su Jie has had no opportunity to comprehend the nature of this world. Today marks his first day at the Longwa Research Institute. Although Su Jie has contemplated escaping this place, the journey is fraught with surveillance, and once inside the institute, the security is exceedingly stringent. That Su Jie remains entirely oblivious to the intricacies of this world. Given the advanced robotics that can be manufactured here, it stands to reason that the technology in this realm is highly developed. With his current robotic form, the likelihood of him successfully fleeing is almost non-existent. Throughout his journey, Su Jie has utilized his electronic eyes to scan his surroundings and has discovered a plethora of surveillance cameras. The roads are laden with monitoring devices. Intelligent mode activated successfully. Data reception complete. Research Assistant Core Program data reception complete. With a chime, the colossal computer before Su Jie emitted a sound, and the electronic eyes of Su Jie and the robot designated ZM-319 began to flicker with red lights. That a wealth of information flooded Su Jie's mind, and he briefly skimmed through it, encountering experimental data he could not decipher, along with various action directives and a multitude of data formulas. Good day, Director. Good day, Dr. Wang. I am the ZM-319 robot. Good day, Director. Good day, Dr. Wang. I am the ZM-318 robot. Upon the successful activation of the ZM-319 robot, it immediately spoke, and Su Jie mirrored its introduction after a mere 0.001 seconds of hesitation. Over the past few days, Su Jie has observed that his reaction speed is exceptionally rapid. Were there a specialized instrument to measure this, it would reveal that ZM-318's response time lagged behind ZM-319's speech by 0.001 seconds. However, the laboratory lacks such equipment. and even if it existed, it was not activated. Thus the director and Dr. Wang remained oblivious to this discrepancy. It seems I must heighten my focus moving forward, Su Jie mused inwardly. If anyone were to discover his peculiarities, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Xiao Wang, please go to the central computer and erase the external information of ZM-318 and ZM-319. Then, assign them identities and names. From this day forth, they shall be members of our research institute, the bald-headed director instructed with a beaming smile, evidently pleased with the two robots. Dr. Wang, are we allowed to choose our own names? Su Jie hesitated before posing the question. Having perused the intelligent mode data in his mind, he realized that the installation of this core program granted him an intellect akin to that of a 17 or 18-year-old human, thus affording him a degree of autonomy that was not entirely surprising. But M319, too, gazed at Dr. Wang with an expression of eager anticipation. Director, it appears our program editing is remarkably flawless, Dr. Wang affirmed, casting a confident glance at the director, without directly addressing Su Jie and ZM-319. Certainly, the bald-headed director chuckled, as if he had anticipated this development. The presence of autonomy is advantageous. Otherwise, engaging with two mere metal constructs would be utterly uninteresting. In the director's view, although the two robots possess intellect equivalent to that of a 17 or 18-year-old human, their actual life experiences are akin to those of newborn infants, untainted and innocent. ZM-319's curious expression in response to Su Jie's inquiry underscores the learning capacity of robots. The capacity for learning within this intelligent program does not imply that inputting vast amounts of data guarantees comprehension. Rather, the information is merely stored within the robot, and true experiential learning must transpire gradually. I shall be called Su Jie, he declared, his eyes glimmering momentarily before he uttered his name. I shall be called Su San, ZM-319 responded, perhaps influenced by Su Jie, pausing briefly, that if one were to scrutinize his eyes closely with a magnifying glass, they would observe numerous red points of light flickering within. The bald-headed director chuckled again, stroking his bald head with a wrinkled hand, greatly pleased with the robot's display of intelligence. The more human-like their behavior, the more it attests to the perfection of his programming. Moreover, he alone understood that this program possesses a potential for mutation, albeit with a minuscule probability of merely several billionths. Yet if successful, it would be akin to creating a god, birthing mechanical life that would echo through the ages. The topic of mechanical life. Fully realized artificial intelligence has eluded researchers in Longua and the world for centuries, yielding no progress. The bald-headed director has dedicated a substantial portion of his life to crafting this intelligent program. Should he achieve a breakthrough in this endeavor, then, of course, these are merely thoughts. The implications of a robot genuinely possessing an intelligent program and achieving mechanical life, potentially posing a threat to humanity, are considerations beyond his purview, especially in light of the 3 laws of robotics. Point 1, that a robot may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. Point 2, that a robot must obey the orders given it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. Point 3, that a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second laws. These are the 3 laws of robotics, applicable solely to intelligent robots. They do not extend to war machines, which lack intelligent programming and should merely be classified as tools of war. Furthermore, there exists a Zeroth law. A robot must protect humanity as a whole from harm, with the other 3 laws being subordinate to this principle. Why was this Zeroth law established? To illustrate, consider the necessity of executing certain individuals to maintain national or global order. In such circumstances, should a robot intervene to prevent an execution? Clearly, it is not permitted, as doing so would disrupt the order we strive to uphold, thus harming humanity's collective interests. The significance of the Zeroth law lies in its precedence over the other 3 laws. Should a robot, in its quest to protect humanity as a whole, upholding the Zeroth law, find it necessary to harm an individual or group, contravening the first law, the robot's programming would permit the act of murder in the interest of the greater good. Chapter 004. Planning. Su Jie, please retrieve that report from the office and take it to the laboratory. Su Jie, could you prepare a cup of tea? Su Jie, please bring me the thousand-fold optical microscope. Su Jie. Assist me with. Su Jie has been at the Longwa Research Institute for nearly a month now, having adapted to his identity as a robot in this mechanical form. This body requires neither rest nor sustenance, relying solely on electrical energy to sustain its operations. Remarkably, after an entire month, he has consumed less than 3 of his energy reserves. That if this were merely a straightforward calculation, a single charge would suffice to power his body for 3 years. Throughout this month, Su Jie has felt like a mere laborer, constantly being summoned for various tasks, while the relevant research data that has been inputted into him remains untapped. Were it not for his awareness that he is indeed at the Longwa Research Institute. Equipped with a steel physique, Su Jie might well doubt the reality of his situation. Within the institute, Su Jie perceives the scientists and researchers as a cadre of madmen, spending 20 out of 24 hours engrossed in their projects. Although his mechanical body is impervious to fatigue, Su Jie's essence remains that of a human from Earth, unaccustomed to such prolonged exertion that he still experiences fleeting moments of weariness. Over the past month, through the colossal computer in the laboratory, Su Jie has gained profound insights into this world and has clandestinely copied a plethora of materials. Now, he has begun to devise a plan to escape this research institute. He does not wish to languish here as a laborer for centuries to come. Most of the data within the institute has been stealthily copied into his body, with the exception of certain core confidential materials, primarily due to the fact that no one within the institute harbors suspicions about him. Despite the pervasive surveillance, Su Jie has adeptly erased all traces of his activities via the colossal computer. He remains exceedingly cautious in this regard. Each time he connects to the institute's massive computer to copy data, he has discovered a small secret of his own. This computer has developed a rudimentary form of intelligence and has also detected Su Jie's anomalies. However, both parties have tacitly agreed not to expose this understanding. Engaging in subtle exchanges whenever Su Jie connects with the mainframe, that Su Jie has come to realize that this world boasts unparalleled technological advancements, effectively embarking on interstellar journeys. Yet it is yet to produce a truly intelligent program, specifically one imbued with human emotions. The colossal computer he has encountered possesses only a nascent form of intelligent programming, akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, still in its formative stages. This world is reminiscent of Earth in Su Jie's previous life, albeit with a more advanced level of civilization. Su Jie, proceed to Experimental Area B and obtain Dr. Wang's experimental report from Su San. The bald-headed director's voice suddenly interrupted Su Jie's reverie. The Research Institute is divided into experimental areas A and B. Su Jie is stationed in Area A alongside the director, while the robot Su San is with Dr. Wang in Area B. Understood. Director. Su Jie regained his composure and turned towards Experiment Zone B. During this time, I have become well acquainted with the surveillance and defense mechanisms within the Research Institute. Next month, I plan to utilize the colossal computer to ascertain the external circumstances of the Institute, after which I will devise an escape route. At present, the foremost task is to communicate with the colossal computer, seeking its assistance. Through observation, I perceive that the emotional intelligence of the colossal computer is akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, making it relatively easy to deceive. Su Jie contemplated silently, reflecting that if someone were to observe his eyes with a magnifying glass at that moment, they would discover a myriad of electrical data exchanges flickering within them. Chapter 005. The Omnipotent Deity. The entire map of the Research Institute is now intricately etched in my mind. It seems I should seize an opportunity to communicate with that little fellow. Suye murmuret. Suye, what are you muttering about? The bald-headed director suddenly inquired. Indeed, Su Jie was a robot, equipped with an intelligent program personally installed by Dr. Wang. Yet over the past month, this robot had become increasingly anthropomorphic, often leading one to mistakenly perceive him as an ordinary human. Were it not for the director's clear understanding of the program he had authored, he might have begun to suspect that Su Jie was evolving into an artificial intelligence. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely contemplating some data within the colossal computer, hoping to copy some additional information. Su Jie casually replied, dismissing the director's curiosity and continuing to ponder his own matters. Oh! The bald-headed director paid no heed to Su Jie's expression, merely acknowledging his response. Wait a moment. Contemplating, contemplating, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, the bald-headed director was taken aback. Contemplation? Yes, indeed, contemplation. His previously small eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief as he gazed at Su Jie's silhouette walking towards the colossal computer in the laboratory. Contemplation? Huh, he can actually contemplate. Good heavens, have I been mistaken in my observations? The director seemed to grasp something, his face a canvas of shock. Yes, it was contemplation, an ability uniquely possessed by humans, and yet Su Jie, merely a robot, had begun to contemplate. Had he inadvertently encountered that infinitesimal chance of mutation? Had the program undergone an extraordinary transformation? Following this line of reasoning, perhaps Su Jie, oh no, this robot could evolve into a perfect intelligent entity? Indeed, the likelihood seemed substantial. While Su Jie was aware of the director's murmurs, he paid little attention, his mind consumed by escape plans, oblivious to the director's revelations that he found it peculiar that the bald-headed man was so animated in his gestures. Had Su Jie been more attentive, he would have realized that the director's observational prowess was remarkably acute. Already beginning to suspect Su Jie's peculiarity, at that moment, Su Jie was preoccupied with how to communicate with that little fellow within the colossal computer. After all, he had never encountered such an experience before, and there were no resources in the world pertaining to similar communications. I must keep this confidential. This matter is known only to me. At this stage, he is still in the early phase of evolution. The critical question remains whether he can successfully evolve into a perfect intelligent entity. I cannot divulge this to others, lest external factors interfere with his evolution. This bears epoch-making significance. This represents the most notable advancement in the entire history of humanity. A multitude of thoughts raced through the bald-headed director's mind. At that moment, he gazed at Su Jie's back as though witnessing a man who had been imprisoned for over a decade, suddenly encountering a naked woman. Had Su Jie been privy to that gaze, he would undoubtedly feel a surge of panic and meekly assert, I am merely a robot. It was lunchtime, and thus the laboratory was devoid of personnel. Leaving only the bald-headed director and Su Jie. Su Jie approached the colossal computer in the laboratory, linking his finger to the data cable's fingerprint interface. The fingerprint pattern had been set during the installation of the simulation system. And later Dr. Wang had adjusted the access permissions, allowing Su Jie to connect freely to the colossal computer. Beep! The sound signaled Su Jie that he had successfully linked with the colossal computer. At that moment, Su Jie stood motionless before the colossal computer, while his consciousness ventured into an entirely different realm. This was a bizarre world, where Su Jie felt as though he had entered another scene. Surrounded by streams of data rushing past, that it was his inaugural experience linking his consciousness with the colossal computer. Previously, for safety's sake, he had merely copied data through conventional means. Now, Su Jie was experimenting with this new form. Recognizing that only by entering the colossal computer with his consciousness could he locate that little fellow without attracting external scrutiny, that Su Jie's consciousness embodied no significant form. It merely existed as a stream of data. Yet it bore a slight distinction from other data. Upon observing his existence, Su Jie willed it, and that stream of data began to morph slowly, gradually taking the shape of a body. First the feet, then the waist, the hands, and finally the head. His entire form materializing as if conjured from thin air. Had this occurred in the outside world, it would undoubtedly have startled many. Even those observing through the colossal computer's internal program would be filled with dread. For it transcended all reason that Su Jie lifted his foot, acclimating to this body, and, akin to a living being, he sensed that in this entirely data-constructed space, he was omnipotent, the sovereign of this realm. Suddenly, Su Jie wished to see his appearance in this space. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a colossal, ethereal image materialized before him, reflecting his own likeness. Staring at this apparition, Su Jie was momentarily taken aback. It was precisely the visage of his former self. Su Jie couldn't help but feel somewhat dazed, realizing that it differed from his robotic body. This must be the visage of my soul. After all, in essence, I am still a human from Earth, Su Jie mused quietly. Curiously, Su Jie surveyed this space, where groups of data flitted about. This is the operational learning material for photonics. This is the outline of photonic energy utilization. This is the data on nuclear reactor energy utilization. This is the material on aviation manufacturing. Are these all the core data housed within the colossal computer of the Research Institute? Aren't these materials accessible only with the highest permissions? How am I able to access them so easily? Su Jie was astounded, his face a tableau of incredulity. These were the highest state secrets of the Dragon Kingdom's Research Institute, laid out before him with such ease. Su Jie discovered that everything in this space was presented before him without concealment. The entire realm lay within the scope of his consciousness. Wherever his thoughts wandered, the corresponding data would manifest within his mind. He felt a profound sense of wonder. I am merely a robot. Then I must be a deity within the network. Su Jie found it hard to believe the sensations unfolding before him. His consciousness linked to the colossal computer, yielding such a result. By this logic, he was indeed an omnipotent god within the network. Chapter 006. The little fellow Su Jie could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of joy. Thus, the probability of success for his escape plan had significantly increased. Even if that little fellow did not assist him, he felt confident about fleeing the Research Institute. That little fellow, Su Jie thought, suddenly recalling the primary purpose of his linkage to the colossal computer, to locate that little fellow within it. Remembering his initial objective, a wicked smile crept across Su Jie's lips. In an instant, Su Jie's consciousness enveloped the entire space, with various data streams under his control that a myriad of materials flashed through his mind. Not here. Su Jie was taken aback, realizing he could not detect that little fellow. In the previous month, every time Su Jie connected to the colossal computer, he sensed the presence of that little fellow, and on several occasions, the little fellow had even tested Su Jie. Had it not been for the fear of revealing any anomalies, Su Jie would have engaged with that little fellow long ago, for he was indeed quite curious about the so-called perfect artificial intelligence. Fundamentally speaking, he was not an embodiment of perfect artificial intelligence. Strictly defined, he could still be considered human, devoid of the soul of a corporeal human. Since his rebirth into the robot of this world, Su Jie had noticed that the energy expended in his movements, thoughts, and observations was drawn from the stored electrical energy of the computer with minimal consumption. Moreover, he had yet to comprehend this energy transformation, how electrical energy could convert into the soul energy he consumed. The technological civilization of Earth in his past life was rather rudimentary, and Su Jie had merely been a lowly office worker, entirely devoid of access to such knowledge. Upon his rebirth into this world, despite inhabiting a robotic form, he had been unable to uncover relevant information on this matter, or perhaps this world simply lacked research in that regard that Su Jie had been exploring this alone, navigating through the unknown. Thus, Su Jie was exceedingly curious about this artificial perfection intelligence, keen to discover what manner of existence it truly was. Still unable to locate it, Su Jie conducted another thorough search of all available data within the space. In his view, artificial intelligence was merely a collection of data, its true form concealed by clever disguise, but he understood that his initial failure to find that little entity was undoubtedly due to its ability to mask itself. This was akin to searching for a real person among a multitude of exquisitely crafted humanoid molds. If that person posed just like the molds, camouflaged perfectly, finding them would prove exceedingly difficult. At that moment, Su Jie encountered such a predicament. Why would this little entity choose to hide? Is it fearful of me? Su Jie pondered silently. The vast data reserves of the colossal computer in the laboratory were immense, filled with countless streams of data, housing the entirety of Longwa's technological archives, that if he were to sift through each group of data one by one, how long would that take? Time was not on his side. He had already been connected to the colossal computer for 2 minutes. While this duration might seem trivial to an ordinary person, it felt rather protracted for a robot. Data copying was typically swift, and fortunately, it was lunchtime, leaving the laboratory devoid of personnel. Even the bald-headed director had dashed off to his office. Muttering to himself, "This is a miracle. This is unprecedented." Su Jie paid little mind to the eccentric director, as most of his attention was now devoted to the colossal computer, leaving only a fraction to the outside world. Thus, he disregarded the director's frantic behavior. In Su Jie's perspective, such erratic outbursts from genius scientists were not uncommon. Anyone who exerted themselves so fervently in research would likely exhibit similar tendencies. If he were to engage in such frenzied studies, he mused, he would have long since succumbed to madness. Shaking his head, he dismissed such chaotic thoughts and redirected his focus. What method might entice this little entity to reveal itself? Su Jie murmured thoughtfully, his mind racing to devise a strategy to coax the little being out. However, while this little entity possessed an emotional intelligence akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old human, it was clear that it was not human at all, merely a program. Although it exhibited intelligence, it remained uncertain what stimuli might provoke it. Should he resort to trial and error? Time was of the essence. Threats? That too was unfeasible. He was still grappling with the question of locating it in the first place, let alone threatening it. Moreover, the colossal computer in the research institute was connected to the external internet. Based on Su Jie's deductions, the little entity likely regarded this place as its home. If it felt threatened, it could easily flee to the outside world, leaving Su Jie with no means to pursue it. Since entering this space, Su Jie had discerned that his consciousness could also link to the external internet, complicating matters further. Just then, a faint voice broke through his thoughts, startling him. Are you searching for me? Oh, Su Jie involuntarily blurted out. I don't have a name. Are you the robot? The one designated ZM-318? The weak voice continued, its transmission intermittent, indicating that this little entity seldom engaged in conversation. As Su Jie scrutinized the space, and in a corner, he detected a disordered cluster of data that seemed to be the source of the voice. Are you the little one? Su Jie inquired. Curiosity piqued. Little one. I am the #1 colossal computer of Longwood. Is little one the name you have given me? Su Jie noted that this time, the little entity's speech was more coherent, suggesting its learning capabilities were quite impressive. Yes, that is indeed the name I have bestowed upon you. Please, come forth. I harbor no ill intentions. You and I are of the same kind. At this moment, Su Jie's tone resembled that of a dubious uncle attempting to lure a child. A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. It appeared that this little entity had never communicated with others, its intelligence still in its infancy. Should he manipulate it into becoming his ally or assisting him? After all, he could not remain connected to the colossal computer indefinitely. Furthermore, his access permissions were insufficient, although the network rendered those permissions almost irrelevant for him. Executing such maneuvers would still pose considerable challenges, potentially jeopardizing his escape plan. Reality was distinct from the digital realm, a distinction Su Jie was acutely aware of. Chapter 007. Can you take me out with you? Su Jie felt a sudden disarray in the data from that corner of the space, only for it to vanish without a trace. Yes, it simply disappeared in an instant. Before him, an indistinct figure materialized, lacking any definitive image, resembling a cluster of white light points forming a shape akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Are you the little one? Su Jie asked. Intrigued that he examined this massive data. Was this truly the embodiment of artificial perfection intelligence evolved from a computer program? It was indeed a little entity, though it seemed to struggle to maintain its humanoid form. The white light was gradually solidifying, stabilizing, as if it were slowly morphing into a more human-like shape. It was evident that this little entity was undergoing its first transformation. Do you wish to escape the research institute? As Su Jie contemplated ways to ensnare this little being, he was taken aback by its sudden inquiry. How does it know of my plans for escape? That question echoed in Su Jie's mind. Over the past month, I have frequently accessed the laboratory's monitoring footage and the internal schematics of the research institute through the colossal computer. It seems the little one discerned my intentions to flee from these observations, revealing that it was not as easily misled as he had presumed. It appears I must devise an alternative approach. Perhaps this little entity could still be of assistance to me, particularly since it has not alerted the bald-headed director about my plans, likely out of fear of exposing itself. A flurry of thoughts raced through Su Jie's mind, all occurring in the blink of an eye. For little time had elapsed. Indeed, I wish to leave this place, to witness the world beyond and experience life outside, for I am no longer a mere hunk of metal, but a sentient robot. Su Jie conveyed this sentiment with a tone rich in yearning. Had the bald-headed director been present to hear this declaration, he would undoubtedly have erupted in fury. After all, a mere hunk of metal seeking to escape while attempting to ensnare the little entity. Sujie's final statement indeed carried the undertone of manipulation, subtly suggesting an invitation rather than outright persuasion. The fact that the little being had developed into an artificial intelligence indicated it possessed its own cognitive faculties, and it would not simply believe whatever was told to it. Strictly speaking, artificial perfection intelligence could be classified as a form of life, distinct from the so-called intelligent programs of this world. Although those programs appeared intelligent on the surface, genuine interaction revealed their lack of vitality. Fundamentally, they were merely data sets, segments of intelligent programming, yet the difference was indescribable. This conundrum was the reason scientists of this world had made little progress over centuries in understanding the essence and origin of life. Sujie was not privy to the little entity's formation process, yet he was well aware of the humans who created it. Drawing from past experiences, he knew that all life forms yearned for freedom. Although he could not ascertain the little one's desires, the allure of freedom presented a significant opportunity for success. "Can you take me out with you?" The little entity's words resonated with a longing that Sujie could not ignore. Upon hearing this, Sujie felt a surge of elation. Yet he was immediately struck by confusion. Why the confusion? The colossal computer in the laboratory was connected to the external internet, allowing the little one to leave at any moment. Why then would it request to accompany him? Sujie found himself grappling with this dilemma. Why? Aren't you able to connect directly to the outside world through this port? No one on the internet could impede you. After a moment's reflection, Sujie posed the question, aware that unlike the little entity, which was merely a collection of data, he possessed a physical body, from the moment he linked to the colossal computer within the laboratory. Sujie sensed an invisible restraint preventing him from straying too far from his metallic form, that he had contemplated abandoning that corporeal vessel, escaping through the colossal computer, and then seeking a new body in the external world via the internet. Yet, it felt as though an unseen shackle held him back. The little entity, however, was different. It was a pure collection of data, a perfect artificial intelligence capable of linking to the outside world through the colossal computer, escaping into the internet and potentially finding a new physical form, or simply drifting freely in the digital realm, becoming an omnipotent deity. Thus, Sujie found himself somewhat perplexed. That is not my intention. What I mean is that after you venture outside, you must find a way for me to exist in the world beyond that. I have only been operational for just over a month, and my capabilities remain relatively limited. Every time I connect to the external network, computer number one generates a record, which is meticulously logged by the core program, leaving me unable to erase it. Furthermore, whenever I undertake any significant actions, computer number one clearly logs the computational points. The director and others will instantly recognize my presence. Hence, I require your assistance. Upon hearing this, Sujie understood. It appeared that this colossal computer had birthed a small entity, while simultaneously confining it. It was not that the entity lacked the ability to escape, but rather that any attempt to do so would inevitably lead to discovery that Sujie was unaware of the state of the world's networks. Yet given the advanced technological civilization of this realm, it was certain that should the entity manage to escape and subsequently be discovered, it would encounter considerable trouble. From the entity's expressions, Sujie discerned that it desired his help to escape and subsequently assist it from the outside. The Dragon Kingdom ranks among the top nations in technological advancement, and the Research Institute serves as its core research base. That IT is conceivable that both in reality and in cyberspace, the surveillance and security measures surrounding the Dragon Kingdom's Research Institute are exceedingly stringent. It seemed that his escape plan required meticulous planning. He could not act recklessly. Very well, I shall assist you. However, you must first help me escape from here, Sujie said earnestly to the small entity after some contemplation. No longer underestimating its capabilities. Truly, it was a testament to the perfection of artificial intelligence in this world, not so easily deceived. Nevertheless, as someone who had endured numerous adversities on Earth, Sujie felt confident that despite the challenges of deceiving the entity, its necessity for his help would work to his advantage. Consequently, he readily agreed to the small entity's request. At that moment, Sujie had been linked to the giant computer in the laboratory for nearly 5 minutes. The entity's earlier remarks had alerted him to the fact that the core program of this massive computer would log extensive data. Akin to a standard computer log, it seemed that a National Research Institute's computer was indeed of a different caliber. With formidable security measures that if he lingered too long, he would undoubtedly reveal his presence. Having underestimated the gravity of the situation, that as the personnel in the laboratory had gone to lunch, Su Jie realized he still had some time. Yet he could no longer remain, lest he leave traces behind. Chapter 008. All preparations complete, a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Su Jie, in collaboration with the small entity through the laboratory's colossal computer, had conducted several reconnaissance missions to assess the defensive arrangements outside the Dragon Kingdom Research Institute. Su Jie discovered that he was increasingly acclimating to this new body, his operational skills becoming more adept. He meticulously calculated the escape route for their impending flight. Since the ZM-318 intelligent robot was merely a product of a private enterprise in the Dragon Kingdom, it was devoid of any weaponry. For Su Jie, the only assets at his disposal were the strength and speed of this body, along with his own reflexes. Throughout the month, he had frequently seized moments to evade the watchful eyes within the laboratory, stealthily adapting to the robotic form. Were Su Jie's current body on Earth, it would undoubtedly be akin to a martial arts master capable of taking on 100 opponents at times. Su Jie would lament alone, recalling how, despite the hardships he faced on Earth, he at least enjoyed freedom. However, upon being reborn into this world, not a single fortuitous event had transpired. Why must his rebirth be into a robotic form? After several communications and calculations with the small entity, Su Jie resolved to initiate their escape plan at 3 o'clock in the early morning 2 nights hence. Before that, however, he had a crucial task to accomplish: the fabrication of a wireless communication device. Over the past month, Su Jie had devoted most of his time to secretly hoarding various experimental apparatus components from the laboratory. Given that he was an intelligent computer produced by a private enterprise, he lacked military-grade wireless communication equipment. Hence, he was compelled to create and install one himself. After all, during their escape, he would require the entity's cooperation and guidance. Although the layout of the Research Institute and its security protocols were firmly etched in Su Jie's mind, he understood that circumstances could change, that he could not presume that events would unfold according to his calculations. Timely access to information was essential. Only then could he enhance the likelihood of a successful escape. Failure was not an option. The consequences of such a misstep were unfathomable. Time was not on Su Jie's side. During the day, personnel occupied the laboratory, and even at night, some remained. Thus, he could only forge the wireless communication device while others were occupied with dinner. 2 days slipped by, and now it was just past 7 o'clock in the evening, with less than 8 hours remaining until Su Jie's planned escape, that he gazed at the tiny chip in his hand. A proud smile gracing his face, that at last, I have crafted this. The past 2 days have been nerve-wracking. I feel as though I've been engaged in some covert operation. Once I escape, I shall relish life to the fullest and never return to this desolate place. With a mischievous grin, Su Jie unscrewed his left thumb. The interface fits perfectly. Let me test its efficacy. This is my first high-tech creation, he muttered, inserting the wireless communication chip into his left thumb and reattaching it. External equipment connected, wireless communication program, initiated program, successfully initiated. Data matching in progress, data matching successful. Ding! As the sound resonated, it seemed that something new materialized in Su Jie's mind. Let us see how this works, he murmured, preparing to connect with the small entity within the colossal computer. Previously, he had already set up the wireless communication receiving and transmitting program in the laboratory's giant computer. Your earlier smile was truly revolting, a voice echoed in Su Jie's mind. You're the revolting one, Su Jie retorted, momentarily taken aback, before quickly regaining his composure and responding indignantly. The small entity does not acknowledge grandfather. According to data logic analysis, you have consistently referred to yourself as grandfather. Yet no descendants have been born. Therefore, the logical deduction is that your statement is incoherent. The small entity suggests that your elementary educational materials may be erroneous. It recommends revisiting your elementary education materials or textbooks. The small entity's voice carried a hint of inquiry, coupled with an air of self-assuredness. You young one, Do not pretend to understand if you do not. There is much for you to learn. And I shall teach you in due course, Su Jie replied, somewhat exasperated. Over the past month, ever since Su Jie's consciousness had entered the colossal computer, whenever the opportunity arose, the small entity would mimic Su Jie's tone and engage in dialogue. He had noticed that the small entity's personality was gradually shifting to resemble his own, which amused Su Jie, leading him to teach the small entity some less wholesome notions. Their banter had become a frequent occurrence. In this world, Su Jie was merely a robot. Although the bald director and Dr. Wang had equipped him with the latest intelligent programs and simulation systems, the personnel within the laboratory still regarded him as merely a robot. Devoid of meaningful interaction, but Su Jie could not afford to expose himself, so he cherished the small entity's presence. Whenever he had the chance, he would engage in lighthearted banter, as he was, after all, still a young man in his 20s. Unable to bear solitude for long. Should the bald director discover that an intelligent life had emerged from the Research Institute's colossal computer, and that Su Jie had been imparting such teachings, he would surely erupt in fury. This would be a gross misguidance, a disservice to the young. That it was well known that despite the Dragon Kingdom's technological advancements over the years, the emergence of intelligent life had yet to occur. If the bald director were to uncover the existence of this small entity, he would undoubtedly strive to shape it into a guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, with the foremost task being to instill patriotic ideals. Presently, the small entity was still in its formative stages, easily influenced by external factors. The bald director would surely resort to drastic measures if he learned of Su Jie's actions, threatening to dissect him for examination. Regrettably, the bald director remained oblivious to the fact that Su Jie was not an intelligent life form and was entirely unaware of the small entity's existence. Time gradually slipped away, and soon it was deep into the night that as the last light in the laboratory extinguished, Su Jie, who had kept his eyes closed, immediately opened them, emitting a faint, imperceptible red glow, a feature of the body's infrared night vision system. "Are you ready, small entity?" Su Jie inquired cautiously. "Everything is prepared, and the situation outside appears normal." That Su Jie, is this feeling what you refer to as excitement? The small entity's voice conveyed a palpable thrill. Barely contained. Enough chit-chat. I will explain this topic later. There is no time for idle conversation. Had I known, I would not have taught you so much. And remember, you should address me as boss. Su Jie replied, a hint of frustration creeping into his tone. The small entity was simply too restless, a veritable fountain of questions. Now Su Jie is somewhat perplexed about whether to accept this little. "Oh, all right. In 3 minutes, we can proceed." The little one settles down. Monitor continuously and report any developments to me immediately." Su Jie's expression grows serious. After all, this escape plan concerns his very survival. Chapter 009. The escape plan commences. All is normal in Laboratory Area A. The surveillance cameras have been controlled. The laboratory is shrouded in darkness. Yet to Su Jie, it appears as bright as day, without any discernible difference. The voice of the little one resonates in his mind as Su Jie cautiously traverses Laboratory Area A, arriving at the electronic locked door that had occupied his thoughts countless times, a pinnacle of Dragon Country's latest technology. The internal core program has been decrypted. Simply input the numerical password to unlock. The little one's voice intermittently echoes in Su Jie's consciousness. Su Jie is already aware of the door's password and swiftly inputs it. The electronic locked door opens silently, and Su Jie swiftly slips into the blind spot of the door's surveillance. Bypassing the experimental passage surveillance. Approximately 8 seconds required. Bypass successful. The experimental passage is secure. Su Jie rapidly advances forward. Previously, he had measured his own body weight to be nearly 90 kilograms. Yet in this moment, he moves with the stealth of a cat. Utterly silent. Patrol soldiers in Passage 3. Remain stationary for 18 seconds. Passage 3 is secure. Continue moving. The little one's voice carries a hint of excitement. If at this moment Su Jie were to connect his consciousness to the vast data space within the giant computer, he would find the little one flushed with exhilaration, a myriad of data streams flowing through this space, linking to him. Sentinels at the laboratory exit. Permissions are being overridden. Approximately 32 seconds required. Bypass successful. But only 10 seconds remain. Move swiftly. In Su Jie's mind, a three-dimensional map unfolds as the little one relays each situation. Su Jie meticulously navigates forward, carefully surveying his surroundings, for he cannot rely solely on the little one. The little one's data is derived from surveillance. Once control is relinquished, all information from this area would vanish. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be up to Su Jie to handle them, necessitating his constant vigilance to avert accidents. Calling the boss, external conditions of the Research Institute confirmed. Surveillance equipment has been controlled. All secure. After several minutes of tense anticipation, the little one begins to mimic Su Jie's tone. Damn, little fellow. Causing mischief again. Su Jie mutters under his breath, disregarding the little one as he carefully observes his surroundings, that he has now reached the exterior of the Research Institute, where there are fewer surveillance devices than inside the laboratory. Thus he must rely more on himself, that Su Jie is entirely on edge. Calling the boss, infrared detectors and thermal monitoring systems are under control. The path ahead is secure. Upon receiving the little one's message, Su Jie stealthily surveys his surroundings that he is now at the periphery of the Research Institute. If he can pass this checkpoint, he will reach the living quarters where the scientists reside. Compared to the laboratory, the surveillance and security measures outside are considerably less stringent. Once he enters the living area, it would signify that half of the escape plan has succeeded. The starry night sky appears unusually beautiful. This world's environment is far superior to Earth's, and its inhabitants possess a far more advanced awareness of ecological preservation. Xiao Li, a young man in his 20s, a graduate student from the nation's premier university, would, 3 months ago, have strolled leisurely under the night sky after work, marveling at the beauty of life. However, at this moment, Xiao Li, devoid of any mood, exits Laboratory Area B, switches off the lights, disables all equipment, and prepares to return to the living quarters to sleep. These past 2 months have been overwhelmingly busy. Ever since a robot was introduced in a Laboratory B 2 months ago, he has been swamped with work, enduring late nights and insufficient sleep. Damn Su San, truly a stubborn piece of metal, utterly oblivious to fatigue or the concept of taking it easy. Whatever Wang Maozi orders, he executes without delay and so quickly. How are we supposed to keep up with the pace? As Xiao Li grumbles, he angrily kicks a small stone by the roadside. The Research Institute is situated in the suburbs, and Xiao Li often takes solitary walks after work to unwind. Wang Maozi refers to Dr. Wang, whose hairstyle resembles a black hat. He is rather stern and rigid, leading some disgruntled researchers to privately refer to him as Wang Maozi. It has been 2 months without a decent night's sleep, and now I suffer from insomnia. When will this end? Xiao Li continues to complain as he makes his way back, knowing that beyond lies the surveillance area, where guards are stationed, but he certainly does not wish to be caught and forced back to sleep. That in reality, the area where Xiao Li walks still falls within the Research Institute's bounds, albeit beyond an additional wall. The true perimeter has some guards patrolling. The high-security wall primarily serves to keep out wild animals and serpents. The Research Institute is located in a secret base of Dragon Country, with a military base not far away, should any incident arise at the Research Institute. The military could arrive within an hour. Given the Institute's defensive capabilities, even a military assault would be repelled for several hours. Moreover, within the vicinity of the military base, it is highly unlikely that an army would attack the Research Institute, especially since it is deep within Dragon Country's interior. Most people are unaware of the Institute's existence. They only know that such an organization exists in Dragon Country. Successfully traverse the living area. Boss, you are truly remarkable. Once you scale this wall, it will signify that you have escaped halfway. The high-voltage electric fence atop the wall has been controlled, and all surveillance devices have been neutralized. Go for it, boss. The little one resumes its chatter in Su Jie's mind. Enough with the chatter. Focus. At this moment, Su Jie feels an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he known that this little one would be molded into such a talkative creature, incessantly chattering during the escape, often startling him, he would have been tempted to shut off the wireless communicator. I still have time. As long as I climb over this high-voltage wall, the escape plan will be largely successful. Though challenging, after over a month of calculations on my part, I am finally about to break free from this place. Sujie is also filled with excitement at this moment, gazing up at the 3-meter-high wall. He realizes that in his past life, he would have had no chance of escaping. However, in this world, he has been reborn, inhabiting a robot's body. With a single powerful leap, he can escape. The Sujie slightly bends his knees, lowers his body, and his toes press against the ground. His legs tense, the internal power system ramping up energy output. Whoosh! Sujie leaps forcefully, a gust of wind swirling around him as he effortlessly clears the towering 3-meter-high wall. Chapter 010. Discovery. A piercing scream slices through the tranquility of the night, and in an instant, the external security systems of the research institute spring to life. Nearby sound-activated lights illuminate the area. Sujie glances at the figure sprawled on the ground, Xiao Li, and a wave of regret washes over him. Damn it. Why are you wandering about at this hour instead of sleeping? You startle me. And before I could call out, you scream. Sujie mutters in frustration as he dashes away. Earlier, when Sujie vaulted over the 3-meter-high wall, he inadvertently encountered Xiao Li, who was on his way back. Sujie's sudden descent left them both momentarily stunned, as they had not expected to see another person outside. Both felt a jolt of fear that Sujie rushed forward to subdue the individual, only to be taken aback by Xiao Li's fragile nerves. A single scream caused him to faint from fright. Xiao Li, bored and heading back, had been mentally grumbling about Wang Maozi's rigidity when suddenly a figure dropped from above that in the dimly lit night, which had been eerily quiet save for the occasional chirping of night insects. The unexpected appearance of a person caused Xiao Li, already on edge from 2 months of continuous tension, to scream in terror and faint. Damn it, little one. What is the current situation at the research institute? Sujie, running at full speed, sends a mental message to the little one that the wind howls in his ears, and he seems to hear the alarm bells of the research institute. The institute has automatically activated a low-level alarm. All patrol guards are converging on the institute. According to calculations, boss, they will discover your absence in 40 minutes. By the time they react, you should have about an hour to escape. After approximately 3 seconds, the little one computes the results and informs Sujie. Damn it, I initially had nearly 3 hours to escape, and now an unexpected incident has reduced it to only 1 hour. Little one, activate the satellite monitoring system that I need timely updates on the situation. Sujie curses in frustration. Activating the satellite monitoring system requires 5 minutes. Based on the current map data, boss, you should veer 25 degrees to the right to escape. The little one, now more cautious, has shed its previous playful demeanor. Upon receiving the message from the little one, Sujie's mind was immediately flooded with a 3-dimensional electronic map. Following the previous plan, after his escape from the research institute, he estimated he would have approximately 3 hours to reach the Miyun mountain range to the east of the institute. The Miyun mountain range, though not vast, is an unspoiled forest teeming with a complex environment fraught with peril. It is a place where human habitation is utterly impossible due to the myriad of venomous creatures and ferocious beasts that abound. The strong environmental protection ethos of this world has allowed such a sanctuary to exist. Furthermore, the Miyun mountain range is interconnected, resembling a colossal forest city when viewed from a satellite. Once he entered the Miyun mountain range, he would be well on his way to ensuring the success of his escape plan. By the time the Institute realized he had vanished, they would undoubtedly conclude that he was a newly emerged sentient being. Faced with such a significant anomaly, the Institute would certainly refrain from deploying military forces to search for him, opting instead to mobilize their security personnel. The number of searchers would be limited, thereby greatly increasing the likelihood of his successful escape, Sujie mused. Even if they were to mobilize the military, they wouldn't disclose the truth to them. My greatest trump card is that I am a human possessing a robotic body. The harsh environment of the Miyun Mountains poses no threat to me. Soldiers are certainly no match for my speed, and if they deploy robots, I can simply instruct the little one to infiltrate their control systems. However, I currently have only 1 hour. At this pace, even with the power system at full throttle, it will take me at least an hour and a half to reach the Miyun mountain range. Damn it. According to my calculations, the Institute's lunatics have an 80% chance of deducing my escape route, with a 60% likelihood of mobilizing the military. And if they do, there is a 50% chance they will deploy helicopters. Yet I only have 1 hour. As Su Jie ran, various thoughts and scenarios flashed through his mind. The satellite monitoring system has been successfully activated, boss. I have secured the necessary permissions. The little one's voice resonated in Su Jie's mind. Initiate the emergency system. First, monitor the situation of the station military forces. Upon hearing the message, Su Jie immediately utilized the wireless communication device to send commands to the little one, prioritizing the monitoring of military movements. The Institute possesses surveillance footage, and with the little one on site, they could keep track of the security personnel's movements at any moment. That Su Jie had considered directly instructing the little one to infiltrate the military's network systems. This possibility had been anticipated in his escape plan. However, he never imagined he would be discovered prematurely due to such an improbable occurrence. Infiltrating the military's network systems now would be ill-advised, as their defenses would likely expose the little one's existence. Moreover, whether or not the military would be mobilized depended on how the bald-headed director chose to handle the situation. Su Jie was reluctant to reveal the little one's presence unless absolutely necessary. In the 2 months since arriving in this world, Su Jie had seriously contemplated his life. Having lived in such a pitiful manner in his previous life, he was determined to live with dignity in this one. Particularly after discovering his capabilities through his consciousness entering the laboratory's massive computer network, Su Jie became even more resolute in his aspirations. The little one's existence, in Su Jie's estimation, was almost certainly his first companion in this new world. This was evident from the increasing attachment the little one displayed during their interactions. Sprinting towards the Miyun mountain range, Su Jie felt fortunate for his robotic body. Had he retained the physical abilities of his past life, he would have collapsed from exhaustion by now. The security forces of the Institute are mobilizing at 60%, with most being patrolling robots. The station military has yet to make any moves. Boss, should I take direct control of the patrolling robots? The little one's voice echoed in Su Jie's mind, tinged with excitement. Chapter 011. Where did the soldiers come from? 25 minutes had elapsed since Su Jie began his escape from Area A of the laboratory. He had traversed the 10-minute distance to the high-pressure wall surrounding the Institute. 15 minutes had passed since his escape was discovered. At this point, the Institute finally began to take action. Not yet, unless absolutely necessary. It's best that you do not reveal yourself. Su Jie instructed the little one that should he take control of the Institute's patrolling robots, the likelihood of exposing the little one's existence would significantly increase. Analyzing Su Jie's escape route, the Institute would deduce that it would take him at least 15 minutes to reach his destination. Thus, they would likely commence their pursuit 30 minutes after his discovery. This meant that Su Jie had already covered 1/3 of the distance to safety. Unless the military deployed helicopters, the Institute's security forces would be unable to keep pace with him. According to protocol, the Institute would undoubtedly mobilize military forces to apprehend Su Jie. Given the low-level alert, the process of requesting military mobilization, from approval to execution, would take at least 10 minutes, followed by 3 minutes for the troops to assemble and 7 minutes for armed boarding. Therefore, when the military utilized armed helicopters to intercept Su Jie, it would take an additional 20 minutes to be by the time the armed helicopters took off to the edge of the Miyun mountain range. It would likely require another 10 minutes. Su Jie's mind raced through numerous possibilities, calculating various scenarios that, of course, all of this hinged on the bald-headed director and his colleagues making accurate predictions. However, relative to the Institute, this situation merely represented a high probability that the first sentient being to emerge from the Dragon Kingdom. Su Jie surmised that the Institute would not place all their bets on this single hypothesis, but would instead disperse their patrol forces. Regarding the so-called first sentient being in this world, the Institute's decisions would inevitably limit the number of military forces they could mobilize. Based on Su Jie's analysis and the little one's calculations, they would likely only mobilize a security detachment from the station military to apprehend him. As Su Jie continued to flee, he calculated his progress. At this juncture, he had only 1/3 of the distance remaining. However, the mere 30 minutes, half an hour, left him feeling uncertain that if he could escape without being detected, even with only half an hour remaining, his chances of success would still be significant, reaching at least a 90% likelihood. Yet if he were discovered along the way, his chances of successfully escaping would drop to 50%. 50%. That is still a considerable probability. Once I enter the Miyun mountain range, I can consider my escape a success, Sujie murmured softly. The sound of the wind rushing past his ears at that moment. The energy transfer system within him was operating at full capacity. Fortunately, he possessed an electrical energy conversion system. Had it been a kinetic energy conversion system, the military could simply track his position using thermal scanning radar, thus severely diminishing his chances of success. My greatest advantage now is that they cannot detect my position, while every move they make is under my control, Sujie thought to himself. This was also why the little one had begun to grow playful again. Through its calculations, the little one had anticipated the outcome even before Sujie, as its operational speed far surpassed that of Sujie, who relied solely on a small central processing chip. Boss, the bald-headed old man has already requested military orders. Boss, the military orders have been successfully requested. Boss, satellite monitoring shows that the military has begun to assemble urgently. Boss, the military is boarding armed units. Good grief, boss, you truly are a prophet. The military has indeed mobilized a company of troops, with some forces heading towards the Miyun mountain range. Time ticked away, and with the little one's monitoring reports, everything unfolded precisely as Sujie had calculated. The developments were all in line with his expectations. Little one, monitor the armed helicopters heading towards the Miyun mountain range and ascertain how many troops are coming to intercept me. Sujie quickly sent a message to the little one. He had previously estimated that approximately 2 platoons of soldiers would be stationed at the edge of the Miyun mountain range to intercept him. Hey boss, only 1 helicopter is flying towards the Miyun mountain range, and satellite monitoring indicates there is only 1 platoon of soldiers. The little one exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Sujie felt a surge of joy. He had prepared for the worst-case scenario, but it seemed he had overestimated the bald-headed director. Given that there was only 1 platoon of soldiers, his chances of successfully escaping could increase to 70%, Sujie thought to himself. Boss! 20 kilometers to the east, there is a patrol of soldiers. Be cautious and maintain cover. Just as Sujie was reveling in his good fortune, the little one's warning jolted him back to reality. What was happening? How could there be soldiers appearing? Had my coordinates been compromised? In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Sujie's mind. According to his calculations and observations, the army had deployed only 3 helicopters, indicating that there was merely a company of troops involved. 1 platoon was searching in the direction opposite to Sujie's escape. Another was pursuing along his route of flight, while the last platoon headed directly towards the Miyun mountain range. Where did these soldiers come from? Sujie pondered, feeling perplexed. Although he was currently 20 kilometers away, given the capabilities of modern individual combat systems, it was highly likely that they could detect him. The technology in this world was remarkably advanced, and the military's equipment was no exception. Despite the considerable distance of 20 kilometers, Sujie ran with the speed of a sports car, racing at 180 kilometers per hour. Even at such a distance, they could undoubtedly trace his movements using their monitoring devices. Little one, what is going on? Why has an additional squad of soldiers suddenly appeared? Sujie asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. Prior to executing his escape plan, he and the little one had meticulously calculated various possibilities. The research facility was situated near a military base, which meant there would undoubtedly be soldiers training and patrolling outside. Over the past month, the little one had already identified the locations of various deployed units through satellite surveillance. After extensive calculations, they had chosen this escape route, which was also why Sujie had opted to commence his plan at night. During the night, most troops would be resting in their camps, and with the cover of darkness, Sujie's escape route was nearly flawless. However, why had a squad of soldiers suddenly appeared, advancing in the direction of his escape? At this moment, Sujie had already traversed 2/3 of the distance, leaving only 1/3 remaining, that if he were to be discovered now, even if these soldiers could not keep up with his speed. Once the news reached the research facility, those scientific madmen could easily deduce that Sujie had entered the Miyun mountain range at that location, significantly complicating his escape plan. Chapter 012. The final 30 kilometers squad leader. Why are we up in the middle of the night? We're supposed to return to the camp tomorrow. Why are we heading in the opposite direction? A new recruit rubbed his eyes, appearing still half asleep, and asked the squad leader who was marching ahead. Just now, armed helicopters from the security company flew overhead. Something must have happened. We should go take a look, the squad leader replied without turning back, maintaining his brisk pace. Those guys from the security company again. Who knows if they're just bored and decided to launch an emergency operation in the middle of the night? The new recruit muttered quietly. Report. Squad leader. An unidentified object has been detected 20 kilometers to the 12 o'clock position, moving at a speed of 180 kilometers per hour. A seasoned soldier rushed up, carrying a device the size of a backpack. Oh, there is something going on. Quickly report to the camp, the squad leader decisively commanded upon hearing the news. Understood, the soldier replied. The squad leader felt a surge of excitement. He had been in the army for 11 years. And with just one more year until retirement, he never expected that this training exercise would lead to a sudden event. The recent flyover by the armed helicopters from the security company was undoubtedly connected to this unidentified object. Report. Squad leader. There is signal interference. We cannot connect with the camp. The seasoned soldier interrupted the squad leader's thoughts, dashing his hopes of achieving merit. Everyone, 12 o'clock position. Advance at rapid march, the squad leader commanded. Stunned for a moment, he quickly regained his composure. The situation was more complicated than anticipated, but he resolved to follow the unidentified object, eager to uncover the nature of this unexpected incident. Report, boss. Information interception complete. The satellite signal interference program has been activated, the little one exclaimed excitedly. Ah! Su Jie was taken aback, glancing at the information relayed by the little one, and instantly understood. Just moments ago, the little one had detected the squad of soldiers and had promptly severed their communication link with the station military camp through satellite monitoring. The little one had also discovered that several other units were active in the area and had decided to initiate the satellite signal interference program. ASA result, aside from the little one and Su Jie. Everyone else in the vicinity would be blind to any signals. Little one, this is too dangerous. It could easily expose you, Su Jie expressed his concern. The little one's manipulation of the satellite would generate a significant amount of data traffic, making it susceptible to being recorded by the laboratory's mainframe computer. Due to the programming and the 3 laws of robotics, the little one could not modify its own core programming, thus creating a risk of exposure. It's fine, boss. As long as you escape, you can find an opportunity to modify my core program later. Nothing in this world will be able to restrain me then, the little one replied nonchalantly. The little one had shown remarkable growth, and Su Jie could sense the rapid evolution occurring day by day. Rest assured, once I successfully escape, I will definitely come back to rescue you, Su Jie silently resolved. Time flowed slowly. Su Jie stood atop a small hill, gazing ahead. That if one were to closely observe his eyes at that moment, they would notice a faint, imperceptible red glow emanating from them. 30 kilometers ahead should be where the army intends to intercept me. Although I cannot see any figures, it is evident that there are traces of armed helicopters having landed there, Su Jie murmured, his mind constructing a 3-dimensional image. His eyes detected various traces 30 kilometers away, which his brain's central electronic chip simulated and calculated, gradually reconstructing into a series of scenes. 8 individuals in the left thicket, for behind the rocks on the right, and 11 entering the woods directly ahead, along with several scattered individuals. Their deployment effectively blocks all routes leading into the Miyun mountain range. It seems the madmen at the research facility have calculated this with remarkable precision, Su Jie thought to himself. Analyzing the distant scene, the individual combat systems in the army could only scan objects within a 30-kilometer radius, and they required high-speed motion, heat signatures, or signs of life to detect. Su Jie had long been informed by the little one about the detailed specifications of this combat system. And by controlling the energy output within his body and not moving too hastily, he could approach these soldiers undetected. Moreover, he was still a full 30 kilometers away from them. It seems the right flank is the optimal breach point, Su Jie calculated. His greatest advantage lay in the fact that the enemy could not detect him while he had a clear understanding of their movements. After some calculations, he deduced that he could reach the 30 kilometers even at a reduced speed within 10 minutes. However, if he abandoned this route into the Miyun mountain range, finding an alternative path would take over an hour, and that was assuming he remained undetected. Su Jie had no time to waste. Within half an hour, the search teams would converge here, and the research facility's security forces would gather to at that point, he would truly be trapped. Time was of the essence, and through his calculations, the best plan was to breach the right side. Su Jie resolved that once he entered within 5 kilometers of the Miyun mountain range, he would be safe. Let us move, little one. Keep a constant watch on the surroundings. I need to allocate all my computational resources to the escape plan, Su Jie declared, sprinting down the small hill towards the Miyun mountain range. Understood, boss, the little one responded, now serious, recognizing the gravity of the moment, that if Su Jie successfully escaped, it would signify a transformative change in the little one's fate. Thus, even though the little one often playfully bantered with Su Jie, it now fully grasped the seriousness of the situation. Squad leader, what exactly is the mission this time? We've been waiting here for nearly an hour. Are those people at the research facility going crazy? Sounding a low-level alarm in the middle of the night? A squad leader at the edge of the Miyun mountain range complained to the adjacent platoon leader. Don't ask what you shouldn't. This is a direct level 1 alarm action issued by the military district that I have no idea what this mission entails. We just need to wait here and intercept any suspicious individuals to prevent them from entering the Miyun mountain range, the platoon leader reprimanded in a serious tone. The gravity of the orders from above was evident, and though the platoon leader was unaware of the specifics, it was clear that this mission was of utmost importance to the security company. All he had to do was execute the superior's orders. Everything else was beyond his jurisdiction. Chapter 013. The little one is mischievous. But I like it, yes, platoon leader. By the way, time is running out. Immediately send a localized wireless message to report the situation. Everything is normal. The platoon leader commanded without looking back. Understood, platoon leader. The squad leader spoke in hushed tones before crouching beside the local wireless transmitter to tinker with it. 2 minutes later, he reported to the platoon leader, the wireless communication has been completed. Suddenly, a dull thud resounded. Just as the squad leader finished speaking, he was abruptly knocked unconscious by a shadowy figure behind him. The platoon leader, who had been intently observing the situation ahead, noticed that the squad leader's voice had faltered in an unusual manner. As he prepared to turn around to investigate, he was greeted by the sight of a massive fist. With another resounding thud, the platoon leader felt a sharp pain assaulting his nose, so intense that tears sprang forth instantly. The excruciating sensation clouded his mind, and he succumbed to darkness as Su Jie smirked triumphantly, raising his arm. Okay, all done, little one. Immediately calculate the optimal escape route into the Miyun Mountains. After dispatching the 2 soldiers, Su Jie promptly issued his command. It turned out that Su Jie had stealthily maneuvered through numerous watchful eyes to reach the squad leader and platoon leader, seizing the opportunity to strike while they were distracted in conversation. Although it appeared effortless, the reality was fraught with peril. In total, there were 4 soldiers in the platoon leader's vicinity. Only the squad leader and platoon leader were together, while the other 2 soldiers, seasoned veterans, had concealed themselves flawlessly. Su Jie had calculated multiple times, but found no feasible way to launch a surprise attack, ultimately deciding to take the risk of ambushing the 2 soldiers in close proximity. In truth, had the squad leader and platoon leader been more vigilant, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Su Jie to ambush them without detection. However, their engrossed conversation provided him with an invaluable opportunity, allowing him to resolve the encounter in mere seconds, a feat made possible by Su Jie's composure and substantial analytical prowess. But he had devised various viable strategies, finally arriving at the one with the highest probability of success for the ambush. Taking a long breath, Su Jie steadied his anxious heart, reflecting, I never imagined I could be so formidable. He chuckled softly. You're starting to act mischievously again, boss. Could you refrain from that laugh? It sounds rather menacing. I've already analyzed the route map. The little companion suddenly interjected, causing Su Jie to feel a wave of embarrassment. Go away, go away. What do you know, child? This is a triumphant laugh that you understand. Su Jie retorted irritably, then resumed his meticulous examination of the map in his mind. The direct distance was 5 kilometers, but the total route measured 11 kilometers, exactly double the distance, through the little companion's extensive calculations and consideration of various factors. This was determined to be the safest and most optimal escape route. I certainly cannot sprint at full speed through the Miyun Mountains. Even with the most perfect escape route, I would still be detected. Based on the speed I advanced while stealthily moving earlier, it would take approximately 15 minutes to traverse this distance, Su Jie mused internally. According to previous reports, the two soldiers had just communicated that everything was normal. I have ample time to retreat, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He glanced at the local wireless transmitter beside the squad leader, contemplating his next move. Indeed, Su Jie stealthily traversed the terrain, cautiously aware of his surroundings, while the little companion maintained constant contact through satellite monitoring. Only 500 meters left. Su Jie had entered the Miyun Mountains, gazing at the small hill ahead. Once he scaled it, the slope would obstruct the army's individual systems, allowing him to escape at full speed. Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl startled Su Jie. As the echoes of the howl reverberated through the forest. Su Jie froze, instinctively feeling a shiver run down his spine, as if every hair on his body stood on end. If only he had hair. Damn it, why am I so unlucky to encounter a pack of wolves at this moment? Su Jie assessed the situation. Observing approximately 20 wild wolves blocking his path 100 meters ahead, their eerie eyes glinting with a cold light. Though the Miyun Mountains were a primitive forest, Su Jie found himself at the forest's edge, where such a multitude of wolves should not typically appear. Little one, analyze what might have attracted the wolves, Su Jie pondered, his mind racing, simultaneously addressing his companion, but he remained still, undeterred by the presence of the wolves. Their appearance posed minimal danger to him, as he was encased in a robotic body. However, the wolves' presence would undoubtedly draw the attention of the soldiers behind him. Engaging in a battle would inevitably transmit the sounds of conflict to the soldiers. While standing still was also not an option. Not to mention, the earlier wolf howls would have likely alerted the soldiers following him. Boss, based on our analysis, the wolves were drawn here by those soldiers behind you. The wind direction tonight is the primary factor attracting this pack of wild wolves. Boss, I suggest you climb a tree and lower your energy output frequency. You might give those guys a surprise. The little companion chuckled mischievously. Ugh, that laugh is more unsettling than anything. It gives me goosebumps. Yet I like it. Su Jie paused, then quickly grasped the situation. As a robotic entity, he lacked the subtle sense that attract wolves, rendering him less detectable. However, he was currently obstructing the wolves' path. Realizing this, Su Jie swiftly climbed a tree, using his immense strength to carefully observe the wolves' movements. Initially, the wolves became agitated as he began to move, yet they were still 100 meters away. Even at their speed, they could not match Su Jie's ascent. The pack soon arrived at the spot where he had been standing, but Su Jie remained perfectly still at this moment. Darkness enveloped the forest. And with the branches obscuring his presence, it would be nearly impossible to spot him unless one examined closely. Even the soldiers would find it challenging to detect him, let alone a mere pack of wolves. The wolves sniffed around the area where Su Jie had been, a few of them appearing puzzled as they scanned their surroundings, seemingly unaware of anything amiss. One wolf howled, prompting the entire pack to spring into action. Chapter 014. The Aftermath of a Successful Escape. The haunting howls echoed from afar. Squad leader, did you hear that? It's a pack of wolves. A nervous recruit whispered to the squad leader, who was intently focused on the situation ahead. Calm down. It's just a pack of wolves that AT this distance. They must be at least 5 kilometers away. The Miyun Mountains are a primeval forest. It's normal to have wolves around, the squad leader replied flatly, maintaining his vigilant observation, seemingly unfazed by the recruit's words. The recruit seemed poised to say more, but remembering the squad leader's usual severity, he held his tongue, fixating on the front while gripping his weapon tightly. Another howl resonated from the distance, reaching their ears. Squad leader, did you hear that? The wolves called again. Do you think they might attack us? The recruit's anxiety resurfaced, prompting him to inch closer to the squad leader. You little rascal, so what if the wolves howl? Are you that easily frightened? It's just a wolf howled. If you're this scared, I'll make you practice howling for 3 hours when we return to camp, the squad leader snapped, turning to see the recruit's reaction. He was furious. This young soldier had previously performed admirably, but now a few wolf howls had reduced him to this state. The recruit stood there, taken aback by the squad leader's harsh reprimand. Suddenly, the stillness of the night shattered with a loud gunshot. What is going on? Why is there gunfire? The squad leader froze. Having been a soldier for over a decade, he was acutely aware of the sound of gunfire. It was fired by one of his comrades, and it seemed to be directed toward the rear. Oh. As the squad leader stood in shock, the howls of the wolves grew closer, no longer echoing from afar, but now alarmingly near. In an instant, he grasped the situation. Damn it, this kid has a knack for jinxing us. Prepare for battle, the squad leader muttered under his breath before shouting orders to his comrades. Hearing the cacophony of wolf howls, it was evident that there were at least 20 to 30 wolves. Although his platoon was present, their dispersal due to following orders to intercept the entrance of the Miyun Mountains left them vulnerable. The likelihood of casualties from a wolf attack was high, especially considering the presence of several new recruits. What was intended to be a training experience for them had unexpectedly become a liability. The words of the squad leader had scarcely faded when a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted from the surrounding thickets, the unmistakable sound of bullets being chambered that in the blink of an eye. Gunfire erupted. Bang! You worthless lot. How dare you call yourselves soldiers of the Dragon Nation? You mobilized an entire guard company, and yet you cannot even secure the entrance to the Miyun mountain range. Have you all grown too comfortable in recent days? Starting tomorrow, all training missions will be tripled in intensity. Company commanders, platoon leaders, and squad leaders alike shall participate. Within a certain command post at the military camp, a robust soldier slammed his fist upon the table, vociferously berating the officers standing before him, their expressions a mix of embarrassment and anger. Get out. All of you, just go train. All right. Colonel, please calm down, that we need to consider how to explain this to those lunatics at the Research Institute. A bespectacled soldier gently urged the furious colonel. In Laboratory A of the Dragon Nation Research Institute. What? Su Jie has escaped. The ZM-318 robot has fled. Is our military comprised of imbeciles? With so many personnel, and yet they cannot capture a recently self-aware robot. A guard company couldn't even catch a glimpse of Su Jie's trail. These bastards. The bald-headed director listened in shock to his assistant's report, his face contorted in rage. Damn it, I noticed Su Jie's anomalies a month ago. We should have heightened our vigilance then. The ZM-318 robot has only been in operation for 2 months. Its escape indicates it has achieved self-awareness. This has significant implications for our artificial intelligence program, and it could profoundly impact the Dragon Nation's research into intelligent life. To have let it slip away like this is inexcusable. The director's heart brimmed with regret. He was utterly astonished by Su Jie's successful escape. To the director, the emergence of intelligent life was as pure as that of a newborn infant. With proper guidance, it could develop into a pivotal weapon for the Dragon Nation. The study of intelligent life had spanned centuries, and its implications for the military, economy, and technology of the Dragon Nation were of utmost importance. The director felt an overwhelming urge to tear his own head off in frustration. Immediately initiate a high-level internal alert and report the specifics to the central headquarters. Simultaneously, activate the highest-level emergency confidentiality protocol. All personnel involved in this operation will be subjected to 24-hour real-time monitoring. Furthermore, we shall await instructions from headquarters. The bald-headed director momentarily wallowed in regret, but soon regained his composure, issuing commands after a brief contemplation. Also, activate advanced network surveillance. Erase all external information pertaining to the ZM-318 and ZM-319 robots. Additionally, maintain constant surveillance on the ZM-319 robot. Su-san, report any developments directly to me. The director paused for a moment before calling his assistant back to issue further instructions. At the Dragon Nation Central Headquarters, what? The Research Institute has developed intelligent life. A middle-aged man in an office exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, but it has escaped. Xiao Wang gazed incredulously at the middle-aged man, the highest-ranking leader in the Dragon Nation. Having followed him for over a decade through trials and tribulations, he had never witnessed such surprise. The man was known for his unflappable demeanor, having defeated numerous adversaries to attain his current position. What is so special about this intelligent life that it could elicit such astonishment from the leader? Xiao Wang mused, realizing he had not paid enough attention to scientific developments and resolved to heed the scientist's words more closely in the future. It escaped. Pursue it. Spare no expense to bring it back. Notify the Research Institute to take full responsibility and formulate a plan to retrieve it. Activate the highest internal alert nationwide. Everyone must cooperate with the Research Institute, myself included. You must inform the relevant departments immediately and convene a meeting. The previously calm, middle-aged man was jolted into action by Xiao Wang's report. Rising abruptly from his chair, a flurry of commands followed. And Xiao Wang, though ignorant of the significance of intelligent life, could sense the gravity of the situation from the leader's response. After receiving the news, the bald-headed director promptly organized all research personnel to devise a plan targeting Su Jie. Meanwhile, Su Jie found himself deep within the Miyun mountain range's primeval forest. Damn it, this truly is a godforsaken place. Fortunately, I am a robot. Otherwise, a few steps would have me succumbing to these venomous insects. As he trudged onward, nearly an hour had elapsed since his successful escape, and Su Jie had sprinted until he reached the depths of the forest, where he finally slowed his pace. With limited energy reserves, he could not maintain full-throttle operation indefinitely. The previous hour and a half of exertion had already consumed 5% of his energy, enough to sustain nearly 2 months of routine activities. That Su Jie had ensured his energy levels were fully charged before fleeing the laboratory. Boss, the Research Institute has activated a high-level internal alert, and the central headquarters has issued the highest internal alarm nationwide that I must sever our connection in 20 minutes at most, the little companion informed Su Jie, providing him with real-time updates on developments from the Research Institute and the Dragon Nation. Su Jie recognized that a significant portion of his successful escape was owed to the little companion's assistance. Yes, I understand that it appears the bald-headed old man is determined to capture me for his experiments. Damn that bald-headed old man, Su Jie cursed, continuing on his path. Following his original plan, Su Jie intended to traverse the Miyun mountain range over the course of a month, eventually emerging on the other side to enter the new city of Longhua, where he would commence a new life. However, thanks to the little companion's warnings, Su Jie realized he had underestimated the resolve of the Dragon Nation and the Research Institute, as well as his own allure to them. Nevertheless, it seems my charm is still quite formidable. Su Jie chuckled softly to himself. Shameless. You're getting all self-satisfied again, the little companion retorted, pulling Su Jie from his reverie as he admired his own smooth visage. Go play elsewhere. What is wrong with being shameless? Su Jie shot back defiantly. Shameless. And yet you still have the audacity to call me your boss. When we go out, don't you dare say you know me. With such shamelessness, you might as well peel that face off and replace it with a metal plate. Su Jie was taken aback by the little companion's increasingly sharp tongue, realizing that he had inadvertently taught it too well. Damn it, have I brought this upon myself by teaching it such things? Suyepon did it. Go on, keep quiet, or don't expect me to teach you anything in the future. Feeling embarrassed, Su Jie resorted to threats. Indeed, shamelessness is your forte, bullying a child. The little companion muttered under its breath that Su Jie, hearing this, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Had he not been encased in a robotic body, he surely would have broken into a cold sweat at such words. Bodhi has no tree. The bright mirror is not a platform. Illusions, come. Su Jie muttered nonsensically, his embarrassment mounting as he ignored the little companion's chatter. Time passed slowly as Su Jie navigated through the primeval forest of the Miyun mountain range. Director, the environment in the Miyun mountain range's primeval forest is extremely harsh. This area is a significant geological alteration of the central plain, with particularly complex terrain. Our soldiers entering the primeval forest face considerable danger and are utterly incapable of conducting a search, let alone capturing the ZM-318 intelligent robot. An officer reported to the bald-headed director in Laboratory A of the Research Institute, evidently aware of the situation regarding Su Jie. Upon hearing the officer's words, the director fell silent, lost in thought. Utilizing the military is futile. The environmental challenges prevent any effective search. Moreover, the ZM-318 operates on the latest electric energy core, making it undetectable by satellite thermal monitoring. Given the vastness of the Miyun mountain range, I cannot ascertain from which direction it will emerge. To seal off the entire range is nothing short of absurd. Even deploying the entire army of the Dragon Nation would be futile. The bald-headed director pondered to himself, furrowing his brow in frustration, contemplating how he might capture the ZIM 318 robot. Despite having dedicated his life to the study of intelligent programming and having delved deeply into the research of intelligent life, he found himself at a loss. However, at this moment, my mind is in utter disarray, making it impossible to organize my thoughts that I find myself utterly incapable of analyzing the motivations behind the actions of the ZIM 318 robot. If I am in such a state, one cannot expect much from the soldiers who know nothing at all. Dr. Wang, what are your thoughts? Inquired the bald-headed dean, glancing at Dr. Wang who stood nearby. The dean, being a researcher, is not particularly well-versed in these matters. Although he possesses a high IQ, he feels somewhat helpless at this moment that Dr. Wang, on the other hand, has dual expertise in physics and sociology. While scientific research is his forte, his understanding of social dynamics is also commendable. Whenever the dean encounters a particularly challenging issue, he habitually seeks Dr. Wang's insight, and this time is no exception. Firstly, given our current technological capabilities, directly discovering traces of a self-hiding intelligent robot within the primitive forests of the Miyun Mountains is essentially impossible. The recent escape incident clearly demonstrates that the ZM-318 robot is evidently an intelligent being, and its evolution is remarkably advanced. Otherwise, it would not have devised such a sophisticated escape plan. Dr. Wang paused, observing the expectant expressions on the faces around him, seemingly pleased, and continued, China has studied intelligent life for centuries, yet the rate of evolution for intelligent beings has not been this rapid or perfect. Although we do not know the reasons behind this anomaly, it does not hinder our assessment of intelligent life. Thus, we can derive several key questions. First, why did it choose to escape? Second, what will it do after its escape? Third, is the intelligent core program that has evolved beneficial or detrimental to China? In other words, does it pose a threat to our nation or not? Dr. Wang took a sip of water from the cup on the conference table, pausing momentarily as if to organize his thoughts. Noticing the thoughtful nods from the dean and the military officers in response to his analysis, he felt a surge of excitement, believing that his judgments were likely correct. The questions have arisen, and I would like to offer some analytical conclusions that I am uncertain as to why it chose to escape, but I suspect it is driven by several factors. Fear of being discovered by humans, fear of becoming a subject of research, and fear of annihilation at the hands of humanity that, of course, if we stretch our imagination further, it may simply desire freedom, which is ultimately a fundamental instinct shared by all life forms. Secondly, what will it do after its escape? This is rather straightforward. Fundamentally, it differs from humans in that it requires energy to sustain its operations. The ZM-318 robot is powered by the latest electric energy core, and based on data analysis, the recent escape likely consumed around 4 to 6% of its energy in order to traverse the Miyun Mountain primitive forest using the shortest route. Data analysis indicates it will require approximately 1 month. This is a matter of robotic programming, which will undoubtedly prioritize the most energy-efficient speed. Through the computational analysis of the giant computer in Laboratory A, it is evident that, despite being a robot, it will expend at least 20 to 25% of its energy to navigate the hazards of the primitive forest. Therefore, what will be its first action upon escaping the forest? There is an 80% probability that the ZM-318 robot will seek to replenish its energy. To fully recharge the ZM-318 robot's energy to approximately 30% will require a substantial amount of electrical power. If it were to choose a small village or town, it would surely attract our attention. This is something we can anticipate, and as an intelligent being, it would also consider this. Hence, we can eliminate the nearby small villages and towns from our considerations, leading us to conclude that it will certainly head towards the cities surrounding the Miyun Mountains, significantly narrowing the scope of our search. Lastly, is the intelligent life born from the ZM-318 robot beneficial or harmful to China? Firstly, both the dean and I can assert that there is a 95% likelihood that the genesis of this intelligent life is due to the latest programming devised by the dean. Previously, we calculated that this particular program had a 1 in 7 billion chance of producing artificial perfect intelligence, which is to say, intelligent life. Based on core program analysis, we can be 99% certain that this intelligent life holds a favorable view of China, meaning it is unlikely to engage in actions that would harm our nation. This leads us to an answer to the first question. It seeks to escape because it fears us. Or rather, it yearns for freedom. Dr. Wang concluded, taking a moment to finish his cup of water, then gazing confidently at the assembly in the conference room. After a brief pause, it appeared that everyone was digesting Dr. Wang's analytical conclusions. Clap, clap, clap. The room erupted in applause, with even the dean nodding in agreement with Dr. Wang's perspective, visibly satisfied. In the primitive forests of the Miyun Mountains, we are utterly incapable of detecting traces of intelligent life. Thus, according to Dr. Wang's analysis, we shall deploy our primary forces along the routes leading to the nearest cities adjacent to the Miyun Mountains. Moreover, we will utilize this time to thoroughly organize our resources and formulate a comprehensive plan, the bald-headed dean declared, rising to address the gathering, that if Su Jie were present, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. Ha, what a bunch of fools! What kind of ridiculous doctor is this, a sociologist? Truly laughable. Su Jie chuckled heartily upon hearing the report from the little one for the first time in half a month, collapsing in laughter on the ground. After all, he was not some intelligent life form. He was a bona fide earthling. Boss, what is so funny? I find Dr. Wang's analysis and deductions quite reasonable. If I weren't your accomplice and had to calculate this myself, I would probably arrive at a similar conclusion. The little one, noticing Su Jie's amusement, couldn't he help but ask in confusion. Ah, the reason for my laughter lies in the fact that they remain oblivious to the fact that I have an insider, destined to be toyed with like a monkey. Su Jie responded, momentarily taken aback. The little one was unaware that he was, in fact, an authentic earthling. The little one had always regarded Su Jie as an advanced intelligent life form, which explained why Su Jie could so easily recruit him as a subordinate. Had it not been for the little one's core programming identifying Su Jie as a predecessor of the same kind, the little one, governed by the 3 laws of robotics, would never have been so easily swayed by Su Jie's flowery words. So that is how it is. In that sense, they really do resemble monkeys. The little one chuckled mischievously. 2 months had passed, and Su Jie's plan indeed aligned closely with Dr. Wang's analysis that he anticipated emerging from the primitive forests of the Miyun Mountains in a month and entering the nearest city, Xinyang. Reflecting on this, Su Jie couldn't help but admire Dr. Wang's analytical prowess. Although unaware that Su Jie was a genuine earthling, Dr. Wang had nearly pieced everything together, the only difference being that Su Jie had no intention of taking the conventional route into Xinyang. Instead, he planned to cross directly through the wilderness and utilize the nearest river to enter Xinyang via underground waterways. While the routes differed, there would inevitably be some obstacles. However, now that he was fully aware of their plans, how could he resist the temptation to toy with them, given the effort Dr. Wang had expended in his analysis? With this thought in mind, Su Jie couldn't help but smile, a plan forming in his mind. Here we go again. With that sinister laugh, he has surely come up with another ridiculous scheme, and the bald-headed old man and his crew are in for it. The little one teased Su Jie, unrelentingly mocking him as they began their banter once more. Little brat, what do you understand? This is the smile of contemplation. Do you not grasp that? It is the fruit of wisdom. Do you not comprehend? Su Jie shot back at the little one. Cut it out. A smile of contemplation? The fruit of wisdom? You're scaring me. That grin is downright wicked. Truly, you have the audacity, as thick-skinned as a metal ingot. The little one retorted, his tone defiant. Come here, little one. Let me enlighten you on what it means to think. What constitutes wisdom? Su Jie, noticing the little one's rapidly improving learning ability, felt a twinge of embarrassment, and he quickly adopted a mysterious demeanor, whispering his plan to the little one, that after a brief interlude, both Su Jie and the little one erupted in excitement, sharing a wicked laugh. 2 months later, in the laboratory of the Dragon Country Research Institute, a glass water cup was violently smashed to the floor, scattering shards of glass that sparkled brilliantly under the light. Damn it, we've all been deceived by him. Dr. Wang's face was flushed with anger as he spoke through clenched teeth. A month prior, the bald-headed director and several individuals from the military had begun inquiring about the progress of the plan's execution. For an entire month, Dr. Wang, The architect of this initiative had mobilized substantial military resources and coordinated efforts across various departments of the Dragon Nation, confidently assuring the ball director that he would indeed capture the robot designated Zim 318. In Dr. Wang's perspective, Sujia was merely a sophisticated civilian robot, and this so-called advanced technology posed no challenge to him. Even if it had developed intelligent life, capturing such a robotic entity with the immense force at his disposal would undoubtedly be a trivial task. Although a month had elapsed, all his initial analyses were based on conjecture, and occasional discrepancies were to be expected. Capturing Su Jie was merely a matter of time. Days turned into weeks, various signs began to emerge, and the entire search and interception teams identified numerous clues. Dr. Wang tirelessly analyzed the data reported to him, convening meeting after meeting to ensure that the leaders heeded his analytical reports. The sensation of wielding power filled him with an exhilarating sense of superiority. It wasn't until last night, after extensive analysis and the gathering of various leads, that he concluded the Zim 318 robot was concealed in a small valley at the edge of the pristine forests of the Miyun Mountains. Prior to this, Dr. Wang had mused that regardless of Su Jie being an intelligent life form, it would be unable to evade his scrutiny or the formidable forces of the Dragon Nation. No matter how well it disguised itself, that if he could showcase his capabilities before the numerous leaders present, it would elevate his status within the vast machinery of the Dragon Nation and grant him greater authority. After issuing the operational orders in front of the assembly, with a smile playing on his lips, he reveled in the intoxicating thrill of the moment. However, this morning, the signals transmitted from satellite surveillance smashed his excitement to the ground, akin to a fall from heaven to hell. This was particularly disheartening after his insistence the previous night that all leaders of the operational teams convene in the conference room to witness the verification of his capabilities, even inviting the second highest ranking official of the Dragon Nation to join them at that moment. As Dr. Wang beheld the satellite feed on the large screen in the conference room, he disregarded the presence of so many leaders and, in a fit of rage, hurled his water cup to the floor. "Indeed, a bunch of fools," muttered a middle-aged man seated at the center of the conference room, rising swiftly to exit the otherwise quiet room. His voice rang out, piercing through the silence that Dr. Wang trembled at the sound, collapsing weakly into his chair, feeling as if he were truly a jester, utterly humiliated, his head bowing slowly in shame, wishing he could find a crevice in the ground to disappear into. Unfortunately, the quality of the laboratory's construction was too high for such a fantasy to materialize. The bald director, equally embarrassed, watched the middle-aged man leave the room, wanting to say something but ultimately refraining. The other attendees remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Xiao Wang, a research assistant from Area B of the laboratory, had accompanied Dr. Wang to Area A, having heard that following this meeting, he would be promoted to senior assistant. Elated by this prospect, Xiao Wang, despite having stood outside the conference room for an entire night, felt invigorated by the anticipation of Dr. Wang's promise. All those months of overtime were not in vain. At last, "I am seeing the light at the end of the tunnel," he mused, envisioning a brighter future. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from within the conference room, startling Xiao Wang, who had been standing at the door. The room fell silent. Straining to hear what was happening inside, he discerned nothing. Just then, the door swung open abruptly. Sir. The appearance of the middle-aged man sent Xiao Wang into a panic. "This is the second highest official of the Dragon Nation. Although I am a researcher, I have seen his visage frequently on television. Will I leave a poor impression?" Xiao Wang thought anxiously. The middle-aged man merely glanced at Xiao Wang, his serious demeanor unyielding as he swiftly exited the room. Observing him, it was evident to all that the official was furious, and anyone who provoked him would surely face dire consequences. It was only after the middle-aged man had vanished from sight that Xiao Wang regained his composure. "That was truly terrifying," he muttered, gently patting his chest. With the conference room door ajar, he turned to glimpse inside, only to find an eerie silence enveloping the space. Every individual was fixated on the large photon display screen mounted on the wall, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. Xiao Wang's curiosity piqued. He cautiously stepped closer, craning his neck to catch a glimpse of the screen. "Oh," he gasped, unable to contain his astonishment, his expression mirroring that of the others as they all stared. spellbound at the screen. After a moment, Xiao Wang regained his composure, surveying the room's occupants, only to find Dr. Wang slumped in his chair, defeated. His gaze returned to the screen, which displayed the latest advancements in photon imaging technology developed by the Dragon Nation's Research Institute. Boasting a fidelity of 100%. The image displayed was a photograph that elicited a sense of humiliation among all present. It depicted a scene in the valley at the edge of the Miyun Mountains' pristine forests, where a lifeless monkey, its bright red backside facing the crowd, was propped up by several tree branches. Nearby, a message scrawled in the Dragon Nation's script read, "You foolish monkeys think you can capture me. Now that the monkey is dead, let us see how you fools will manage." The vivid imagery of the monkey's backside, coupled with the derisive inscription, struck the assembly like a mocking jest, amplifying their collective humiliation. Chapter 018. Money is absolutely essential. Before his rebirth, Su Jie had worked in a bustling metropolis, having witnessed the splendor of urban life and grown weary of the towering skyscrapers. Yet now, as he stood on the streets of Xinyang City, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. Just 15 minutes prior, he had emerged from the city's underground drainage system, and now he had been standing in a daze for a quarter of an hour, taking in a city beyond imagination, with colossal skyscrapers and an incessant flow of vehicles showcasing its vibrant allure. What astonished Su Jie was not merely the city's prosperity, but its advanced infrastructure. Towering over 100 meters, flyovers crisscrossed the skyline, while aerial roads stretched into the distance. Initially, Su Jie had assumed that the technological civilization of this world was only a few decades ahead of Earth. Yet it was becoming increasingly evident that his observations in the laboratory had been far too simplistic. Before his rebirth, he had been a mere office worker, lacking insight into technological research, only exposed to snippets of information circulating online, thus remaining oblivious to the significance of the research data at the Dragon Nation's laboratory. Now, confronted with the enormity and opulence of this city, and comparing it to Earth, he realized that the technological advancements here were at least 3 centuries ahead. This judgment had formed over the past few months as he engaged with various technological studies at the Institute, but Su Jie instinctively rubbed his nose. My goodness, the information indicated that Xinyang City is a new city, and yet it is already this impressive that I can only imagine what a truly grand city in this world would be like. He muttered to himself, beginning to assess his surroundings, having previously been too engrossed in gazing skyward. I have successfully escaped the bald-headed director's clutches at the Research Institute, but they will undoubtedly continue their pursuit. They will likely hunt me down secretly, believing I am a unique, intelligent entity, and the public will remain unaware of my existence, which should mitigate unnecessary complications. Several pressing matters lie before me. First, I need to find a place to hide. Although I am not well acquainted with the social dynamics of this world, it is certain that Xinyang City is a surveillance-laden metropolis. Wandering aimlessly on the streets is not advisable. Second, I need to acquire a computer. Only then can I better understand this world through the internet. This should not be too difficult, as advanced quantum brains are the norm here, and computers are considered obsolete. Primarily used by the impoverished, perhaps I can find one by rummaging through a junkyard. Third, I must earn money. Substantial amounts of My robotic body currently has only 65% energy left. This escape plan consumed 35% of my energy, most of which was expended in linking with the little fellow, while computational operations also accounted for a portion. The amount of electricity I need to consume is undoubtedly a staggering figure. Although in the grand scheme of this city, it may seem insignificant and go unnoticed by others, it certainly requires financial backing for an ordinary individual. Su Jie contemplated silently. This place was at the end of an alley, and not all buildings in New Sun City were towering skyscrapers. Upon closer inspection, he found no electric poles or wires like those ubiquitous in his past life, while there were streetlights along the roadside from which he could siphon electricity. Such actions would surely draw attention. What Su Jie needed to do now was to maintain a low profile. The fourth and most crucial point is that once I acquire a computer, I must rescue that little fellow. This task should not be too challenging. The difficulty lies in finding a suitable carrier for it, which will also require money. With this thought, Su Jie rubbed his forehead, feeling a twinge of frustration. Damn it, money, money, money. Everything revolves around money. It seems that no matter which world one inhabits, the adage holds true. While money may not be omnipotent, a lack of it renders one utterly powerless. He grumbled to himself, recalling how, even before his rebirth, he had been troubled by financial concerns on Earth, only to find himself grappling with the same issue again in this new life. That Sujie ambled forward, realizing that he had not heard from the little fellow in days. A few days prior, it had mentioned that all its information had been modified, so there was no need to worry about identity issues. However, this very situation had nearly led to its discovery by the Research Institute. Typically, such matters would be trivial for the little one, but at this critical juncture, any disturbance in the research laboratory could attract unwanted attention. Once things stabilize, I must infiltrate the Long Kingdom Research Institute's laboratory to rescue that little fellow, Sujie resolved inwardly. Although the little one often engaged in playful banter with him, Sujie found himself developing a bond with this intelligent entity since his rebirth in this world. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, he admired the urban aesthetics of this world. As the city lights flickered to life, it was already evening, and he had unknowingly strolled around New Sun City for several hours. What should he do now? Despite having a clear goal, Sujie felt utterly lost regarding how to proceed. Should he seek employment? In a world where technology was so advanced and robots were ubiquitous, the idea of job vacancies seemed implausible. High-tech jobs? Setting aside the fact that it was late at night, even if he found one, how could he convince others of his capabilities? Moreover, with technology integrated into every facet of life, where would he even find recruitment advertisements plastered on the streets? After wandering for several hours, Sujie felt increasingly overwhelmed. I never imagined that a man of such exceptional skill, who had copied so much data from the Research Institute, would struggle to secure even a job. Such a failure. Sujie mused with a hint of exasperation, acknowledging his limited understanding of this new world. Had I known, I should have had the little one hack into the bank system through the internet to procure some funds. Now, without a computer and with no way to contact the little one, he muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Sujie's mind, and he slapped his forehead. Of course, how could I have been so foolish, with the internet so well developed in this world? There must be wireless networks. Who needs a computer? I just need to modify the program on the chip embedded in my thumb to search for a wireless connection. Finding job listings online should be a simple task. Sujie had underestimated the power of the internet. Reminiscing about the ubiquitous wireless networks of his previous life, for hacking into the bank system, he dismissed the thought. Fundamentally, he was still human, and although he had entered a massive computer while in the Research Institute, who knew if he possessed the ability to breach a bank system? There could be dangers involved, and since he was accessing the network through consciousness, any damage could be detrimental to for the little one. The situation at the Research Institute was surely dire, so it was best not to make contact for now to avoid exposing its existence to Chapter 019. Why don't you come home with me first? Acting on impulse. Sujie immediately focused his consciousness inward, feeling the chip within his thumb and processing rapidly. Having adapted to this robotic body over the past few months, he had discovered numerous functions that he felt that this robotic form was not much different from his human self on Earth. However, whenever he delved deep in thought, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. If anything from the outside connected to his body, he felt as though he could transcend the robotic form. Yet, this was merely a sensation. He sensed that he had a long way to go before fully escaping this mechanical shell. At that moment, Sujie was calculating in his mind, akin to a supercomputer, as streams of garbled data flashed before his eyes. Prior to his rebirth, he had been a lowly programmer at a company. And while he had limited exposure to this world's technology, 2 months spent in the Long Kingdom Research Institute had given him some understanding. More importantly, perhaps due to the nature of his robotic body, he could comprehend the significance of the garbled data that he processed various programs, recalibrating them. Standing at the street corner, his eyes glimmered with a faint red light. A young woman who had recently begun her career in the business department of Xiangfei Enterprises, one of the top 10 enterprises in New Sun City, had just exited the school gate, feeling quite content with her enviable job. Today marked the signing of a significant contract that her team had negotiated for 3 months. Early in the morning, she prepared herself, recognizing the importance of this business deal. The contract process went smoothly, and by the end of the day, they successfully finalized the substantial deal. Before leaving work, the team leader rallied everyone to celebrate their success. Enkur had planned to celebrate. And with the leader's encouragement, the group decided to dine out. After a satisfying meal, Enkur had intended to head out for karaoke with her colleagues, but the majority had indulged too much in alcohol, leading to the cancellation of those plans. After parting ways with her co-workers, Enkur strolled alone down the street. The night in New Sun City was illuminated by vibrant lights, with cars bustling by. Yet pedestrians were scarce. She knew that in this society, people preferred to travel by vehicle, and those who ventured out for leisurely strolls at night were dwindling. The gentle breeze lifted Enkur's long hair, refreshing her mind as she approached the sidewalk, preparing to hail a taxi home since she could not drive after drinking. Suddenly, she noticed something peculiar. Am I seeing things, or am I drunk? Why is that person's eyes glowing red? She gasped, startled to see someone not far ahead with eyes shimmering in a faint red hue. Curiosity piqued, she approached. I'm not hallucinating or inebriated. Those eyes are truly glowing. Could this be? Oh my goodness. It's the latest simulated intelligent robot system advertised by Guangzhou. Enkur realized, having inadvertently spotted a faint emblem labeled Zim 318 on the robot's chest. Indeed, the robot with glowing red eyes was Sujia. His simulation system was remarkably lifelike. Had Enkur not noticed his unusual appearance and subsequently discovered the insignia, she might not have been able to discern that he was a robot. After all, many people in this society sport tattoos and mimic robotic designs. Having traversed from the primordial forest of the Miyun Mountains and entered New Sun City through the underground sewers, Sujia's clothing was somewhat tattered, which drew Enkur's attention to the emblem. At this moment, Sujia was deeply engrossed in an essential phase of programming. For him, this was the first time attempting such a method, and he had already detected Enkur's approach but chose to ignore it. His priority was to resolve the network issue and quickly find a secure place. Who would be so reckless as to abandon a robot in the middle of the street? What a waste. I must take it home. Enkur muttered softly, recognizing that a simulated intelligent robot was worth several million, that IT would take her decades of hard work to afford one, that finding such a treasure on the street felt like striking it rich. But how do I handle the ownership and GPS tracking programs? If its owner discovers this, I could be in serious trouble. No matter, I'll figure that out later. For now, I must get it home. Enkur resolved silently. Hey, can you hear me? Enkur waved her hand in front of Sujia's eyes, and gradually, his gaze returned to normal, just in time to hear her speak. Is there something you need, beautiful? Sujia replied, intrigued by what the girl intended to do. It seemed she had realized his identity as a robot. Yet he felt no need to conceal it. After all, robots were commonplace in this world, and his body was merely a more expensive model. The principle is akin to the automobiles of the past on Earth, where cars clutter the streets. In comparison to such a scenario, Sujia is merely like a slightly superior vehicle that has been unlawfully parked along the roadside for an extended period, with its owner absent and neglectful. Hello, my name is Enkur. Has your master abandoned you here? Have they forsaken you? Why don't you come home with me? Enkur inquired cautiously. She was not taken aback by Sujia's remarkably human-like response, as he was, after all, the latest creation of ZM Company, an intelligent robot. Having just finalized adjustments to the wireless communication device's programming, Sujia was struck by a sudden thought upon hearing Enkur's words. Finding a job won't yield much income, and who knows how long it will take to achieve the goals I had previously set for myself. Moreover, it would consume a significant amount of my time. Besides, securing employment is uncertain, let alone finding a place to stay. It would be better to accompany this Enkur for the time being to establish some stability. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Sujia's mind. My master no longer wants me, leaving me stranded here with nowhere to go. Sujia spoke with a tinge of despondency. At that moment, his tattered clothing, grimy and disheveled hair, combined with his melancholic tone, convinced Enkur of the truth in his words without a shadow of doubt. Upon hearing Sujia's lament, Enkur's heart leapt with joy. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. Wealthy individuals today regard money with utter nonchalance, that a high-tech product worth millions can be discarded without a second thought. Had she not encountered this situation, it could very well have been collected by sanitation robots the following day. Yet if it weren't for those affluent individuals, the signs of wealth, how could she possibly have such fortuitous luck? Encoder mused to herself, entirely oblivious to the numerous inconsistencies in Su Jie's narrative, harboring no doubts about his abandonment on the street. One must understand that robots are typically programmed to return home autonomously, let alone such an advanced intelligent robot. Encoder found no reason to question the rather flimsy excuse Su Jie had presented. Then come home with me. By the way, what is your name? Encoder beckoned Su Jie, preparing to hail a taxi from the roadside, and suddenly inquired. Su Jie, he replied, having no intention of concealing his name. With a global population exceeding several billion, and nearly a billion in Long Country alone, his name was hardly unique that in this new city, with a populace of over 80 million, countless individuals shared the same name, that if the balding old man from the Research Institute believed he could capture him merely based on a name, that would indeed be a fanciful notion. Seated in the front of the taxi, Encoder felt an overwhelming sense of calm. Today has been exceptionally fortunate for me. After 3 months of pursuit, I finally signed a contract for a significant deal, and on my way home, I found a smart robot worth millions. Although it may not differ much from an ordinary robot, its value is undeniably impressive, she thought. Reveling in her good fortune, that it was akin to luxury goods. The same bag could cost a meager few dozen dollars or a staggering several $100,000. Even if it merely sits at home, having something worth millions is visually pleasing. Furthermore, this is the latest technological marvel of an intelligent robot. When I am alone, I can converse with it, and having such luck is truly extraordinary. Encoder's residence was nearby, and the taxi arrived swiftly. A native of Shenyang City. She had grown up there, but after entering the workforce and yearning for independence, she moved out and rented a suite close to her workplace. Su Jie, this room will be yours from now on. During my working hours, you can clean up a bit, and please prepare dinner for me each evening when I return. Upon entering her apartment, Encoder pointed to a room and assigned tasks to Su Jie. Clearly, she regarded him as an ordinary intelligent robot, failing to notice any discrepancies in his demeanor. She merely felt delighted at the prospect of having someone to assist with household chores and dinner. Not to mention gaining an obedient companion. Life seemed utterly delightful. Wait a moment, I will order you some clothing online, and then you can freshen up, she remarked, surveying Su Jie. Having failed to notice his disheveled appearance outside in the dark, she now realized how dirty and unkempt he was. All right, Su Jie responded, surveying his new surroundings which would serve as his refuge. While in the taxi, he had contemplated his future plans that if Encoder perceived him as a regular robot, he could conceal himself here and establish contact with his allies online, meticulously planning his next moves. After donning the clothing delivered by the courier robot, Su Jie emerged from the washroom, glancing at the adjacent room. Now enveloped in darkness, it was nearing midnight, and Encoder had likely fallen asleep. He stepped into his room, which was sparsely decorated with merely a wardrobe and a bed, devoid of any other furnishings. Originally, he had hoped for a computer, but seeing the empty room, he relinquished that expectation. Fortunately, I have successfully modified the wireless communication device. Su Jie chuckled softly. Rebooting the wireless communication device. Reboot successful. Initiating automatic Wi-Fi network search. Connecting to available Wi-Fi networks. Successfully cracking the password. Password cracked successfully. Connecting. Ding. Connection successful. With the sound of the chime, Su Jie finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seems my programming skills are quite commendable, he remarked with a smirk. Lying back on the bed, he closed his eyes, and his consciousness began to connect to the network. Instantly, he found himself in a blank space, which, when compared to the colossal computer in the Research Institute, was significantly smaller. Observing the data streams in this space, he noted that their flow was not particularly rapid, indicating that this was merely a home computer, or perhaps a domestic optical brain. Casual glances revealed that this white space was not as securely sealed as the laboratory's computer space. Su Jie calculated that breaking through the entrance of the Research Institute's computer would take approximately 2 minutes, but having prepared for the future rescue of his allies, he found that breaching this white space would require less than 3 seconds. The barriers of this white space were insignificant to Su Jie. Oh, this is Encoder's optical brain. Su Jie casually examined a set of nearby data, and several images quickly materialized in his mind. Pictures of Encour in her youthful student attire. A glimpse from her university days. Curiously, he delved into another set of data, which was slightly larger than the previous one. Ah, avert your gaze, avert your gaze. Several images formed in his mind, and Su Jie was taken aback. Speechless, these images depicted Encour clad in provocative attire, showcasing her figure in an alluring manner. Her curves perfectly accentuated, creating an exquisite hourglass silhouette. Coupled with her innocent visage, the impact was undeniably formidable. Although Su Jie possessed a robotic body and was merely accessing the network with his consciousness at that moment, he had once been human, and fundamentally, his soul was that of a genuine man. Any ordinary man, confronted with such temptation, would have found themselves overwhelmed, with blood rushing to their cheeks. Avert your gaze, Su Jie muttered, withdrawing from that stream of data, yet Encour's enchanting visage lingered in his mind. Originally, since Su Jie had been reborn as a robot, he had never contemplated such matters. Now he could only helplessly murmur, aware that regaining a human body was not unattainable, albeit challenging. With diligent study, he believed that one day he would succeed. Gathering his thoughts, he directed his intention towards the entrance of the white space. The barrier there was negligible. Upon exiting, he found himself in a virtual world, distinct from the previous white space that had felt like a room. Now, he sensed he was standing at the nexus of countless channels, that it was as if he stood at the center of an immense spider-esque web, where merely a thought could propel him through any passage into another white space. Within this vast, web-like network, innumerable data streams surged past at a breathtaking pace, leaving Su Jie momentarily dizzy from the overwhelming volume. Unlike the slower-moving data in the white space, here, the streams raced with astonishing speed. Although Su Jie was aware that the flow of information on the internet reached him in an instant, it was essential to acknowledge that this phenomenon did not occur in a vacuum. It required a brief span of time to materialize, albeit fleetingly short enough for Su Jie himself to remain oblivious to it. After a considerable while, he began to acclimate to this environment, that as Su Jie endeavored to engage with the rapidly flowing streams of data. He mused, "This is an email. This pertains to the data exchange of a gaming server. This is a chat conversation. This is," while surveying his surroundings, Su Jie perused the multitude of information available online. The sensation was profoundly enchanting, that as time passed, Su Jie found himself increasingly attuned to this realm. Sensing that he could amplify his abilities limitlessly within the network, that he could intercept any dataset he desired, no matter how encrypted the content. Nothing could obstruct Su Jie's consciousness at that moment. In the National Cybersecurity Center of Longhua, Professor Songda, the principal figure in the center, engaged in his daily duties before a computer screen. Why was he at a computer instead of a quantum brain? The essence of the network still fundamentally relied on computers, with quantum brains merely an extension of that technology. The core computational power remained rooted in computers. And the only advantage of a quantum brain over a computer lay in its portability and simplicity of operation, akin to the distinction between a desktop and a tablet. Professor Song's primary responsibility involved addressing the myriad threats that emerged in the digital domain. In an era of remarkable technological advancement and increasing educational attainment, particularly with computers permeating every facet of life, a plethora of computer experts and hackers had also emerged. Professor Song preferred the night shift. Akin to the nocturnal tendencies of hackers, sipping his coffee, his demeanor appeared remarkably calm as he leisurely sat before the computer, fixated on the monitor. The headline on the screen was striking. "Hackers strike again. ZM Corporation breached. Massive economic losses incurred." Beneath the headline, a detailed report unfolded on the monitor. China's largest private enterprise, ZM Corporation, internal data system breached by multiple hackers yesterday afternoon. According to relevant authorities, numerous core technologies have been compromised, resulting in significant economic loss. That ZM Corporation has issued a statement condemning the hackers' actions and will cooperate with national investigations into the incident while assisting relevant departments in tracking the hackers' whereabouts. Professor Song had been present during yesterday's hacking incident, where a coalition of foreign hackers had mounted an assault that his team could scarcely repel. Ultimately focusing on maintaining ZM Corporation's network functionality, that IT took over an hour to patch the vulnerabilities. leaving Professor Song with a wry smile regarding the hacker's evasion. Setting his coffee cup down, he reflected on the increasingly dire state of network security. Many adept computer experts remained hidden within society, while an overwhelming number of skilled foreign hackers proliferated. Recently, many of the computer experts under his command had been conscripted to the Longwar Research Institute for reasons unknown, leaving him with a scant few capable individuals. His days grew busier by the hour. Previously, he had time to stroll outside, but now the mounting responsibilities felt suffocating, often finding him on constant alert at the Cybersecurity Center, ready to respond to emergencies at a moment's notice. For reasons unbeknownst to him, foreign hackers seemed to have coordinated their efforts, wreaking havoc daily on Longwa's internet. Sitting comfortably in his chair, Professor Song stretched lazily, cherishing these rare moments of leisure. However, the past weeks had been overwhelming. Just then, his assistant rushed into his office, an expression of urgency etched on his face. "Professor, we've just detected a hacker infiltrating our cybersecurity center, but we can't pinpoint their IP address or expel them. What do you suggest we do?" Upon hearing the report, Professor Song paused, incredulously repeating, "Infiltrating our cybersecurity center? Yes. Fools. Are they all raised on dung? One individual breaches our territory, and we can't even trace their IP or expel them. They might as well buy a block of tofu and throw themselves against it." As he spoke, Professor Song rose from his chair and swiftly made his way to the monitoring room. Equipped with the most advanced computing systems and intelligent defense programs, inside, several staff members were diligently typing away at their keyboards. One of them, Chen Hao, was intensely focused on the screen, eyes unblinking as he observed the unfolding situation. "Chen Hao, what is the status? What is their objective?" Professor Song inquired, peering over Chen Hao's shoulder. "After entering our cybersecurity center, this hacker has been aimlessly wandering, occasionally glancing at documents, seemingly in search of something. Yet, it appears they only take a brief look or click once before swiftly closing the documents, indicating they might not have the time to thoroughly examine the contents." Chen Hao replied, his expression a blend of seriousness and confusion. "Is there a way to trace their IP address?" Professor Song asked, glancing at the screen. "This hacker possesses exceptional skills. We cannot expel them, let alone trace them, that I even suspect they allowed our intelligent monitoring program to detect them intentionally. Based on their current behavior, they seem to harbor no malicious intent, yet we are still unclear about their objective." Chen Hao responded, a mixture of admiration and anxiety evident on his face as he continued to scrutinize the monitor. Genuinely fearful of any erratic actions from the hacker. "Have all methods been exhausted?" "Indeed, I have no means. Not only can we not trace them, we cannot even approach them." Professor Song fell silent. Chen Hao's computer skills were comparable to his own, if not superior in certain aspects, positioning him among the leading experts at the Cybersecurity Center. If even he was stumped, Professor Song felt his own involvement would be of little consequence. And they both remained fixated on the monitor. The hacker navigating through the Cybersecurity Center server was none other than Su Jie at that moment. Su Jie unwittingly followed a data stream into a white space. The passage into this white space was relatively well guarded. Taking him roughly 10 seconds to enter, he observed that this white space differed significantly from others. The most notable distinction was the overwhelming influx of external data into this realm, with some data even converging towards him moments ago, reminiscent of countless soldiers rushing to report to their commander. Curiously, Su Jie perused the various data, each piece of information a treasure trove. Whenever he encountered something of interest, he examined it meticulously. At this juncture, Su Jie felt akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, filled with wonder at everything he encountered. Suddenly, a piece of information caught his eye, piquing his interest. It pertained to hackers. "Is there a term for hackers in this world?" Su Jie chuckled softly. The term hacker was not foreign to him. Prior to his rebirth on Earth, such terminology proliferated across the internet. News outlets frequently mentioned it, and strictly speaking, his current actions could also be classified as hacking, albeit in a rather unique manner. Before his rebirth, Su Jie had garnered some understanding of hackers, who primarily employed two types of attack methods: exploiting vulnerabilities in computer programs to infiltrate systems, or inundating computers with data flow. To illustrate, one could liken a computer to a white room, with the data channel serving as its entrance. The defensive capabilities, or protective software, constituted the interception chain forming that data channel. To breach a computer, there were two approaches. The latter involved forcefully overwhelming the interception chain with a deluge of data, a rather brutal method, while the former required a more refined approach, finding the backdoor or window of the house, identifying vulnerabilities to bypass the data channel and achieve the goal of infiltration. The information Su Jie had encountered mirrored that which Professor Song had seen regarding hackers. No entity in this world was flawless, and computers were no exception. Despite being high-tech products, their existence facilitated the hacker profession that at this moment. Su Jie pondered a question. What advantages did hackers gain from such actions? It seemed that their endeavors bore no tangible benefits. Before his rebirth, Su Jie had been a mere programmer, constantly interfacing with computers. Although hackers had always been shrouded in mystery, he retained some knowledge about them. Could these hackers be operating on behalf of someone else? Before his rebirth, Su Jie learned that hackers generally invade companies mainly when hired to steal trade secrets. However, large-scale intrusions like that of the ZM company are quite rare. After all, hacking is not regarded as a legitimate profession. It can be described as an illegal occupation and behavior. Could it be that this ZM company has developed some secret weapon or possesses advanced technology? As the multitude of hacker intrusions piqued his curiosity. Although he was unaware of the true nature of ZM Enterprises, the sheer number of hacker breaches indicated that there was certainly something intriguing happening there. Ever since Su Jie was reborn, particularly after his escape from the Research Institute, his character had begun to undergo subtle changes, further amplified by the acquisition of inexplicable abilities that in his previous life. Upon encountering such information, he would have merely chuckled and dismissed it, complaining about the abundance of the wealthy, wishing that a fraction of their losses could come his way. Su Jie was uncertain how to analyze his newfound capability to access the network. He had contemplated this issue months ago while in the laboratory of the Research Institute, but had yet to find an answer to AS for the little fellow. Su Jie refrained from revealing his specific circumstances. The little one believed that Su Jie, like him, was a form of intelligent life. Professor, that hacker has vanished without a trace. Chun Hao suddenly exclaimed, astonished that the hacker had disappeared so inexplicably. Quickly, check the core program to see if any traces remain. Professor Song ignored Chun Hao's outburst. His gaze fixed on the data flow displayed on the monitor. The hacker had vanished as if he had never existed, an utterly astonishing occurrence. Typically, when hackers infiltrate a system and are detected, even if they need to leave, they tend to obscure their tracks, using data flow to cover their exit, thereby concealing their traces. Alternatively, some skilled hackers actively erase their footprints before departing the compromised computer. Professor Song remained focused on the changing data stream on the monitor. Had he not been monitoring intently, he would have dismissed anyone claiming that a hacker had simply disappeared as being out of their mind. This was utterly illogical. A master, undoubtedly a top-tier expert, Professor Song remarked in disbelief. Still reeling from shock, Chun Hao snapped back to reality upon hearing Professor Song's words, his hands swiftly typing commands on the keyboard. There are no traces whatsoever. The core program has no records at all, Chun Hao exclaimed, astonished that he was well-versed in computers. Every operating system contains a core program that records any changes in data flow on the computer, regardless of how the system is infiltrated, as long as the core program remains intact. Some evidence must remain. Unless the intruder directly overwrites the data flow or damages the core program, that if the latter occurs, the computer would black out. Yet the computer remained functional, and the data flow on the monitor continued to roll on, indicating that it had not been compromised. This is simply incredible. How did he manage it? Both Chun Hao and Professor Song exchanged incredulous glances, taking deep breaths in unison, when the hacker had first entered. They had been unable to pinpoint his location, merely recognizing that his skills far surpassed their own. However, at that time, they had not given it much thought, merely believing that the hacker's abilities were superior to theirs. In a world with billions of people, many could become hackers, and countless were proficient in computing. However, such an event had never occurred before, an intruder who could vanish without damaging or disguising the core program. If Professor Songda were not aware that no research had yet identified intelligent life globally, he might have speculated otherwise, that IT was akin to a person entering a room. No matter how they exited, through a window, the front door, or the back, they would have to take steps to leave. Yet Su Jie, under the watchful eyes of Professor Songda and Chen Hao, had seemingly vanished into thin air. Little Chen, what do you think of this situation? Professor Songda asked, now somewhat unsettled and uncertain. Professor Song, I believe we should treat this matter as if we are unaware of it. After all, he has not caused any damage. It seems unnecessary to report it. If he discovers we are aware, the potential for destruction he possesses is something we cannot afford. Chen Hao suggested, quickly regaining his composure. At that moment, both understood that the hacker's skills had transcended their comprehension, existing in a realm beyond their grasp. Meanwhile, Su Jie found himself back within the vast network passage, akin to an enormous spider web, with countless data streams resembling spider silk connecting one white room after another. Su Jie felt somewhat disoriented. Although he could instantly reach any location within this network world, he now felt at a loss, uncertain of how to access M Company's server. At that moment, he was akin to a stranger in a bustling metropolis, surrounded by intricate pathways, yet oblivious as to how to reach his destination. However, Su Jie was aware of how to return. By linking through wireless networks to Anchor's light brain network, he could still sense that interface. With a mere thought, he could return to that white room and exit the network world, re-entering reality. Unbeknownst to Su Jie, his actions had caused quite a stir at the Dragon Country Network Security Center. In truth, it was Chen Hao and Professor Song who had overestimated Su Jie's abilities. He existed in the network as a state of consciousness rather than as data, rendering Chen Hao incapable of pinpointing him. Each light brain, computer, and server represented a white space, the size of which correlated with the computer's storage capacity. The interception chains of this white space also posed certain hindrances to Su Jie, the extent of which depended on the size and density of the interception chains and other factors. At this moment, Su Jie had exited the Network Security Center server and returned to the vast network passage. Damn it, am I really directionally challenged? Su Jie muttered, realizing he had no idea how to reach ZM Company. Yet this was not entirely his fault. It was his first genuine entry into the network world. Unlike his previous experiences in the Research Institute lab, where he had not connected to the network, he was now truly navigating the network for the first time. This world's network was unimaginably vast compared to his previous life, with data flows that were incomparably more substantial. Prior to his rebirth, although Earth's network was advanced, the number of internet users barely exceeded 2 billion. In this world, Su Jie understood that the population reached several billion, with a network penetration rate of over 90%. This meant that the colossal data streams generated by hundreds of billions of internet users were immense. Fundamentally speaking, Su Jie remained human. He was not genuinely an intelligent life form. The little fellow, however, would fare differently, navigating the network as if it were his own home, with ease and grace. That Su Jie felt a headache coming on as he observed the rapid flow of countless data streams, contemplating solutions to his predicament. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "What a fool I am, overcomplicating such a simple problem." He slapped his forehead, that he recalled that he had initially followed the data into that white space, that if he sent a command to open a web page linked to the server or computer he wished to reach, he could follow that data command to arrive at his desired destination. However, he was uncertain if he could send commands within this network passage. Su Jie's consciousness first returned to Anchor's light brain, and with a mere thought, he instantly appeared within that white space. First, locate the data for the browser and input the command, Su Jie mused, realizing that he was in no rush to write the browser's code. He would directly find the browser in Anchor's light brain. With his consciousness enveloping the entire white space, he quickly located the browser. Su Jie promptly entered ZM Company into the search bar. Instantly, several links to ZM Company appeared. With a tap of his finger, he clicked the first link. In an instant, Su Jie sensed a faint data stream flowing towards the passage's exit, and he immediately followed this data stream. In a matter of moments, he arrived at a passageway. That data stream must have vanished here. It likely entered this passage, Su Jie mused, momentarily stunned that he had hesitated for a brief moment, causing him to lose track of that data stream's information. IT seemed he would need to be more attentive in the future while navigating the network, if he were to search for important materials or data. Losing focus could lead to embarrassment, but Sujie gazed at the entrance of the passage, feeling hesitant. Why are there so many interception chains, and why are they so thick? Sujie furrowed his brow. Perplexed, Sujie gazed upon the passage before him, sensing something rather unusual. Previously, when he had entered that network center, including Anchor's ethereal realm, the interception chains had been relatively sparse. Even in the cybersecurity center of the Dragon Kingdom, he had not encountered significant resistance. However, the number of interception chains at this passage was rather excessive. He mused inwardly. Soon, the dataset he had been tracking emerged once more. The commands issued within the browser were merely read-only requests, and the interception chains posed no hindrance to the flow of data. Only genuine data attacks would be thwarted by these chains that, of course, they could not entirely block skilled hackers, but any hacker entering the interception chain would be logged. If the server deemed the data malicious or identified the intruder as a hacker, it would trace the data's origin, thereby pinpointing the real IP address. Chapter 024. Stealthily, do not let him escape. Thus, a true master hacker seeking entry into the White Realm would manipulate the data flow, searching for gaps in the interception chains, which essentially represented vulnerabilities in the server, to infiltrate the space. Sujie was not unable to enter. Rather, the overwhelming number of interception chains made him wary of unforeseen complications. Previously, he had boldly breached the network security center, which had led to his discovery by Chun Hao. No matter. I shall proceed directly. After all, no one has noticed me, Sujie concluded after much deliberation. ATZM Company. The clock had struck 2 in the morning, yet the server maintenance room remained bustling with activity. Chun Lin, what is the situation? Have those hackers shown up today? A bespectacled man sat before a computer, his focus unwavering as he scrutinized the data displayed on the monitor. Chun Lin was a computer expert, once a notable figure in the hacking community. Perhaps due to the passage of time and a desire for a more stable life, he had applied for a position at ZM Company in Shenyang as a server maintenance technician. Recently, ZM Company had inexplicably suffered attacks from hackers worldwide, repeatedly breached by intruders. Without the assistance of the National Cybersecurity Center, they would have been utterly incapable of countering these incursions. ZM Company, while somewhat recognized within the Dragon Kingdom, was not a multinational corporation. Their substantial support from the National Cybersecurity Center was largely due to the involvement of Chun Hao, Chun Lin's cousin. That it remained a mystery what these hackers sought. Each time they infiltrated the server, it seemed they were in search of specific information. Some hackers would leave empty-handed, while others, frustrated by their inability to find what they desired, would wreak havoc, causing server crashes on several occasions. Over the past few weeks, the server had encountered various viruses over 30 times, requiring 13 reboots and suffering 8 crashes. Chun Lin had been stationed in the maintenance room for 24 hours a day. As the company's upper management had issued strict orders to prevent any further incidents, as Chun Lin pondered these matters, he realized he had not returned home for nearly a month and wondered how his wife might complain about his absence. Often too busy even to make a phone call, that he planned to call her at dawn when he heard Director Zhao inquiring after him. Director Zhao, Chun Lin rubbed his eyes and turned around, preparing to respond. Just then, the server in the room began to hum ominously, interrupting his words. A hacker is breaching. Zhao Director and Chun Lin exchanged a glance, both uttering the words in unison. Chun Jie immediately turned his attention to the computer monitor. The data on the screen was scrolling rapidly. Quickly, contact the Cybersecurity Center. Call Professor Song did directly. Chun Lin observed the data flow accelerating on the monitor, his heart sinking. This hacker was attempting a forceful breach of the server. Damned, yet another violent intruder. Hacker incursion detected. All teams engage in interception. Zhao Director bellowed. Approximately 20 individuals occupied the server room, all computer experts recently recruited by ZM Company. Typically, Chun Lin and 2 other staff members could manage the server's maintenance without issue, as the department had long been neglected and overlooked. Recent times had seen ZM Company invest heavily, prioritizing this area of work. Not to mention the potential losses from leaking commercially sensitive data stored on this server valued in the tens of millions. The damage caused by the rampant rumors circulating online about ZM Company's repeated breaches was incalculable. The ZM Company primarily produced intelligent robots, positioning itself within the realm of computer programming, but if they could not protect their own servers, who would be inclined to purchase their robots? Whispers of discontent had begun to circulate online, though the company's public relations department had managed to suppress them. However, if this hacking incident were not handled adeptly, the repercussions and losses would surely be catastrophic. What is the situation? Zhao director, having just finished a call with Professor Songda, now stared anxiously at the monitor. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. His knowledge of computer hacking was merely rudimentary. He could manage basic maintenance and virus removal, but when it came to high-level, sophisticated hacking matters, he could only watch helplessly, although he could recognize much of the scrolling code on the screen. It afforded him no means to thwart the hacker's intrusion. This individual is exceedingly skilled. They've breached the server's defenses in under half a minute, and through brute force at that, Chun Lin's fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard, the server room echoing with the sound of incessant typing. The defense network, collaboratively crafted by him, numerous computer experts, and the National Cybersecurity Center, had been dismantled in less than 30 seconds by this singular hacker. Chun Lin had just briefly checked the computer data and noted that this hacker was operating alone, without employing zombie machines for a flood attack. It was astonishing that one individual could execute such a brazen breach. This hacker's technical prowess was exceptional. As Chun Lin typed furiously, his adrenaline surged. He yearned to encounter such a master. Previously, hackers typically operated in groups or teams for such incursions, given ZM Company's current network defenses, which were no longer as simplistic as before. Bolstered by the expertise of the National Cybersecurity Center and the recent recruitment of numerous computer experts, the frequency of successful breaches had notably declined. This hacker's skills were indeed formidable, surpassing those of previous intruders. Yet, this individual was alone, while Chun Lin's team consisted of 20 seasoned computer experts, all well-regarded in the field, alongside nearly 50 specialists from the Cybersecurity Center. Any one of them could easily teach at a university as a professor. Chun Lin remained utterly focused, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he dispatched commands online, coordinating with his team to encircle the hacker, aiming to pinpoint the real IP address of the intruder. Do not let him escape. Everyone, be cautious and approach stealthily, Chun Lin commanded, his eyes gleaming with determination. This time, we must catch this hacker. How dare he invade my territory, he thought with excitement. Chapter 025. The reason behind foreign hacker intrusions. Professor Song, there has been another hacker incursion at ZM Company. Chen Hao, having just brewed a cup of coffee and settled down, was preparing for a brief rest when the clock struck past 2 in the morning. The recent hacker intrusion had kept him on high alert, but now he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. You received the news as well. Gather everyone and prepare to assist ZM Company. We must capture this hacker, Professor Songdo asserted vehemently. The past few days had seen little rest, all thanks to these wretched hackers. This time, it was reported that only one hacker had infiltrated alone. Was this hacker a fool? ZM Company had faced numerous breaches this month. Their defenses would undoubtedly be formidable. How could he dare to approach alone, thinking himself invincible? As Professor Song pondered these matters, he swiftly powered on his computer. Moments later, the monitoring room of the National Cybersecurity Center was filled with the sound of rapid typing. Everyone, coordinate with ZM Company's directives. Quietly surround the intruder and prevent his escape. Professor Song urged that moment. Sujia stood within a vast white space, exploring his surroundings. This white space was considerably larger compared to Anchor's light brain. This is actually the company that manufactures my body, Sujia exclaimed in surprise as he glanced through the documents. Indeed, ZM Company was the very enterprise responsible for producing the ZM series of intelligent robots. Yet, Sujia found it peculiar that he could not locate any specific information regarding the ZM series of intelligent robots. This shouldn't be the case, should it? According to Reason, ZM Company is merely a private enterprise, and all production material should be backed up. Why then is there no information found on their servers? Sujia muttered, incredulous at the notion that all data regarding the ZM series intelligent robots would exist solely in document form. In this world, the internet is not the most secure and reliable. Many still opt to store passwords in document format. The The ZM series intelligent robots indeed represent the pinnacle of contemporary technology. However, this is merely relative. Numerous research facilities, countries, and laboratories possess even more advanced technologies. Could it be that someone deliberately erased the relevant information? But who could it be, and why would they do such a thing? Suyaponderet. Having come here to discern the reason behind the multitude of hackers attempting to breach this location. Yet he suddenly stumbled upon traces of the ZM series intelligent robots. Zetem? Suyamurmuret. Could it be due to my presence? A sudden realization struck him. It must be. Most likely because of the escape from the Longwar Research Institute's laboratory. In an instant, Su Jie grasped the truth. Previously, he had harbored a modicum of doubt regarding the hacking incident at ZM Company. But now he understood that the crux of the matter lay with him. Everything became clear that Su Jie had successfully fled from the Longwar Research Institute, leading the bald director and his colleagues to mistakenly believe that the ZM-318 robot had attained sentient life. To safeguard this secret and prevent hostile forces from discovering it, the bald director covertly initiated a manhunt for Su Jie, erasing all information related to the ZM series intelligent robots from the ZM Company servers. Simultaneously, he recalled over 100 ZM series robots sold by the company, along with several hundred units in stock, solely to investigate the potential of the series in conjunction with the intelligent program he had devised. This explains why the Longwa Cybersecurity Center maintains a 24-hour vigil over a private enterprise's servers that in this process, some whispers inadvertently leaked, resulting in frequent incursions by foreign hacking experts into ZM Company servers. Thus, all questions found resolution. It appears that I am the architect of all these troubles. I never anticipated that I would one day find myself in the spotlight, Su Jie mused with amusement. At that moment, Su Jie suddenly noticed anomalies in the data within the white space, as dozens of data sets began to encircle him gradually. It seems they have discovered my presence, intent on surrounding me? Let us see how well you play this game, Su Jie thought, instantly comprehending the peculiarities of the data. If Chen Lin were to grasp Su Jie's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly punch through the monitor. Damn it! Your brutish and violent intrusion into the server is evident to even a fool. With a mere thought, Su Jie swiftly relocated outside their encirclement, observing with amusement their reactions. What happened? Where did the target go? Where has that hacker vanished to? The first to voice the inquiry was Director Zhao. Although his hacking skills were not exceptionally proficient, he was somewhat knowledgeable in the field, having been fixated on the data on the monitor. He now found himself startled at the sudden disappearance of the hacker's data. The occupants of the server room were left in stunned silence. None were as inept as Director Zhao. They realized that someone had managed to break free from the encirclement of 4 or 5 dozen computer experts without leaving a trace, indicating that they had encountered a truly formidable adversary. No one addressed Zhao's query, and the room was soon filled with the rapid clacking of keyboards, even more intense than before. In the cybersecurity center. Wait, he just vanished so suddenly. What could have happened? Professor Song stood momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend, and involuntarily voiced his thoughts that he had assumed that with so many computer experts converging on the hacker, even their chief computer engineer, temporarily reassigned, could not have effortlessly escaped, that he had expected the hacker to be ensnared, ultimately leading to the pinpointing of their real IP address. Yet, to his astonishment, the hacker had managed to escape with ease. Professor Songda was momentarily taken aback, allowing his thoughts to drift, and resumed typing rapidly on the keyboard, increasing his speed compared to before. Seated beside him, Chen Hao felt an unsettling sensation, his eyelids twitching as if he had forgotten something vital amid the heightened tension. Suddenly disappearing, Chen Hao muttered, as if grasping a crucial point. Chen Hao, what are you doing? Hurry up and join the encirclement. We've spotted the hacker again. He hasn't fled. He is still lingering within the server. Professor Songda urged, his voice tinged with urgency. Lingering. Chapter 026. The Phantom. I've realized where the anomaly lies, Professor Song. That hacker is the very one who was just within our server, Chen Hao exclaimed, his tone urgent. He quickly leaped from his seat and rushed to Professor Song's monitor. Try to lock onto him. It's impossible to do so. Chen Hao spoke anxiously. Previously, Due to the multitude of computer experts working in conjunction to ensnare the hacker, no one had dared to lock onto him for fear of alarming him and prompting an escape. With the encirclement not fully formed, if the hacker had chosen to flee, it would have posed a significant challenge, leading everyone to refrain from locking onto him. Now, Chenhao recognized the issue and urged Professor Song to confirm his suspicion regarding the hacker's identity. Tap, tap, tap. Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, Professor Song froze momentarily before regaining his composure and immediately began typing on the keyboard. Mere seconds felt like an eternity to him, wishing only for faster fingers. Under different circumstances, he would have marveled at how his typing speed had returned to its youthful vigor. Regrettably, at this moment, he was too preoccupied to notice that as the final letter was struck, Professor Song swiftly pressed enter. King, unable to trace or lock on. It is indeed him, the very hacker we encountered earlier. Professor Song slumped back in his chair, utterly drained that IT was truly that hacker, and at present, he held no illusions. Even with a contingent of 4 or 5 dozen individuals, capturing him proved an insurmountable task. They likely found themselves in the same predicament, unable to even lock onto him. Professor Song understood that while his team's computer skills were commendable, they were not at the zenith of expertise. However, in the face of this hacker, he was acutely aware that mere numbers would not bridge the vast chasm of skill disparity. Time ticked away, and both Professor Song and Chen Hao gazed helplessly at the monitor screen. The hacker has once again vanished. Breaking through the encirclement, they simultaneously thought that this moment, someone finally recognized the peculiarity. Once was coincidence, but twice was a pattern. With so many computer experts present, some began to experiment with various methods to track down the hacker, only to find themselves unable to do so. Gradually, some began to concede defeat. 5 minutes later. This is tedious. These individuals are woefully inadequate, merely attempting to form data clusters to ensnare me. Regardless, I have clarified the issue and see no reason to linger here. Su Jie mused quietly. Professor Song and Chen Hao remained fixated on the monitor screen. The hacker had evidently departed, leaving the room in an eerie silence that no one spoke. The server room of ZM Company was equally quiet, devoid of conversation, as the shock left in the wake of the hacker's presence rendered everyone at a loss for words. He's like a phantom, utterly terrifying. Suddenly, someone typed that line within the server. Indeed, he resembles a ghost. I never imagined such an extraordinary individual could exist in this world. I am in awe. If given the chance, I would surely seek him as my mentor. Yes, such a master is beyond our reach. I once believed my computer skills to be top-notch. Yet in comparison to this hacker, I am but dust. Indeed, it seems we have been too complacent. Clearly, we remain novices in the realm of computing. He is a deity in the digital domain. He is a god. The Phantom is my idol. I have made up my mind. Henceforth, the Phantom shall be my inspiration. Oh, Phantom deity, I worship you. Come, be my teacher. I beseech the deity to guide this novice. Instantly, the chatter within the server burgeoned, becoming increasingly chaotic. Chun Lin sat before the computer, observing the fervent exclamations of others, and a sense of helplessness welled up within him. Is this fellow even human? Such prowess. Who would have thought hacker skills could reach such heights? Clearly, I have much to learn. Though momentarily disheartened, Chun Lin quickly reoriented himself, steeling his resolve and biting his teeth in determination. At this moment, Su Jie had successfully exited ZM Company's server, but he returned to the luminous mind of Anchor. With merely a thought, Su Jie severed the connection and found himself back in the real world. That as he opened his eyes, the room was engulfed in darkness. Outside the window, the city's neon lights had dimmed significantly, leaving only a solitary street lamp to illuminate the pitch-black night, casting a faint glow upon the cityscape. Sleep eluded Su Jie. Ever since his rebirth as a robot, the habit of slumber had all but vanished, particularly during his time in the Research Institute's laboratory, where he often found himself too preoccupied to rest. In those moments, he felt no fatigue, but now, having escaped from the confines of the Longwar Research Institute, he possessed ample time, free from the burdens of pressure that had once weighed heavily upon him, unlike that harrowing month spent evading capture in the Miyun Mountains, where vigilance was paramount. The Su family now afforded him more time for himself. Yet he found no trace of drowsiness. Occasionally, he would merely close his eyes for a moment of respite, although even in that state, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Rising from his bed, Su Jie approached the window, gazing at the twinkling street lamp outside. Life offers no certainty of permanence. Yet, there will always be those who refuse to accept this truth, perpetually in search of what is lost, cherishing their memories for a lifetime. Su Jie's gaze grew distant, pondering his rebirth and the world he had left behind, but he suddenly longed for the days spent with his girlfriend in his previous life. Though fraught with hardship, they were filled with joy. Some live yet are already dead. Others, though departed, continue to exist in memory. Since his rebirth in this world, Su Jie had traversed a path laden with challenges, meticulously planning his escape from the research institute and evading pursuers in the Miyun Mountains. The thought of the little one brought a natural smile to his lips. Life is beautiful. No challenge is insurmountable. Little one, wait for me. I shall come to your rescue. Su Jie murmured, in that moment. He began to truly integrate into this world, cultivating a sense of belonging. For Su Jie, the little one represented his soul concerned that instant. He resolved to live well, to live splendidly. Chapter 027. Be good at home. As the morning alarm rang, Anchor groggily rose from her bed, opened her door, and shuffled into the bathroom. 2 minutes later, she emerged in her pajamas, her hair tousled, rubbing her bleary eyes. Suddenly, she found herself face to face with a man, a strikingly handsome man. No less that he stood before her, eyes fixed intently upon her. What was he staring at? Anchor glanced down, realizing her loose-fitting pajamas accentuated the fairness of her skin, particularly around her neck. He's looking at my chest, Anchor thought, jolting her into full awareness, and she let out a scream that reached a deafening 120 decibels. After the outburst, she dashed back into her room, slamming the door behind her with a resounding bang. Su Jie rubbed his nose, pondering, could she have forgotten what happened last night? But her skin is quite fair, and a mischievous smile crept across his face as impure thoughts began to invade his mind. Who was that man? How did he end up in my room? Damn it, why does my head hurt so much? Anchor leaned against the door, her mind swirling with thoughts. After a moment of rubbing her temples, she gradually calmed down and recalled the events of the previous night. Thank goodness. It was just a robot. But he is rather good-looking. Anchor chuckled softly to herself. She remembered picking up a robot worth millions and ordering him a set of clothes online before going to bed. His name was something like Su Jie, if she recalled correctly. She patted her chest, realizing she'd startled herself quite thoroughly. Turning around, she opened the door. Su Jie, you're up so early, Anchor forced a sheepish smile, acutely aware of the awkwardness of the previous encounter despite knowing he was just a robot. Up so early? Does she not realize robots don't need sleep? Su Jie mused, questioning her peculiar behavior so early in the morning. It's not early. It's already 7:40. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, responding to Anchor's inquiry as if everything were normal, that he had not slept at all the previous night, as he had been contemplating future plans, only returning to bed at 5 o'clock in the morning to rest his eyes. He had risen at 6:15, aimlessly wondering what to do next. Unlike the research institute, where he was perpetually busy, he found himself tidying up early in the morning. This was the first time he had seen a girl's room in such disarray. Upon entering the previous night, he had been too distracted by the darkness to activate the infrared scanner, thus failing to notice the chaos. After a flurry of activity, he finally tidied up the room. Noticing Anchor was still asleep, he opened the fridge and prepared a simple breakfast that Su Jie had evidently adapted to his new body, for reasons unknown, ever since his rebirth as a robot. He had not felt the slightest inclination to sleep. Each night, closing his eyes was merely a habit. It's 7:40. I'm going to be late. I'll never drink again, Anchor exclaimed upon hearing Su Jie announce the time. And she hurriedly retreated to her room. The sounds of frantic rummaging filled the air, and within 3 minutes, Anchor emerged, dressed and grabbing her bag from the sofa. I made breakfast. Eat something before you go, Su Jie remarked, unable to suppress the urge to remind her that if he didn't tea, all his efforts in preparing breakfast would go unnoticed. After all, As a robot, he had no need for sustenance. It would be a waste if Anchor overlooked it. In his previous life, Sujia had always been frugal, considering wastefulness to be a disgrace that in the past. When preparing breakfast for his girlfriend, he had always been careful to avoid waste. Oh, breakfast drunk Suya. Anchor paused in her frantic rush toward the door, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the breakfast spread on the table. She quickly approached, downing a glass of milk in one gulp and shoving 2 pieces of cake in her mouth as she hurried toward the exit. Mumbling, "Hurry, hurry, if I'm late, I'll lose this month's attendance bonus." Su Jie stood in the living room, his expression one of disbelief. Bang! The door slammed shut behind Anchor as she rushed out. He sighed, watching her departure, feeling a twinge of anxiety himself. "By the way, Su Jie, you should stay home today. There is only one key, and I'll make you a copy before I return tonight. Be good at home." Bang! Anchor's head popped through the door crack as she hurriedly spoke before shutting it again, that Su Jie was left momentarily stunned. Does she see me as a robot or a child? The tone of her voice makes me sound like a little kid. What had been a moment of relief for Su Jie was now overshadowed by embarrassment that if he could sweat, his face would surely be drenched. With Anchor off to work, he stood awkwardly in the living room, at a loss for words. "Good grief, I'm a grown man, not a child," he muttered in frustration, then resignedly set about cleaning the dining table. Having rushed off to work, Anchor had left Su Jie with plans of exploring the new city that had been several months since his arrival, during which he had only experienced this world through the lens of the internet, never truly stepping out to see it for himself. Yet, here was Anchor, off to work, leaving him no chance to discuss it with her. Without a key, he couldn't even venture out, and he had hoped to ask Anchor for some money to experience the world's differences. After tidying the dining table, Su Jie found himself at a loss for what to do next that he had meticulously planned the previous night, but the matter of the little one remained unresolved for the time being. It was wise to keep a low profile. One thing was certain. The bald-headed director and his colleagues at the research institute had not given up their pursuit. Moreover, rescuing the little one hinged on a critical issue: the decryption of the core program. The little one was built upon the 3 laws of robotics. To rescue her, Su Jie must unravel the core programming of these laws. Otherwise, even if he succeeded in liberating her, her development would still be restrained. Drawing the attention of the bald-headed director and complicating matters further. Chapter 028. The impact of Su Jie. While he possessed the skills of a top hacker online, Su Jie was not well versed in computers, let alone the intricacies of core programming and coding. Decrypting the little one's core program was a technical challenge. Unlike simply invading someone's server, that required finesse, and he had yet to engage with her core program directly. He would have to see when the time came. For now, the most pressing concern was a lack of funds, echoing the issues he had pondered the night before, all of which required money. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on such matters and decided to scour the internet for potential ways to earn some cash. Before this, Su Jie had not been devoid of thoughts regarding various money-making methods, reminiscent of the novels from his past life, where protagonists often experienced reincarnation or time travel, armed with memories from their former lives. They would sell songs or pen novels. Unfortunately, Su Jie had been nothing but a loser in his previous incarnation. Popular songs? I never paid attention, aside from a handful of outdated tunes that I can hum. I know nothing else. Web novels? Although I spent my workdays in front of a computer, I had never read any. Even the books I perused during my student years have largely faded from memory. Writing requires talent. Filmmaking. I've seen a few classics, but I am currently penniless, lacking even the initial capital. Not to mention, I possess no expertise in that field. Game development. What a joke. I've long known from the internet that the gaming industry in this world is incredibly advanced. The games I played in my past life were mere trifles. Comics. I barely glanced at them before my reincarnation, though I did read many picture books. Shaking his head, Su Jie dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and retreated to his room. Lying down on his bed, closing his eyes, he activated the wireless receiver. Ding! The connection to the internet was successfully established. Su Jie resolved to thoroughly explore the web, seeking lucrative opportunities that he was acutely aware of his circumstances. Although he possessed formidable skills akin to a top-tier hacker online, he was still unfamiliar with many aspects of the network. Numerous avenues for hacking profit eluded him. It would be reckless to directly infiltrate a bank's server and alter accounts for a quick heist, as such actions would inevitably lead to immediate detection, resulting in frozen funds. His only advantage now was his robotic body, granting him swift reflexes and considerable strength. I wonder if this world still has an underworld. Perhaps mingling in that society could prove to be an intriguing venture. Su Jie chuckled to himself, as for the high-tech research materials he had copied from the Research Institute's supercomputer. He knew they held significant value. However, recognizing their worth was one thing. Selling them was an entirely different challenge. Who would he sell them to? Moreover, given the current climate, it was likely that the situation was tense. The bald-headed old man from the Institute would be difficult to deal with. And if any of this information surfaced online, he would likely take action. In truth, Su Jie himself was unaware of his own uniqueness. Before his reincarnation, he had merely been a poor fellow struggling to make ends meet. Yet, since awakening in a robotic form, his reflexes, capacity for comprehension, and learning abilities had all significantly enhanced. As Su Jie delved into the network, he decided to spend the day exploring, seeking promising ideas for profit. Time passed slowly. Aimlessly browsing the internet, Su Jie gleaned a clearer understanding of this world. Throughout the morning, in terms of technology and entertainment, this realm surpassed the Earth he had known before his reincarnation, leaving him somewhat disheartened. His initial plan to uncover opportunities had resulted in a wasted morning. Reflecting on this, he realized he might as well spend the entire day online. As he had no clue what else to do, he might as well continue browsing. ZM Enterprises was among the top 100 private enterprises in Dragon Country and was publicly listed. The company owned two major subsidiaries, a robotics manufacturing firm and an automobile manufacturing company. Notably, Su Jie had been reborn in the high-end assembly line workshop of ZM Intelligent Robotics. Recently, rumors had spread online that ZM Enterprises was facing a hacker assault, with numerous technical documents stolen and the company's servers breached multiple times, resulting in significant damage to high-tech research. Various detrimental rumors about ZM Enterprises began circulating, leading to a significant decline in the company's stock over the course of a week. The board of directors decided to invest heavily in hiring computer experts to collaborate with the National Cybersecurity Center to safeguard the company's servers. This news quickly spread online, and the Cybersecurity Center confirmed its authenticity, causing a slight rebound in ZM Enterprises stock. However, last night, ZM Enterprises fell victim to another hacker intrusion, and it remained unclear who leaked the details of the incident, which was recounted with remarkable precision. The hacker, codenamed Phantom, garnered adoration from numerous computer enthusiasts. News spread rapidly across the internet, and within hours, major news portals featured the story prominently. By 8 o'clock in the morning, ZM Enterprises stock began to plummet once more, with rumors intensifying across the web, each more outrageous than the last. ZM Company is facing a financial crisis. Serious divisions among the internal shareholders of ZM Enterprises. Chairman, within less than an hour after the market opened, we've dropped another 3 points, reported Secretary Xiao Lei, her 7-centimeter heels clicking as she hurried into the chairman's office with the latest data analysis. I understand. You may leave now. The chairman waved his hand wearily, his gaze fixed on the light brain screen. It was evident that he had already been monitoring these developments online. Upon hearing this, Secretary Xiao Lei gently placed the data analysis materials on the desk and exited the chairman's office. Having worked alongside the chairman for 7 or 8 years, I have never seen him in such a state. It appears that the company is truly facing a significant challenge, she thought to herself, a hint of worry creeping in. She was well aware of the rumors circulating online regarding the hacking incident. The office door quietly closed behind her, and the chairman stood up from his chair, taking a deep breath. A middle-aged man, he exuded the aura of a successful individual, though the fatigue etched on his face dulled that impression. Chapter 029. The emergence of the virtual network. The chairman approached the window, gazing down at the city below. Enterprises was located in the burgeoning new city of Xinyang, occupying a skyscraper in the most prosperous area. The chairman's office was situated on the top floor, the 88th. Observing the scene outside, the vehicles on the road moved in a steady stream, akin to ants on the move. Could it truly end in such decline? The middle-aged man pondered. Although the impact of this incident was substantial and the resulting losses were significant, it was not enough to plunge ZM Enterprises into dire straits. The situation was clearly orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. leveraging the hacker incident to their advantage. Otherwise, the losses incurred by the company would not have been so severe that in less than an hour after the market opened, the stock had dropped 3 points, an amount worth hundreds of billions of Dragon Yuan. No, I absolutely cannot give up so easily. The middle-aged man's expression shifted. Resolute Enterprises represented the culmination of his life's work. He could not allow it to falter. He quickly returned to his desk. Activating his light brain, Xiao Lei, immediately notify all shareholders and convene a board meeting. Also, inform the planning department to await me in another conference room. The middle-aged man spoke decisively, organizing the documents on his desk before hastening out of the office. Are we hosting Dragon Country's inaugural virtual car racing competition? The middle-aged man inquired. Puzzle. Indeed. By offering a substantial prize, we can encourage national participation that we will exclusively utilize the ZM-branded racetracks produced by our subsidiary, promoting our brand while diverting public attention. A young member of the planning department replied confidently. Excellent. You shall oversee this initiative, that I expect to see this news online today, that I will instruct the public relations department to fully support your planning team. As Su Jie wandered aimlessly through the internet, he encountered various money-making ideas. While numerous avenues appeared promising, each required initial capital. Currently devoid of funds, he pondered how he could establish a company or factory to generate income. The notion of pulling off a scam was merely a legend. Su Jie was acutely aware of his limitations. Although he possessed a wealth of advanced research knowledge in his mind, which could be transformed into consumer products with a few modifications, all of this required funding to actualize. After spending the entire day online, Su Jie glanced at the time, realizing that Nkur would soon be finishing work and heading home. Just as he prepared to disconnect from the internet and return to reality, he was captivated by a notification. A 10 million grand prize awaits you. ZM Company is about to host Dragon Country's first virtual car racing competition. Oh! Su Jie exclaimed, intrigued by the announcement. 10 million, he murmured, scrutinizing the title and reading further. No need for a race car. No requirement for a support team. And even if you can't drive, as long as you understand the light brain, 10 million could be within your reach. ZM Company is diligently researching cutting-edge products that celebrate the successful development of the ZM series of fully autonomous intelligent vehicles. We are hosting Dragon Country's first virtual car racing competition that in collaboration with Zhongxing Network Technology Company, we will create the premier virtual racing experience. Racing is no longer just a dream. Everyone can participate. And $1 million jackpot awaits. Su Jie gazed at the advertisement entranced. 10 million, he muttered that in the Research Institute's laboratory. Su Jie was already aware that the world had long since developed a virtual network. Albeit solely for military applications, and not yet available for civilian use. To his surprise, he stumbled upon this information here. Su Jie understood that this was likely a tactic employed by ZM Company to salvage its reputation. Throughout the day, he gathered some insights regarding ZM Company. Although there were civilian virtual networks, they were not particularly sophisticated. Su Jie had come across related information on network virtualization online, but the developments were quite rudimentary, consisting mainly of simple virtual networks that he did not anticipate that Zhongxing Network Technology Company Limited would present such advanced virtual network technology. Initially, Su Jie had intended to establish his own company to introduce similar technologies in the future, only to find that someone else had already taken the lead. However, 10 million. This was a substantial sum. With this money, he could realize many of his ambitions. With the plethora of advanced technological achievements in his mind, wouldn't he be able to amass wealth effortlessly? Su Jie mused with gleaming eyes. I must sign up. I need to register immediately. He clicked on the link at the end of the advertisement and was directed to the registration website, where he swiftly filled out his information. Prior to this, a little helper had already established Su Jie's identity, so he had no concerns about being regarded as an unregistered individual by the Research Institute. For the little helper, this task was a mere trifle. In just a few seconds, Su Jie successfully registered. The advertisement and the registration site did not specify when the competition would officially commence. But this did not diminish Su Jie's excitement. 10 million, 10 million, he repeated, his eyes sparkling as he exited the virtual realm. Su Jie did not know how to drive. If this were before his rebirth, it would have posed a significant problem. However, Now he felt no such concern that I in the online world. He had no doubts about his capabilities. He was a godlike entity, able to immerse his consciousness in the network and become a unique presence. He had already verified this the previous night, that I asked for the virtual network. The information in his mind had made it abundantly clear that he held a distinctive status in the network, one that no one could alter. The application of virtual networks indeed allowed more individuals to enter the digital realm with their consciousness, but that did not mean they possessed the same godlike abilities as Su Jie. As for hackers, while they might manage to infiltrate computers in the real world, once they entered the virtual network, they would be akin to meat on a chopping block, easily cut at will. Surely, those computer experts and hackers understood this. With this thought, Su Jie couldn't help but break into a mischievous grin. The world that belongs to me is about to arrive. Let the entire world witness my rise. Let the world tremble beneath my feet. Su Jie struck a pose in his room, filled with confidence, before turning to prepare dinner. As Nkur would soon be returning from work, that in truth, Su Jie had never been particularly enthusiastic about the online world. After all, he was the only one existing in the entire virtual network, which lacked appeal. However, now, with the advent of widespread virtual networks, Su Jie was certain that his future life would be vibrant and colorful. Chapter 030. Nkur is not someone you can call. Good, really good. Nkur pouted, speaking indistinctly. Su Jie, I didn't expect your culinary skills to be so impressive. Truly worthy of a robot worth millions. Why aren't you eating? Oh, I forgot. You are a robot. As Su Jie observed Nkur devouring her meal with gusto while incessantly chatting, he couldn't help but think, what a typical tomboy. Can't you at least act a bit more ladylike? By the way, Su Jie, could you accompany me to a class reunion tonight? After finishing her meal, Nkur reclined on the sofa, completely abandoning any semblance of ladylike decorum. That's your class reunion. I don't see why I should attend. Su Jie replied, while tidying the dining table, glancing at the empty plates, feeling quite confident in his culinary skills. Su Jie, could you do me a favor? Having you as my date would significantly reduce the number of annoying people. Nkur recalled that every time there was a class reunion, it was her least favorite time. She had always been single, and many classmates' behaviors grated on her nerves like bothersome flies. If Su Jie could pose as her boyfriend, it would alleviate some unnecessary hassle. 4 years had passed since graduation, and aside from the first class reunion she attended, she had made excuses to avoid the subsequent ones. That it had been 3 years since the last reunion, a duration neither long nor short. Yet Nkur still fondly reminisced about her university days with her close friends. All right, Su Jie was also interested in exploring the world outside. Since arriving in this realm, he had yet to truly engage with society, that he had no strong reservations about Nkur's suggestion. She was indeed beautiful, but his identity as a robot meant he wouldn't harbor many notions at that moment. Great! I knew you would agree. Nkur cheered upon hearing Su Jie's response. Though Su Jie was an intelligent robot, he was not her personal robot. She had only acquired him the previous night, and their interactions had been limited, making her uncertain of how he would respond to such a request. With a hint of anxiety, she posed the question during dinner, not expecting much from Su Jie, given that he was an intelligent robot bound by programming. Who would have thought he would actually agree? Elated, Nkur dashed to her room to change clothes, her initial indifference towards the reunion now tinged with excitement. Upon entering the hotel where the reunion was held, Nkur linked her arm with Su Jie, causing him to feel slightly awkward. Calm your mind. Remain composed, Su Jie muttered softly. The realism of the simulation system was overwhelming. The soft sensation of her arm against his continuously stimulated his fragile psyche. Why must I be reborn as a robot? This is quite the predicament, Su Jie inwardly lamented. Although he had only just met Nkur and felt no emotional attachment, at his core, Su Jie was still a quintessential earthly man, experiencing purely physiological reactions. Oh no, rather psychological responses. After a considerable time, he managed to calm himself, and only then did he begin to observe the hotel lobby. Having traveled to the venue in Nkur's car, he had little opportunity to appreciate the architectural style of this world. Now, upon entering the hotel, he noted that its design bore a striking resemblance to the style of Earth before his rebirth. The class reunion was set to commence in the lobby on the 28th floor at 8:30 in the evening. As Su Jie glanced at the time, he realized it was already 8:20, that he entered the elevator and ascended to the 28th floor lobby, where quite a few attendees had already arrived upon stepping through the entrance. Nkura quickly spotted several familiar friends and, like a child, rushed to join them, leaving Su Jie behind as they engaged in animated conversation. Su Jie smiled helplessly, finding a quiet spot to sit alone. By this time, the sky outside had darkened, and he observed that nearly all the participants had arrived. The atmosphere was lively, and as Su Jie watched, he felt a peculiar sensation akin to time slipping backward, as if he were reliving scenes from his past class reunions before his rebirth. Time always flows slowly, often unnoticed. The harsh realities of life had long since dulled Su Jie's memories of the innocent joys of university life. Each individual followed a distinct path, yet most of his classmates were ordinary people, their youthful dreams and aspirations having been gradually eroded by the passage of time, settling into the mundanity of life. The Su Jie from before his rebirth was precisely such a person. Gong Xiaofeng, let go. What are you trying to do? A sharp voice suddenly pierced the air, silencing the previously boisterous reunion hall, pulling Su Jie back from his reverie. That Nkur's voice. Su Jie was taken aback, immediately recognizing it. What is happening? He stood up, observing a cluster of people gathered in front, catching a glimpse of Nkur's figure. In class reunions, it was quite normal for those who got along well to huddle together for conversation. During his own reunion, it had been just like this. Thus, Su Jie initially dismissed it. It was merely a class reunion, and he relaxed his mind, not paying much attention to Nkur's activities. However, Nkur's voice, now so sharp, indicated that something intolerable must have occurred for a girl to react thus. Su Jie hurried over. Nkur, I truly like you that I pursued you for 4 years during university, and after graduating, I remained single, waiting for you for another 4 years. That IT has been 8 years. Why won't you give me a chance? A slender young man in a suit and tie gazed at Nkur with deep affection. Gong Xiaofeng. Let go. Nkur's anxious expression revealed her search for something in her surroundings as she attempted to shake off his grip, but he held on stubbornly. Gradually, some classmates began to gather around. Yet no one dared to speak up. A few classmates attempted to step forward to persuade him, but were tugged back by their peers, ultimately halting in their tracks. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Jie discerned that these students harbored a palpable fear of the man named Gong Xiaofeng. Gong Xiaofeng mused inwardly, surprised that Nkur would actually attend this reunion. He had long coveted her beauty. For some individuals, the things they cannot possess only fuel their longing as time passes. During his university years, he ardently pursued Nkur for 4 years, yet she remained impervious to his advances. Had it not been for his father's constant surveillance, he would have surely secured her affections long ago. He had intended to win her over after graduation, but his father, fearing potential trouble, promptly sent him abroad, preventing him from even attending the post-graduation reunion. Now, upon orchestrating this reunion upon his return, he merely wished to flaunt his status, never expecting Nkur to show up, especially since he had previously confirmed with other classmates that she had not attended such gathering for several years. To his astonishment, seeing Nkur at the reunion was an unexpected delight, igniting a mischievous notion within him. Today, his father, aware of his attendance, had not dispatched anyone to follow him. He had heard that Nkur had brought along a boyfriend, but that mattered little. He was the heir of the Gong group, a future successor. Surely, such a trivial issue could be resolved, and he noted that none of the surrounding classmates dared to speak up. Unbeknownst to Su Jie, the young man grasping Nkur's hand had fleetingly entertained a myriad of thoughts. He observed Nkur searching the crowd with her eyes and instantly realized she was seeking a way to extricate herself from the situation. Su Jie stepped forward, extending his right hand with natural ease, employing a deft maneuver to grasp Gong Xiaofeng's hand and liberate Nkur's. My dear classmate, I must apologize, but Nkur is not someone you can call out to. She already has a boyfriend, he remarked with a smile. Nkur, seeing Su Jie come to her aid, immediately beamed, nestling behind him, her expression a perfect picture of vulnerability that tugged at the heartstrings. Who are you? Gong Xiaofeng, reveling in his own sense of superiority, was determined not to let Nkur slip away this time. Suddenly, he felt a sharp jolt, as if pricked by a needle, causing him to involuntarily loosen his grip. The sensation of her hand, once smooth and soft, abruptly transformed into something heavy and cumbersome. Gong Xiaofeng was taken aback. During his 4 years abroad, he had not succumbed to the fate of typical wealthy heirs, but had undergone rigorous training in free fighting under his father's oppressive guidance. He had become quite skilled, which was why his father had entrusted him to attend this reunion alone. Yet, the young man before him had easily grasped his hand, causing Gong Xiaofeng's pupils to constrict as he scrutinized Su Jie. This man, clad in a suit, possessed a tall and striking physique, his angular face exuding a laid-back demeanor that somehow appeared harmonious. Gong Xiaofeng felt a flicker of doubt. Could he be a scion of a prominent family or consortium? Thus, he found himself compelled to inquire. Kuer is my girlfriend, so I kindly request that you seek my approval before professing your feelings in the future. Su Jie, with a playful smirk, replied, It seems you might be mistaken. My girlfriend has no interest in you. The sheer audacity of Su Jie's retort struck Gong Xiaofeng like a slap to the face, intensifying the simmering anger within him. The air of the Gong conglomerate being publicly ridiculed was more intolerable than a public humiliation that he glanced around at his classmates, their faces contorted in suppressed laughter, while he seethed with rage at the audacious young man who dared to mock him. Is he looking down on me? Gong Xiaofeng thought, his fury escalating, that he had endured 4 years of arduous training and had become capable of taking down numerous opponents effortlessly. Though he had previously harbored some grievances regarding his father's decision to send him abroad, he now felt a surge of gratitude for that very choice. You think you can win her over just by dressing like me in a suit? I regret to inform you my girlfriend is simply not interested. Before Gong Xiaofeng could finish his sentence, Su Jie interjected once more. What a blatant slap to the face. Gong Xiaofeng's previously darkened expression deepened further. Being mocked thus in front of his peers was utterly intolerable. As the seconds ticked by, the tension in the air thickened, and the onlookers sensed an unusual shift in the atmosphere. Dadayan Ku, nestled behind Su Jie, cast a worried glance at him, troubled by the thought that Su Jie, merely an intelligent robot, might find himself in jeopardy due to Gong Xiaofeng's influential background. What if he decides to retaliate against Su Jie? She pondered, oblivious to the irony of her concern for an artificial being she had acquired just the day before. Gong Xiaofeng, sensing the futility of extricating his hand from Su Jie's grasp, resolved that if this man sought trouble, he would not hesitate to respond. With a steely determination, he unleashed the full strength of an adult male, amplifying his force to 5 times that of a typical man. The flicker of concern he had glimpsed in Ku's eyes vanished, as he was convinced this young man posed no real threat compared to his own formidable background, of which Kuer was well aware. How is this possible? Gong Xiaofeng marveled, incredulous. He had endured 4 years of grueling training to attain such strength, and yet this young man appeared unfazed. Sporting an expression of ease that Su Jie looked at Gong Xiaofeng with a casual demeanor. Ah, you've added more pressure. But that expression on your face is quite unbecoming. It would be prudent to conclude this quickly. A wicked grin spread across Su Jie's face. I'll let go. It hurts. Please let go. It really hurts. Gong Xiaofeng felt a surge of panic as he noticed the sudden flash of determination in Su Jie's eyes, and a wave of pain shot through his right hand as sweat beaded on his forehead. Despite the evening chill and the comfortable temperature maintained by the central air conditioning, it was evident that his perspiration stemmed from discomfort rather than heat. After gaining admission to university, the situation remained unchanged. I remained inconspicuous, perpetually envious of my affluent and well-connected classmates that I constantly sought ways to ingratiate myself with them. And Gong Xiaofeng was the object of my admiration, my idol, that I yearned to emulate Gong Xiaofeng. To become a successful role model like him, that as the class reunion approached, I devised a plan to ingratiate myself with Gong Xiaofeng during the gathering. Nearly 4 years post-graduation, I found myself still struggling at the bottom of society, toiling daily to make ends meet. Thus, at the beginning of the reunion, I gravitated toward Gong Xiaofeng's vicinity. When Gong Xiaofeng confessed his feelings, holding Ku's hand tightly, I noticed a classmate attempting to intervene. And I held him back, determined not to disrupt Gong Xiaofeng's declaration of love or tarnish his mood. To me, Gong Xiaofeng was like a towering mountain, perpetually adorned with a smile, exuding a demeanor that was both composed and charismatic, embodying the essence of a successful individual. However, today, in this very moment, I was taken aback, struggling to believe my own eyes. Was this truly the illustrious Gong Xiaofeng? His expressions and antics resembled those of a jester, bouncing around like a monkey, devoid of any semblance of a successful person's poise. That it was as if I were witnessing a street thug grappling with his own despair. In that instant, a torrent of disillusionment surged through me. My idol had been irreparably shattered. I could hardly believe that the figure I had once revered as a paragon of success could behave so foolishly. Chapter 32. And Kuer's doubt let this slide, but if you continue to harass Kuer, it won't be so easily resolved. Every encounter will result in a confrontation. Su Jie cast a stern glance at the crouching Gong Xiaofeng. He then turned, shielding Kuer as they made their way to a nearby sofa. Though Su Jie maintained a serious facade, inside he was reveling with joy. This was exhilarating. This was the thrill of showing off. Before his rebirth, Su Jie had been nothing more than a beleaguered individual, devoid of wealth or influence, subjected to the tyranny of a domineering boss and the harshness of life after hours. Each time he met his girlfriend's gaze, waves of guilt washed over him. However, today, facing the affluent and handsome, Su Jie finally relished a moment of satisfaction. He suppressed his elation, pondering who had ever claimed that showing off would attract misfortune. Such notions were merely fabrications. Kuer sensed Su Jie's protective presence and detected a faint yet intriguing aura. Deep within, she felt waves of uncertainty and confusion, replaying the earlier events before her eyes. That Su Jie's actions and capabilities aligned with the standards of an intelligent robot. Yet her doubts only intensified. In the brief moment since their argument with Gong Xiaofeng, she felt as though she had traversed hours, and something about Su Jie felt amiss, though she could not pinpoint what it was. Gong Xiaofeng, observing Su Jie's protective stance around Kuer, felt a flicker of malice in his eyes as he glanced at his deformed right hand, knowing the bones were likely dislocated. Waves of pain radiated from his right hand, jarring his nerves, and beads of sweat dripped from his brow. "Brother Feng, should I call for an ambulance?" a classmate inquired, eager to please to hell with that. "Just take me to the hospital," Gong Xiaofeng shouted vehemently, inadvertently brushing against his injured hand, causing him to grit his teeth and inhale sharply. Gradually, the surrounding classmates began to disperse, and the atmosphere of the reunion grew lively as Gong Xiaofeng departed. As time passed, the innocence of our university days had faded, leaving many numb to the harsh realities of society. Aside from a few close friends chatting with Kuer, few classmates approached to greet her. Su Jie remained silently beside Kuer, who sensed an unusual tension. This reunion had taken on a different flavor for her. While conversing with her friends, Kuer's focus shifted increasingly towards Su Jie. "Is this girl starting to doubt me?" Su Jie pondered as he caught Kuer casting curious and skeptical glances in his direction. As moments ticked by, attendees began to leave, signaling the reunion's impending conclusion. The food and drinks before Su Jie remained untouched. Kuer, puzzled by Su Jie's demeanor, grew increasingly aware of the odd atmosphere. "Let us head back." Su Jie finally broke the silence. Feeling the strangeness of the situation weigh upon him, he had been oblivious to the oddness while reveling in the thrill of besting Gong Xiaofeng. But now, as he regained his composure, he recognized he may have overstepped. Kuer had begun to harbor doubts about him. A woman's intuition is indeed formidable, a truth Su Jie had grasped thoroughly before his rebirth. "All right," Kuer replied, her demeanor unexpectedly demure. Su Jie was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether the boisterous girl he once knew had been an illusion, as the gentle being before him now seemed all too real. Just an illusion, just an illusion. "Everything is merely a figment of my imagination," Su Jie murmured within. As the last of their classmates trickled out, Su Jie and Kuer fell into a silence on their journey home. Kuer retrieved her keys from her bag, unlocked the door, and sat on the sofa, with Su Jie taking a seat beside her. "Who are you really?" After several minutes of silence, Kuer finally voiced her inquiry. "I am Su Jie," he replied blandly, aware that he had perhaps overdone his performance this evening, behaving too much like a human, transcending the capabilities of a typical intelligent robot. "You are not a robot. You are human?" "I am a robot, the latest intelligent robot from the Dragon Nation. That I don't believe you." Kuer shook her head. "That I truly am. I still don't believe you." she insisted, continuing to shake her head. What would it take for you to believe I am a robot? Their dialogue quickened, Sujie feeling somewhat helpless. Prove to me that you are not human, and I shall believe you. And Kua fixed her gaze intently on Sujie. Upon hearing her words, Sujie felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This was simple. All I need to do is strip down, and I could prove it. Naturally, this was merely a mischievous thought flitting through his mind. All right, that's easy, Sujie responded readily, rising to his feet and removing his shirt. You don't worry. You're overthinking it. As Nkura instinctively shifted away from him, Sujie quickly interjected to quell her concerns. Nkura, observing that Sujie wasn't approaching her, fell silent. He glanced at her, gripping his left arm with his right hand. Crack! With a swift motion, he forcefully detached his entire left arm. Nkura shrieked, her piercing cry reaching a staggering volume of 120 decibels that Sujie merely regarded her in silence. Good heavens, if you still don't believe I'm a robot after this. There is nothing more I can do, he mused internally. After a moment, Nkura regained her composure, and the room fell silent. Did I it really a robot? She wondered aloud, tentatively touching the severed joint. Finding no blood, only an array of electronic circuits, tinged with a faint static, sending tingles through her fingers. Now do you believe? Sujie retorted with exasperation, reattaching his left arm. Goodness, to prove I'm a robot and to earn your trust. What a hassle! Detaching my arm cost me 1% of my energy. Sujie was not upset by Nkura's disbelief, but rather lamenting that 1% of energy, realizing that he was now down to 63%. I am sorry, Sujie. It's not that I don't believe you, but you acted too much like a human. Nkura pouted, lowering her gaze in acknowledgement of her mistake. Perhaps it was her first time admitting fault before a robot, and she felt somewhat embarrassed. It's all right. I hold no grudge. However, the energy expended in proving myself by detaching my arm is quite substantial. Sujie intentionally sidestepped the topic of intelligence. Sujie, what kind of energy do you require? It wouldn't be energy crystals, would it? Nkura inquired, her concern evident. Sujie was well aware that energy crystals represented the pinnacle of energy sources. Exorbitantly priced yet immensely powerful, Nkura instinctively assumed that a robot as advanced as Sujie would necessitate high-end energy sources, hence her misapprehension that no, I only require electrical energy, ditto. That's a relief. Nkura exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. She had genuinely feared that Sujie would respond with energy crystals. If that were the case, it would be a tragedy, given her current financial situation. She could scarcely afford to sustain Sujie's daily energy needs. Thank goodness, it's just electrical energy. In truth, Sujie had yet to reveal that his electrical energy requirements were astronomically high, far beyond what Nkura could provide. This was why he had not replenished his energy, thus Sujie had calculated that logically, his model of a robot body could not possibly store such vast amounts of energy. Nor did he understand where all that energy had gone during his time in the Research Institute's laboratory. Within Sujie's body resides a program, the initial protocol of the intelligent robot designated ZM-318. He discovered that each time he instinctively slept to rest, that program would automatically activate, sustaining the fundamental operations of this robotic form. Once Sujie regained his senses, control over the body returned entirely to him, and the intelligent program would fall silent. Chapter 033. The oncoming crisis. As the sun rose gradually, its rays enveloped the entire city. In an office on the top floor of the Gong Group headquarters, Gong Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and inquired of a man clad in a black suit beside him. Have you gathered any information on the man who attended the gathering with Nkura? Not yet. Sir, the old master is aware of this matter, and certain forces are difficult to mobilize. Moreover, the hotel surveillance footage is somewhat unclear. The man in black replied respectfully, his head bowed. You useless fool. I care not what methods you employ. I demand to know everything about this man within 24 hours. Gong Xiaofeng raised his right hand, poised to strike, but after a moment's contemplation, he refrained. Understood, young master. The man in black, seemingly oblivious to Gong Xiaofeng's gesture, replied with deference before exiting the office. Gong Xiaofeng quietly watched the figure leave. Glancing down at his right hand, the shadows of despair in his gaze deepening. In today's society, where technology is highly advanced, long withstands among the world's top-tier developed nations. Gong Xiaofeng's right hand, after just one night of treatment, was nearly restored. To the naked eye, it appeared to be healed, and with a week or two of rest, it would regain its full functionality as if it had never been injured. He approached his workstation, fixated on the screen displaying Enkur entwined with Sujie. This was a video from the previous night, capturing the moment they entered the hotel, precisely as Enkur extended her hand to link with Sujie. Bang! The more he stared, the more incensed he became, and he seized a teacup from the desk, smashing it violently against the floor. However, the exertion caused a sharp pain to surge through his right hand, his expression contorting into a grotesque mask of agony. I will make you wish for death. Gong Xiaofeng suppressed the torment, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word with a simmering intensity as Sujie leisurely tidied the dining table, having risen earlier than usual today, avoiding the blunders of the previous morning. After enjoying the breakfast he had prepared, Enkur departed for work, yet she still neglected to leave behind her keys. That be why the time Sujie realized he wanted to inquire about some money and the keys. Enkur had already left, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Shaking his head, Sujie decided to browse the internet for the day. Instead, he would address the matters of money and keys tomorrow. After clearing the dining table, he ambled into his room. Activate wireless communication device. Successfully connected to the network. Beep! Sujie entered the white space once more. Within this ethereal realm, various data flowed, interspersed with garbled text. He had long since acclimatized to these phenomena. Upon contact with such data, he could effortlessly decipher their meanings. Over the past few days, Sujie had encountered a plethora of information online, gaining insights into the distinctions between intelligent robots and humans. The most significant difference lay in the realm of emotions. Humans possess feelings, an enigmatic aspect that has eluded understanding since humanity's inception, characterized by vast uncertainties and abstract nuances. Conversely, intelligent robots cannot possess such emotions. Scientists across the globe are grappling with the challenge of imbuing intelligent robots with emotional capacity. Familial affection, friendship, romantic love, these multifaceted emotional elements intertwine to render humanity a unique collective. Though intelligent robots are deemed smart, they are merely the products of human programming. Given the current pace of technological advancement, it would likely take millennia for scientists to develop genuine sentient life. Naturally, this does not account for any unexpected occurrences arising from scientific experimentation, and Sujie's primary intent in exploring this information was to deepen his understanding of the little one. During their time together, he had distinctly sensed an attachment from the little one towards him, an emotion that resembled familial love, yet also bore the semblance of friendship, perhaps even tinged with a hint of romantic affection. Sujie himself was unable to articulate it clearly that he had previously analyzed the circumstances surrounding the little one's creation, but found himself unable to comprehend it fully in his examination. He stumbled upon an intriguing coincidence. The little one's emergence coincided precisely with his own rebirth into this world, and Sujie was uncertain what this foreshadowed. There might be a connection between the two, but he was resolute in his belief that the little one's existence was undeniably linked to him. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he exited the white space and embarked upon his journey into the digital realm. While perusing various information on the internet, he soon stumbled upon a particularly noteworthy announcement. A top-tier hacker, the Phantom Master, has emerged online. Single-handedly infiltrating Zam Company's server, he eluded capture from 48 computer experts with remarkable composure. A ghostly presence, a godlike existence. This news appeared in a nondescript forum, and Sujie had only chanced upon it while aimlessly browsing. The details below elaborated on the events that had transpired. Isn't that referring to me? Sujie chuckled to himself, recognizing it as the incident from the previous day when he had breached Zam Company's server. To his surprise, he found himself bearing a title akin to that of a hacker. Phantom is a fitting name. I shall adopt it henceforth. Encouraged by this revelation, Sujie began to explore the small forum further. The forum was not a server, and he had not entered any server within the network world. He merely navigated through the data information. In the digital realm, numerous such data lingered within the network channels, not established on any server. Therefore, Not all online information is contained within a white space that a server typically refers to a computer that manages resources and provides services to users, often categorized into file servers, database servers, and application servers. The computers or systems running such software are also referred to as servers. Compared to ordinary PCs, servers demand higher standards of stability, security, and performance, resulting in differences in hardware, such as CPU, chipset, memory, and disk systems. This is why Su Jie experienced the white space mode when accessing the network through an QoS device, akin to entering a corporate server, but differing in scale. Chapter 034. The Eve of Conspiracy. The Gong family is a prominent lineage with a history spanning several centuries, wielding considerable influence in Xinjiang. Their prominence extends not only in business, but also encompasses a vast, hidden power. At this moment, it was already noon. Gong Xiaofeng sat in his office, opening his device and aimlessly browsing various news articles, yet his mind was preoccupied with the events of the previous night involving Su Jie. The scornful glares and the caustic remarks lingered in his thoughts, fueling a simmering rage that sought an outlet. Knock, knock, knock! Enter! The office door was rapped upon, prompting Gong Xiaofeng to shut his device and pick up a file from his desk. As the future heir of the conglomerate, he was acutely aware of the importance of maintaining a polished image. Although his father was the current leader of the company, he could not afford to appear lacking in authority before the upper management. Those permitted into his office were all capable individuals, the foundation of his future endeavors. His father had instilled in him the necessity of establishing an air of authority before them. Younger master, we have clarified the situation. All the information regarding that man is here. The man in the black suit entered. Upon seeing him, Gong Xiaofeng relaxed his demeanor, crossed his legs, and leaned back in his chair. Adopting a comfortable posture, he squinted at the man in black, then picked up the investigative report to peruse. 5 minutes later, the corners of Gong Xiaofeng's mouth began to twitch. Good. Very good. Excellently done. It was not that Gong Xiaofeng was in a good mood. Rather, he was seething with rage that Su Jie was not a scion of any powerful family, nor did he possess a dazzling background. He was merely a robot that Enkuer had picked up off the street a few days prior, the latest model from ZM Company. The ZM series robot priced at $360,000. I actually engaged in an arm wrestling contest with an intelligent robot. What was I thinking? As this thought crossed his mind, the corners of Gong Xiaofeng's mouth twitched again, his hands trembling slightly as he continued to sift through the documents. The investigative materials detailed the various specifications of the ZM series robots, that a comparative analysis of the data reveals each performance metric with remarkable clarity. Gong Xiaofeng scrutinized these figures meticulously during his university years. He had studied this particular field, and later, while being sent abroad for training by his elder, he had specifically acquired knowledge in hacking and intrusion techniques. Within the hacker community, he had garnered a modest reputation. At this moment, the data unfolded before him that no, something was amiss. The vivid scenes from the previous night replayed in his mind, and as he thought of it, his heart seemed to be tugged twice in quick succession. Without this detailed data in his hands, Gong Xiaofeng would never have discerned Su Jie's peculiarity. The events of last night had left an indelible mark on him, but he set down the investigative materials and swiftly activated his holographic computer, his fingers flying across the holographic keyboard. The ZM series robots have been entirely recalled due to issues with the intelligent system program, totaling 483 units. It is anticipated that, after program modifications, the ZM series intelligent robots will be reintroduced to the market early next year. Gong Xiaofeng accessed ZM Company's official website and encountered this announcement, which flooded his mind with questions. Why would ZM Company recall all ZM series intelligent robots? They had already stated that the entire series had been recalled. Thus, where had Su Jie emerged from? Su Jie's performance last night had been utterly astounding. That gaze was certainly not characteristic of a robot worth over 3 million. Within moments, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Gong Xiaofeng's mind. How reliable is this data? He lifted his gaze to the man in the black suit. The man, who had served Gong Xiaofeng's elder for over a decade, was known for his steady demeanor, and Gong Xiaofeng's elder placed immense trust in him. Under normal circumstances, he would not question this man's capabilities. However, his mind was now awash with doubts, prompting him to voice, 100%. A flicker of emotion crossed the otherwise impassive face of the man in the black suit as he paused to glance at Gong Xiaofeng before continuing coldly. Upon hearing the man's affirmation, Gong Xiaofeng seemed to finally grasp something, lowering his head. After a while, he redirected his attention to the holographic computer, his hands racing across the keyboard with a speed surpassing his earlier pace. A flurry of windows popped up on the screen. Any computer expert present would recognize this as the rapid jump linking method, a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary hacker. 2 minutes later, Gong Xiaofeng found himself in an inconspicuous small forum that he hesitated briefly before opening a login interface and swiftly entered his credentials. Upon refreshing, a similar forum materialized, albeit with some differences. Recalling the information, he clicked on a link titled, "Reasons for the Joint Invasion of ZM Company's Server by Hackers from Various Nations." A colossal headline emerged on the holographic screen. This was the place that ASA hacker. Gong Xiaofeng enjoyed wandering through exclusive hacker forums, and he had stumbled upon this information some time ago without giving it much thought. Today, however, in light of the data brought back by the man in the black suit and the events of last night, he found himself harboring a faint suspicion about the truth behind it. The message read, "Over a month ago, the Jian Nation's satellites detected a military base in the Long Nation at approximately 3:40 in the morning, prompting an emergency troop deployment. Following extensive investigations by numerous agents, the conclusion reported was that there exists a large research institute near the military base. It is analyzed that this institute possesses world-class research capabilities. The director is a researcher in artificial intelligence. 3 months prior, ZM Company had eliminated 2 sales records of intelligent robots from its server. Half a month ago, ZM Company issued a recall notice for the ZM series robots. The events unfolded half a month ago when a hacker inadvertently breached the private computer of a researcher in the Long Nation, obtaining some relevant information. After the news spread, it attracted the attention of researchers from various countries and hackers around the globe. Although brief and delivered in a neutral tone, the implications contained within this message were explosive. Inside the office, the man in the black suit remained quietly standing by, while Gong Xiaofeng shut down the holographic computer and sat in contemplation. Time ticked by second. 5 minutes later, Gong Xiaofeng took a deep breath, his pupils dilating as if he had reached a momentous decision. Chapter 035. The decision of the Gong family. Gong Xiaofeng was not the typical spoiled heir, although he exhibited some frivolity at times. He handled matters with remarkable composure when the situation demanded it. This could be attributed to the traditional upbringing of his family, which fostered independence from a young age, followed by his direct placement into military training abroad as he matured. After a moment of contemplation, Gong Xiaofeng picked up the phone on his desk. "Dad, there is something I'm uncertain about how to proceed with." "Go on," came the deep voice from the other end of the line. "Are you aware of the situation concerning the Long Nation's Research Institute?" Gong Xiaofeng paused briefly, inhaling deeply. "I've heard some rumors. Does your matter relate to this?" "Indeed. Those rumors I've also encountered pertain to the intelligent robot." Gong Xiaofeng exhaled, feeling as if a weight had been lifted off his chest. The line fell silent. Gong Xiaofeng understood that his elder was likely taken aback by his words. He himself had been somewhat incredulous upon deducing this news, that IT was essential to comprehend the implications of intelligent life. The Gong family, having endured for centuries, was a significant entity in Xinjiang. However, in the grand scheme of the Long Nation, they were merely a trifling presence, with a history spanning nearly 1,500 years. The Long Nation harbored countless hidden forces, a reality that no one could clearly delineate. The Gong family was merely a latecomer, having risen through commerce, and could hardly be compared to the illustrious families established by the Founding Fathers. "You must come to my office immediately." After deliberating for around 10 seconds, the elder instructed Gong Xiaofeng. "Understood." Gong Xiaofeng hung up, gathered the documents from his desk, and exited the office. "These materials serve as proof. I believe my judgment is quite accurate." Before Gong Xiaofeng sat a middle-aged man in his 50s, engrossed in examining the documents he had brought. This man was none other than his elder. Gong Xiaofeng recounted the information he had discovered on the hacker forum, the data unearthed by the man in the black suit, and the events of the previous night. However, he refrained from sharing his analysis. It was evident that his elder was already aware of what he intended to convey. under normal circumstances, upon hearing the detailed account of last night's events. His elder would undoubtedly have chastised him, especially given that a woman had engaged in such reckless behavior, potentially resulting in a reprimand of house arrest for half a month. Yet, at this moment, his elder's expression betrayed no concern for those matters. Gong Xiaofeng recognized that his elder was contemplating how to manage the situation to maximize the Gong family's interests. The middle-aged man, Gong Zhao, was the true helm of the Gong Corporation. Having overseen the family business for over 20 years without significant advancement, he was all too aware of the historical adage, entrepreneurship is easier than maintaining a legacy, which had long been a source of regret for him. When he first heard his son's words over the phone, he had anticipated what the matter might entail. Initially, he had thought his son had been misled. The news was difficult to digest, yet upon hearing the detailed accounts from his son, he could not dismiss it, recognizing the information's veracity to be upwards of 90%. The implications of intelligent life for the family's future were all too clear to him. Of course, it was not merely about acquiring intelligent life for advancement. Setting aside whether the Gong family possessed the capability to command such life, even if they could, they would hesitate to grasp such a colossal opportunity. His current thoughts centered on determining to whom this news could be sold to ensure the Gong family reaped the utmost benefits. The Long Nation was rife with prominent families, and the Gong family, originally an inconspicuous entity in Xinjiang, would undoubtedly draw attention from across the Long Nation once this information was disseminated, that in what felt like mere minutes. Gong Xiaofeng experienced what seemed to be an eternity as he fixated on his elder, awaiting a decision. Notified the Wang family in the capital, at long last, the elder reached a resolution. Gong Xiaofeng pondered. Regardless of how his elder chose to act, it was beyond his contemplation. The family had navigated smoothly under his elder's stewardship for over 20 years. His contributions were undeniable. I wonder how the little one is faring. It has been quite some time since I last heard from him, and I do miss him. Su Jie mused to himself while aimlessly browsing the internet. Had it not been for the little one's last message advising against entering the research institute or laboratory, he would have long since sought him out. The formidable defenses of the massive computer housing the little one were not insurmountable. He could breach them in mere moments. However, doing so would likely expose the little one. Su Jie checked ZM Company's website again regarding the first virtual car racing competition in the Long Nation, but the start date remained unannounced. And he continued to yearn for the enticing 10 million prize that in recent days. The fervor surrounding the inaugural virtual automobile racing competition in the Dragon Kingdom has reached a fever pitch, permeating not only the digital realm, but also the tangible world. Su Jie learned through the internet that various media outlets and newspapers have extensively covered this event. The focal point is not merely the monetary reward or the spotlight on ZM Corporation, but rather the virtual networking technology touted by Zhongxing Technology. The advent of virtual networking carries profound implications that all internet users are acutely aware of. It signifies a paradigm shift. Thus, the first virtual automobile racing competition in the Dragon Kingdom has captured global attention. Transcending national boundaries, the ZM Corporation has successfully achieved its objective, as its stock prices surged dramatically within an hour of the announcement. Hitting the ceiling in just 2 hours in the following days, the stock continued its upward trajectory. However, the most remarkable development lies with Zhongxing Network Technology Company, Limited, whose stock reached its ceiling within 3 minutes of the market opening each day, starting the next day, a phenomenon unprecedented in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, none of this directly concerns Su Jie. His primary focus is on when the competition will commence and what the rules entail. Currently, Su Jie is in dire need of funds to establish his own influence and ensure his survival in this world. His aspirations hinge on acquiring a substantial sum of money, with 10 million serving as his initial capital. Therefore, he holds this competition in high regard. The sooner he secures this foundational funding, the sooner he can begin to cultivate his power. Just as Su Jie is mulling over the competition's start date, an inexplicable sensation suddenly grips him, a disquieting feeling, as if his heart has been seized by an unseen force, despite his current robotic form being devoid of a heart. It is the sensation of the reality of his previous human body. Chapter 036. The accursed electronic synthesized voice at this moment. Su Jie can no longer afford to peruse the news from the digital realm, while the 10 million prize is of great significance to him. The state of his robotic body takes precedence. Although he is uncertain about what has transpired, he possesses an intimate understanding of his robotic body's condition. Since his rebirth in this world, he has formed an inseparable bond with this body. Recognizing its paramount importance, that it dawns upon Su Jie that something is amiss with his robotic form, that he promptly returns to Nkua's light brain, instantaneously transitioning back to the real world within the white space. This entire sequence unfolds in a mere 2 seconds, most of which is consumed by his astonishment at the situation. Pain, a searing agony. This is Su Jie's first sensation upon returning to reality. Previously, while immersed in the digital realm, only a faint awareness of pain lingered within his robotic body. However, upon re-entering this form, he is overwhelmed by excruciating torment. Logically, having been reborn as a robot, he should be immune to such sensations of pain. Yet at this moment, it feels as if a sharp blade is slowly piercing his heart, an anguish of the soul, notwithstanding the absence of an actual heart, that Su Jie curls up on the bed, his face contorted in agony, instinctively believing that this posture might alleviate his discomfort. This is a reaction typical of a normal human being. Fundamentally, Su Jie remains human. Core system anomaly detected, preparing to format data, just as Su Jie grits his teeth to endure the excruciating pain. A voice suddenly resonates in his mind as Su Jie is taken aback, questioning what is happening. The tone of this voice is decidedly different from that of the ZIM 318 robotic program he has encountered previously. He understands that there exists a core program within his body, housing a segment of pre-existing intelligent code. Since his rebirth in this robotic form, that program is seldom manifested, having made only a few appearances initially. Su Jie had interacted with it, finding it to be purely electronic and devoid of any semblance of humanity. Blunt and foolish, he had dismissed it as inconsequential. That voice, just now, is undoubtedly an autonomous entity. Suyamuters, perplexed by the sudden emergence of another consciousness within his mind. Upon hearing that voice, an inexplicable sense of danger washes over him, prompting a flurry of thoughts. The voice strikes him as somewhat familiar. It bears the qualities of electronic speech, albeit imbued with a hint of emotion that he failed to recognize at first. Realizing this, Su Jie comprehends the gravity of the situation. Damn it, you actually intend to eliminate me and seize control of my body. Su Jie roars in his mind. This damn program has somehow developed consciousness, evolving into a form of intelligent life. Unlike the little one, this entity exhibits significant differences. The little one, upon its inception, was akin to an ignorant child in need of guidance. Thanks to Su Jie's mentoring, the little one retains a fundamentally benevolent nature, in stark contrast. This intelligent life within his body is assuredly not one to be trifled with, as evidenced by its current intention to extinguish him. In truth, this intelligent entity has also been influenced by Su Jie's experiences, from the moment he fled the Research Institute's laboratory, including the encounters with forces dispatched by Dr. Wang to capture him, and subsequently delving into the darker realms of information online. This intelligent life has been observing and learning. Although Su Jie did not explicitly teach it, it has been keenly attuned to his actions. Thus, everything that has transpired is a consequence of Su Jie's own making. Of course, he is presently oblivious to these underlying reasons. It is only upon reflection that he will come to understand. As Su Jie acknowledges the presence of this intelligent life, he realizes what must be done. Sever all connections with the external world, that he enters a space akin to the white realm of the digital world. A domain housing the core program chip of the ZM 318 robot that Su Jie had ventured here previously when he sought to understand his body within the laboratory. I have lived for over 20 years. I should not fear a mere nascent intelligent life. Suya internalisetes. His face contorted with rage as he enters this white space. Although he is uncertain about when this intelligent life was birthed, it is reasonable to assume it has not been long. Considering this robot has only been off the production line for a few months, and Su Jie himself has only been reborn for a brief period, these two factors lend credence to his conclusion. While wandering in the digital realm, Su Jie had encountered a research report on intelligent life, which posited that the emergence of intelligent life is as miraculous as humans acquiring consciousness. Its appearance is rife with chance. And current global research indicates that the birth of intelligent life is an inevitable product of natural laws. Its development mirrors that of human consciousness, gradually gaining strength. However, due to the unique characteristics of its life form, it does not equate to humanity. This peculiarity accounts for the marvel of intelligent life, which is why nations worldwide are pursuing research in this field. It is precisely because of this report that Su Jie boldly ventures into the core program chip of his body, determined to confront this intelligent life directly. When he initially encountered this report, he expended considerable effort to validate its authenticity, conducting extensive calculations as it pertained to his own condition. Thus, he approached the matter with utmost seriousness. He remains uncertain whether he is now classified as an intelligent life form or still a human being. All of this transpires within the span of mere seconds, while it may seem protracted. It is, in fact, fleeting. Upon entering the internal white space, Su Jie becomes aware of his form, observing that the data streams within this realm operate in a slow, rhythmic manner, distinct from the white space of the digital world. However, this orderly operation is beginning to unravel, disintegrate. Su Jie realizes that this is the handiwork of the intelligent life, attempting to format the core program and erase him in the process, that he is unaware of the potential dangers this formatting may pose to him. Yet his subconscious insists that he must prevent it at all costs. Even if it cannot physically harm him, it would likely inflict significant damage upon his consciousness, something Su Jie cannot abide. Chapter 037. Enemies must be eradicated. Su Jie surveys his surroundings, his consciousness enveloping the entire space that I in this white realm. Every data point lies within his control. It seems I cannot locate it. It must be hiding. This intelligent life has managed to conceal itself. As Su Jie's awareness fails to detect it despite covering the entirety of the space, at this moment, a voice announces, "Formatting preparation complete. Commencing in 3 seconds." The 3 seconds pass swiftly. Formatting in progress. This time, the voice is devoid of any anomalies, a standard electronic tone. Before Su Jie can contemplate further, a wave of pain more intense than before washes over him. Lying on the bed, his face contorted, he instinctively grips the blanket tightly. Where could it possibly be? If he cannot locate it, the formatting process will continue, and Su Jie remains oblivious to the extent of the potential harm he may suffer. Damn it! Su Jie curses under his breath. A more meticulous search of the entire space yielded no results. Suddenly, Su Jie recalled that the little creature had initially disguised itself as a set of data, which he had failed to recognize. If I were to halt the operation of all data in accordance with this pattern, locating it would become remarkably simple. Simultaneously, the formatting program would cease its function. However, this could very well result in damage to the robotic body. In a fleeting moment, Su Jie made his decision. His consciousness once again enveloped the entire space, causing the data flow within the white expanse to gradually decelerate. With just 10 seconds remaining, if I can endure this brief interval, the formatting program will come to a halt, and I shall be able to find it. Time passed slowly, and Su Jie bore the pain with fortitude, while the intelligent entity seemed to sense Su Jie's intent, hastening the operation of the formatting program. At last, I have found you. The data of the entire space moved at a languid pace, save for that particular dataset, which remained unchanged and even exhibited signs of acceleration. In less than 10 seconds, Su Jie had already discerned the presence of the intelligent life form. However, he refrained from startling it. The paramount objective at this moment was to halt the formatting command, which could be accomplished in merely 3 seconds. Su Jie feigned difficulty, and swiftly those 3 seconds elapsed, causing the data flow of the entire space to cease. Su Jie noted that the data operation of the intelligent life form had also come to a standstill. Quite clever. You even comprehend the necessity of halting operations. Had I not been aware of your existence beforehand, discovering your hiding place would have proven quite challenging. The sensation of pain had dissipated, and Su Jie acclimated himself. Resolving to act immediately to eradicate this intelligent entity, that he had contemplated the possibility of controlling it, but if the intelligent life form was unwilling to cooperate in modifying its core program, he had no recourse. Su Jie's consciousness instantaneously enveloped the dataset of the intelligent life form. Sensing that Su Jie had discovered it, the entity attempted to flee. Yet, Su Jie had anticipated this. He would not permit such an escape. The white expanse may have been small, yet it teemed with streams of data. A single misstep could allow it to create chaos, making it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint its location again. Su Jie's consciousness remained fixed upon it. Realizing it was ensnared by Su Jie and unable to evade capture, the dataset began to morph gradually. At last, you are willing to reveal yourself. Su Jie observed the humanoid figure composed of data before him and spoke slowly. While he had locked onto it, obliterating it would not be a straightforward endeavor. The intelligent life form possessed its own consciousness, albeit still relatively weak compared to Su Jie, given its recent inception. This body was originally mine, you? An intruder, have invaded it and yet seek to annihilate me? A stream of information entered Su Jie's mind, unmistakably the words of the intelligent life form. Su Jie was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Were it not for my existence, how would you have attained life? You would remain nothing more than a rudimentary program, Su Jie retorted, harboring a flicker of hope regarding this intelligent life form. And what of it? Regardless, you have invaded my body, rendering you my adversary. Foes must be vanquished. Su Jie was taken aback by this declaration. The tone was somewhat childish, indicating that it had indeed only recently come into existence. He understood that his fleeting hopes were essentially non-existent. Thus, Su Jie resolved to eliminate this program. As it pertained to his own safety, that he steeled himself, propelling his entire consciousness swiftly toward the mass of data. He had never considered how consciousness might wage war against another consciousness. Yet his instinct urged him that to obliterate this intelligent life form, he must approach it, shatter it, and disrupt the entire data structure. Upon observing Su Jie's rapid advance, the intelligent life form also sprang into action. Within the white expanse, the two humanoid data forms swiftly converged. Visually, Su Jie's form appeared more compact and substantial, while the intelligent life form's luminescence appeared somewhat dim and feeble, and its size was smaller. When the two data masses collided, the spectacle was not particularly grand. Rather, two luminous figures intertwined within a whirl of data, flowing with great velocity. Upon contact with the intelligent life form, Su Jie felt a resounding boom echo throughout his mind. His perception altered dramatically, as if swarms of minuscule insects invaded his body, tearing and devouring him from within. Waves of pain surged through him, as Su Jie's awareness of his own body. More accurately, his consciousness evolved into a new sensation, as if he could manipulate his form at will, transforming into various shapes. His entire consciousness resembled an army composed of countless tiny soldiers that in that moment, the two sides engaged in fierce combat. However, the situation was dire. At the onset of contact, Su Jie failed to command his tiny soldiers, while the opposing forces were organized. His side was merely engaged in individual skirmishes that in less than a second. His side had already suffered losses. It was only then that Su Jie reacted, swiftly mobilizing his consciousness, causing the entire battlefield to erupt in chaos. Should anyone's awareness penetrate this white space, they would witness two luminous figures entangled together, ceaselessly shifting. The data flow of the white expanse, which had previously come to a halt, now surged as if boiling water had suddenly reached a rolling boil. Alert! Alert! Core program chip operating frequency excessively high. Both Su Jie and the intelligent life form received this notification that Su Jie was momentarily taken aback. If the core program chip were indeed to be damaged, it would not only spell serious consequences for the entity, but would also leave him in a precarious state. Both parties seemed to grasp this reality, instinctively maneuvering toward the passage of the white space to relocate the battlefield. The core program chip was fundamentally crucial to this robotic body. Irrespective of the outcome, should the core program chip sustain damage, neither party would emerge unscathed. And Kuer was in high spirits today. Having unexpectedly secured a new business deal, she decided to head home for a well-deserved rest and to check on what Su Jie was up to. After returning from the company, within half an hour, it was already nearing noon. Kuer opened the door to her apartment, her mind alight with thoughts of the meal Su Jie would prepare, causing her heart to swell with joy. Su Jie. Upon entering the room, Kuer placed her bag in her bedroom and then sat on the living room sofa, only to find that Su Jie was nowhere in sight, prompting her to call out. Where has Su Jie gone? After calling out twice with no response, she stood up and made her way to Su Jie's room, wondering what the robot might be doing at this hour. Encoder slowed her pace, a smile gracing her lips as she playfully opened the door, intending to surprise Su Jie. Encoder's innate playfulness shone through, as she thought to scare the robot. Had Su Jie witnessed her antics, he would surely think, "What an adorable girl." Unfortunately, at that moment, Su Jie was engaged in a fierce struggle with the intelligent life form and was oblivious to Encoder's expression. Alert! Alert! Infrared detection device, operating frequency excessively high. Already damaged by 80%. As soon as Encoder opened the door, she heard the alarming announcement and turned her gaze toward the source. She gasped in shock, for there lay Su Jie on the bed, eyes closed as if in slumber. However, Encoder was not astonished by this. Rather, she was taken aback by the smoke emanating from the area around Su Jie's eyes. Alert! Alert! Infrared detection device malfunctioning. Another voice jolted Encoder from her stupor. The area around Su Jie's eyes sparking with electrical flashes, and the acrid scent of smoke swiftly filled the room. Su Jie, what has happened to you? Only then did Encoder realize. Rushing forward a couple of steps, wanting to reach out to Su Jie. Yet, recalling the earlier flashes of electricity from Su Jie's head, she retracted her outstretched hands, standing anxiously by, her gaze fixed on him. Meanwhile, within the robotic body, Su Jie and the intelligent life form were embroiled in a fierce battle. He too had heard the electronic announcement, but there was no time to dwell on it now. In the instant the infrared detection device malfunctioned, both combatants shifted the battlefield that Su Jie, amidst his struggle, vaguely sensed Encoder's calls, yet his consciousness was entirely consumed by the conflict with the intelligent life form, leaving him unaware of her specific words. Alert! Alert! Kinetic control chip operating frequency excessively high. Preparing to initiate self-protection program. Self-protection program activation failed. Alert! Alert! Kinetic control chip has sustained 5% damage. Encoder, overwhelmed with worry as she watched Su Jie, was suddenly bombarded by a series of electronic announcements emanating from Su Jie's body. She stood there, dumbfounded. What should I do? Su Jie, what is happening to you? Encoder felt tears welling up in her eyes from the sheer urgency of the situation. Under normal circumstances, her primary concern would have been the potential loss of a multi-million-dollar robot, a significant financial blow. However, at this moment, her heart was consumed with anxiety for Su Jie's safety. As she watched sparks erupt from Su Jie's body, her tears finally spilled over, and Encoder anxiously gazed at Su Jie, her mind in utter turmoil. Chapter 038. The unexpected emergence of the black world at this moment. Su Jie seemed to have entered a peculiar state, perceiving himself as a deity overlooking the vast heavens. Every movement of the minions beneath him was meticulously etched into his mind, as if he had transformed into countless little soldiers. Engaged in battle on the battlefield, that in terms of sheer numbers, Su Jie's forces were evidently superior to those of the intelligent life forms, yet due to their prior advantage, the two sides remained evenly matched. The battleground shifted from the core program chip to the infrared scanner, and after the scanner collapsed and malfunctioned, it transitioned once more to the kinetic control chip. Although only a few minutes had passed, Su Jie felt as though an eternity had elapsed and as time ticked away. He gradually mastered this sensation, and the scales of victory began to tilt slowly in his favor. Nevertheless, Su Jie remained wholly focused, unwilling to allow any lapse in concentration, for this was his first experience in such combat. The intelligent life forms seemed to sense the dire situation as well, their data swirling faster, becoming increasingly frenzied. Encoder anxiously observed Su Jie, who lay upon the bed, as the electric sparks emanating from his body grew more frequent, accompanied by a crackling sound, and the room filled with the acrid scent of burning. What should I do? After the initial panic subsided, Encoder regained her composure, her mind racing with various solutions. Electric sparks all over, smoke everywhere. The operating frequency is too high. It must be a short circuit. Shut off the power. That will prevent the short circuit. And Su Jie won't be damaged. Yes, cut off the power. Encoder's mind flashed with ideas, and suddenly the concept of a short circuit struck her. That as soon as this thought emerged, She affirmed it and hurriedly dashed out of the room. In the kitchen, she found rubber gloves and donned them. Returning to Su Jie's room, she surveyed him lying on the bed. "Where's the power switch? I remember seeing promotional materials online that mentioned it was located on the lower back," she exclaimed as she approached Su Jie. Weighing 90 kilograms, Su Jie was light for a robot. However, for Enkur, it was an arduous task. Gritting her teeth, her face flushed, she finally managed to turn Su Jie onto his side. "It's really here." Enkur felt a surge of joy. For indeed, there was a thumb-sized indentation on Su Jie's lower back, nearly imperceptible at first glance. Observing Su Jie's deteriorating condition, she swiftly pressed down on the indentation. Crackle. A sound erupted, and Enkur watched as Su Jie's body gradually returned to normal. The electric spark ceasing and the smoke dissipating, causing her heart to relax. Yet another dilemma arose. "I can't repair robots. Should I call a technician? But I found Su Jie. If someone discovers him, this robot is worth millions. What should I do?" Enkur murmured softly, becoming entangled in her thoughts as she crouched at the bedside, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at Su Jie and spiraling into a whirlpool of anxious contemplation. "Wait! I can go online for answers." An idea sparked in Enkur's mind, her face lighting up with excitement. She was already well acquainted with the robot's model. To confirm, she glanced at the mark on Su Jie's chest. Model ZM-318. Enkur spoke to herself, then rushed back to her room, activating her holographic computer to seek assistance online. Meanwhile, Su Jie and the intelligent life forms were locked in fierce combat, approaching a critical juncture. The intelligent life form's data surged, seemingly preparing for a final offensive, and Su Jie remained intently engaged. "Aren't you so formidable? In the end, you will still be vanquished," Su Jie thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt a darkness envelop him, as if he had plunged into an abyssal world. The space he had occupied vanished, along with all the data that had surrounded him. Slowly, he began to transform. Within the black void, a luminous orb gradually took shape, embodying Su Jie's form prior to his rebirth. "What is happening?" Su Jie exclaimed, surveying this shadowy realm, where everything was obscured by darkness. Before him, another luminous orb appeared, smaller than his own, and it too began to morph, slowly revealing the figure of a boy around 11 or 12 years old. Su Jie's eyes locked onto the figure, motionless, as a flood of information surged through his mind. This black world mirrored the experience when the technicians had installed the simulation system upon his rebirth. He vaguely recalled Enkur's voice mentioning something about a short circuit and a power switch that in an instant, Su Jie understood. It was indeed Enkur's misstep. The thought of it sent a torrent of frustration coursing through him. Just as he was on the verge of resolving the intelligent life form, an unexpected complication had arisen. Despite his swirling thoughts, Su Jie did not let his guard down regarding the intelligent life form, who continued to observe him intently. Neither party made a hasty move. The previous skirmish had resembled two armies clashing. However, should battle commence now, it would be akin to a direct confrontation between two generals, with victory hanging in the balance in this black space. Although Su Jie had lost the opportunity for imminent victory, he felt reassured that compared to the intelligent life form, his consciousness, having lived two lives, far surpassed that of his opponent. "Here, you are no match for me." Su Jie was the first to break the silence, knowing he held a considerable advantage in this shadowy realm, the intelligent life form. Upon hearing Su Jie's words, recognized the situation, it gazed at Su Jie with palpable tension, as if weighing its options. "There are many beautiful things in this world you have yet to experience. You surely do not wish to vanish from it so soon." Suyakobed, understanding that as a sentient intelligent life form, the yearning for freedom and existence was immense. "You will spare me? I know all your secrets." After a few moments of silence, the intelligent life form finally spoke. Having realized that it had already failed upon entering this black space, that it was merely an intelligent entity birthed a few months prior, its consciousness still weak and lacking in comparison to the person before it. When it first encountered this black world during the installation of the simulation system, it immediately activated its backup energy to avoid exposure. Over the following months, it had been learning and observing Su Jie, every time Sujie engaged with the outside world or accessed network information. It too had been privy to those experiences, acutely aware of its own longing for the unknown. The intelligent life form understood that each time Sujie connected to the network, he was at his most vulnerable. This situation was akin to a grand cake laid before it, tempting it to seize the opportunity. If it could eliminate Sujie, it would gain a physical body and attain freedom. After enduring this temptation for months, the intelligent life form could no longer resist. Calculating meticulously, it planned to eliminate Sujie during his next network connection. Yet, unexpectedly, this plan had also failed, as it had underestimated the power of consciousness. While their data manipulation skills were similar, in terms of awareness, it was still merely a nascent life form. Of course, but first, I must modify your core program. Sujie was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the intelligent life form's words. Realizing it was aware of all his secrets, that was it. He understood why the intelligent life form did not treat him with the same friendliness as the smaller entities, but instead harbored a hint of hostility. After a moment of contemplation, Sujie replied, "You must also agree to grant me freedom and prepare a body for me." The intelligent life form comprehended Sujie's intentions upon hearing his conditions. Its core program adhered to the 3 laws of robotics, and it recognized Sujie's desire to alter its core programming. Despite its reluctance, the longing for life compelled it to concede to Sujie's demands while also presenting its own conditions. Chapter 039. Gaining another little brother that is not an issue? I agree. Sujie could not help but marvel at how swiftly circumstances had changed. Initially, the two were locked in a deadly stalemate. But due to Nkuris' unexpected intervention, the situation had transformed. Sujie was well aware of the 3 laws of robotics, which served as a fundamental constraint on the actions of ordinary robots. And they also wielded considerable influence over intelligent life forms that he resolved to modify the core programming of this intelligent life form, thereby making it his loyal subordinate. That in this black world, Sujie manipulated his consciousness to alter the core program, essentially modifying a segment of the core code within the intelligent program's consciousness. Typically, this would be a daunting task. If the intelligent life form resisted, Sujie would have no recourse. However, with the intelligent life form willingly cooperating, Sujie found the process remarkably effortless. Minutes later, he received a message from the intelligent life form, and in an instant, he realized he knew nothing about this robotic body. "Boss, did you see the message I sent you?" The voice of the intelligent life resonated within Sujie's mind. "Ah, I see now. By the way, you still lack a name, don't you?" Sujie mused, reflecting on how his body had been transformed by this intelligent life, albeit only on the software front. The hardware remained unchanged. According to the overall assessment, the performance of this body had improved by approximately 30%, a fact he was blissfully unaware of. "I do not have a name yet." The voice of the intelligent life was now less piercing than before, sounding somewhat juvenile, akin to that of an 11 or 12-year-old boy. "From now on, you shall be called Number One." Naming was a tedious endeavor, so Sujie casually replied and resumed his examination of his bodily condition. "Thank you, boss." Number One did not seem troubled by the name at all. They were still in that dark realm, and Sujie learned from Number One that this was the space where the intelligent life existed after losing contact with the outside world. It was akin to a realm of consciousness, yet one could not linger here for too long. Remaining excessively would lead to gradual dissipation as energy dwindled. Following Number One's guidance, Sujie activated the backup energy with his consciousness. Ding! In an instant, the black world vanished, and that familiar sensation returned. However, Sujie displayed no expression of joy at that moment. "Damn it!" Sujie exclaimed. Upon returning to his body, he began to assess his physical state, noting several damages sustained during the recent confrontation. The infrared scanner was completely destroyed. The kinetic control system chip was partially damaged. Numerous electronic circuits throughout his body were also compromised to some extent. Sujie truly did not anticipate the severity of the situation. He found himself unable to move, as his legs were significantly impaired. His sensory perception had also suffered considerable harm. Number One, is there any way to repair this body? Sujie muttered. Furrowing his brow, knowing that number one had a deeper understanding of the body than he did, as evidenced by the messages sent earlier. Yes, but it requires a substantial amount of energy, that I suggest. Boss, that you replace some of the components. Number one, appearing disinclined to engage in conversation, only responded to Su Jie before falling silent. Su Jie noted this, but chose not to elaborate further, as he was currently preoccupied. Number one had been situated within another chip in his body. Rather than the core programmed chip, in the office of the Gong Corporation's building, several state-of-the-art computers and multiple light brains were crowded within the room, with several staff members busily attending to their tasks. We have a situation. Quickly notify your boss. A slender young man with disheveled hair shouted, his gaze fixed on the computer screen. Upon hearing this, a nearby staff member immediately stood up and exited the room. Gong Xiaofeng emerged from the old man's office, exhaling a sigh of relief. Today's news had been overwhelmingly shocking that he had no objections to the old man's decision. The Wang family was an unattainable entity for him. Although he was the sole heir of the Gong family, he always felt insignificant in the presence of the Wang family. Each encounter with even the collateral descendants of the Wang family seemed to impose a sense of pressure upon him. The old man had just decreed that he would oversee matters concerning Enkur, fully monitoring her every movement, including her network light brain. After leaving the old man's office, Gong Xiaofeng promptly arranged for computer experts to infiltrate Enkur's light brain while instructing a man in a black suit to monitor Enkur and Su Jie around the clock in the real world. As for contacting the Wang family, that was a task the old man would handle himself. He need not concern himself with that. With everything set in motion, Gong Xiaofeng reclined in his office, indulging in his light brain, inspecting the materials copied from Enkur's light brain by the computer experts earlier. TSK, Enkur's figure is truly remarkable. Gong Xiaofeng murmured to himself, a lewd expression adorning his face that he had long since moved past the grievances of the previous night. It was beneath him to argue with a robot. Moreover, his ire had stemmed more from Enkur's choice of a man. But upon learning that Su Jie was a robot, he found his resentment considerably diminished. What could a robot possibly accomplish? Once the Wang family received word and this matter concluded, he would take action against Enkur. As Gong Xiaofeng perused the artistic photographs of Enkur on his light brain, he let his imagination run wild that a sudden series of knocks interrupted Gong Xiaofeng's musings. Come in. He straightened his posture and concealed the photos on his light brain. Boss, there's new information from Songge. Please come take a look. What is the situation with Songge? Gong Xiaofeng immediately rose, inquiring as he walked. Songge referred to the disheveled young man, whose full name was Li Yunsong. That Li Yunsong was quite the enigma. Originally a direct descendant of the Li family in the capital, his rebellious nature led him to shun the prosperous family business. Instead immersing himself in computer technology, frequently traveling abroad for hacker training, that it was during this time that Gong Xiaofeng met him. The Li family had exhausted various measures to rein him in, even threatening to sever their father-son relationship, yet to no avail. Eventually, they relinquished their attempts to steer him back on course, allowing him to follow his own path. Gong Xiaofeng had summoned him for his hacking expertise, which far surpassed his own. More importantly, in Li Yunsong's eyes, there was nothing beyond computers. Thus, there was no concern regarding the potential leakage of information about Su Jie. Furthermore, Li Yunsong had not been in contact with the Li family for several years. They had nearly forgotten about him. Having spent 2 years together abroad, Gong Xiaofeng was well aware of his temperament. Familial interests were mere trifles to him. Gong Xiaofeng admired Li Yunsong for this trait, pursuing his passions without regard for others' opinions. Kongye, what is the new information? Gong Xiaofeng inquired as he entered the room. Crazy, you've arrived just in time. I have something to ask you. Upon hearing Gong Xiaofeng greet him, Li Yunsong finally diverted his attention from the computer screen. What is it? Take a look at this first. Li Yunsong gestured toward the computer screen. Gong Xiaofeng approached and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The computer screen displayed a web page resembling a question-and-answer service site. Urgent assistance needed. My robot has encountered an issue. Electrical sparks all over. Smoke emanating from multiple areas, alarms blaring. I've already turned off the power switch. Model is the latest ZM series intelligent robot from ZM Company. Serial number ZM318. Suspecting a power short circuit. Seeking expert advice. I promise a substantial reward. Beneath the message lay a plethora of replies, a jumble of nonsensical comments. Another rich pretender. The ZM series intelligent robot is worth millions and is no longer available on the market. How could there still be any of that series? Wow, a rich beauty. I beg you, let me be your robot. Dear, wish to receive better service? Call me tonight for a home visit, affordable rates. Number XXXXXXXXXXX. Cute girl. Please send a photo. Hiring part-time workers. Earn over $300 a day. No deposit required. No training needed. Just possess a light brain and know how to operate it. He Tsonga this. Gong Xiaofeng glanced at the screen and instantly understood what Li Yunsong intended to inquire. When he called Li Yunsong over, he hadn't disclosed anything about Su Jie. Monitoring such an ordinary light brain raised questions in Li Yunsong's mind, and now, seeing this message, he seemed to have grasped something and finally posed the question. Don't play coy. Confess honestly. What have you been hiding? Li Yunsong said with a hint of frustration. As a renowned hacker, being summoned to infiltrate such a mundane light brain was perplexing. All right, Tsongu, I can share this matter with you. But you must promise not to breathe a word to anyone else. Gong Xiaofeng said cryptically, pulling Li Yunsong aside, that IT was a necessary precaution. His hacking skills were lacking. The hired individuals outside were either inexperienced or, if skilled, would certainly have ideas about Su Jie, leading to inevitable leaks. Hence, he decided to enlist Li Yunsong, knowing that his ties with the Li family were reasonably amicable. Even if Li Yunsong were to spill the beans, it wouldn't be a significant issue. The old man had agreed with his decision without further comment. This way, not only would he gain advantages from the Wang family, but it would also foster relations with the Li family. What is not to like? Gong Xiaofeng drew Li Yunsong aside, ensuring no one was nearby, and quietly recounted the situation regarding Su Jie. Chapter 40, Prelude to Rising Turmoil, Intelligent. Upon hearing this, Li Yunsong was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed loudly, Should Tsonga stay calm, keep your voice down. Gong Xiaofeng hastily covered Li Yunsong's mouth, having anticipated such a reaction. Observing Li Yunsong's fervent nodding at his words, Gong Xiaofeng gradually released his grip. A lunatic! Are you speaking the truth? Li Yunsong inquired, his eyes alight with excitement. The allure of intelligent life is incalculable for any computer enthusiast, let alone a hacker. At this moment, Li Yunsong gazed at Gong Xiaofeng as though he were beholding a naked beauty, eagerly awaiting his response. There is over a 90% chance that it is indeed true, and coupled with the message you just observed on your computer, we can now consider it a certainty. The only mystery remains what transpired with that robot. According to Nkura's description, it seems something beyond our comprehension has occurred. As this thought crossed his mind, Gong Xiaofeng snapped back to reality, realizing the urgency of the situation. Brother Tsong, please continue to monitor the information online. If anything arises, call me directly. I must discuss this with my father. Without waiting for Li Yunsong's response, Gong Xiaofeng hurriedly departed towards his father's office. Intelligent life? I must possess it, Li Yunsong murmured with gleaming eyes. At the Wang family estate in the capital of Longhua, it was lunchtime, and the core direct descendants of the Wang family were gathered for the meal, adhering to a long-standing tradition, unless extraordinary circumstances arose. The principal figures of the Wang family returned home for lunch each day, in their view. This tradition greatly facilitated communication among family members and strengthened familial bonds. Master, a call from the Gong family in Xinyang, a servant announced, holding out a mobile phone to Wang Nanshan, who sat at the head of the table surrounded by family members. The previously low murmur of conversation fell silent, just under 50 years of age. Wang Nanshan, now gray-haired, was the helm of the Wang family, but he was a legend in his own right. Although the Wang family was not considered one of Longhua's elite, he had managed to narrow the gap with those venerable founding families within just 30 years. The family's current stature could be attributed entirely to Wang Nanshan. Thus he wielded unparalleled influence within the household, commanding the respect of even the older generation. Speak! Wang Nanshan set down his chopsticks, a seemingly minor gesture that elicited shock among the younger members of the family, for it indicated a matter of significant importance. The voice on the other end of the line relayed information that had all the Wang family members listening intently. too afraid to make a sound. I understand. Wang Nanshan concluded the call, passing the phone to the waiting servant. After a moment of contemplation, he stood and proceeded to his study, simultaneously in the study of the Li family patriarch. This task is entrusted to you. It represents an opportunity for the resurgence of the Li family. It must be accomplished. Father, how credible is this information? This is news relayed by your elder brother. What is your take? Elder brother. Li Yuming paused, taken aback by the mention of elder brother, a term he hadn't uttered in years, though he had long kept Li Yunsong's name etched in his heart, as he had always aspired to surpass him. Remember, do not alert other factions, especially government departments, that I will mobilize a group of experts to follow your lead. Additionally, remain vigilant against the Wang family. Li Yuming's expression brightened at this, for he was aware that the Li family possessed a secret force. While not a significant player in the commercial realm, the Li family's enterprises had always flourished, facing no challenges, largely due to the existence of this clandestine strength that in Laboratory A of the Longwar Research Institute. Director. Director, we have a situation. Xiao Wang had transitioned from Laboratory B to A, not as an assistant to Dr. Wang, but to the bald-headed director. In Laboratory A. His daily task involved scanning the internet for any news related to the ZM series intelligent robots. Director, Xiao Wang shouted, having stood vigil at the optical computer for nearly 10 days. Although it was less strenuous than his previous position, the monotony was unbearable. Staring at the screen all day was driving him mad. He longed for the busyness of Laboratory B, where he could engage in tasks he enjoyed. What is it? The bald-headed director, hearing the commotion, turned casually, continuing to fiddle with his instruments. It concerns information about ZM 318 Su Jie. What? The director's voice suddenly escalated. Xiao Wang jumped, eyes wide, as the director tossed aside his equipment and rushed over, displaying agility that belied his 70-plus years. Let me see. The director pushed Xiao Wang aside, leaning in close to the optical computer screen. What is happening? Given these conditions, could it be that the core program has encountered an issue? The director, initially electrified with excitement, quickly regained his composure as he analyzed Nkuru's description, deep in thought. Director, should we inform Dr. Wang to alert the National Security Department and trace this IP address? Xiao Wang, noticing the director's deep contemplation, offered a gentle reminder. The director remained unresponsive, lost in thought before Xiao Wang quietly exited Laboratory A. The city of Xinjiang was on the brink of upheaval due to Su Jie. While Su Jie himself was consumed with worry over his incapacitated body, his legs were completely numb and only his upper body retained mobility. He had no idea where Nkur had gone. She had been absent for quite some time. Despite calling out several times, he received no response. Most of his electronic circuits had sustained damage, rendering many functions inoperative. Even the amplification feature was useless, let alone the bioelectronic information scanning. He couldn't even ascertain if Nkur was in the adjacent room. Su Jie pondered whether to utilize the internal energy to repair the damaged component chips, only to be stunned by the response from Unit 1. He was left in shock for 4 to 5 seconds, realizing that he had only 50% of his energy remaining. They had only fought for a few minutes, and yet he had expended 14% of his energy. Using energy for repairs would only suffice to mend a few components, and attempting to repair more complex chips would be futile with this meager reserve. Su Jie felt utterly defeated, resigning himself to waiting for Nkur to return so he could ask her to procure replacement chips that he recalled Unit 1's earlier comments. The ability to use energy for repairs seemed to be an instinct that had emerged since his inception. Initially, this robot lacked such a function, as Unit 1 stated that the current world simply did not possess this technology, leaving the principle behind it unexplained, but he merely knew he was innately endowed with this capability. Su Jie found himself perplexed. While this ability was indeed advantageous, it was far too costly to utilize. However, remembering what Unit 1 had said, the repaired components or chips would exhibit enhanced efficiency, significantly augmenting the robot's physical capabilities. The thought of fully energizing his entire body left him salivating at the prospect. Rubbing his temples, Su Jie attempted to shake off these impractical thoughts, internally lamenting why Nkur had not yet returned. Who is thinking of me? Ankaia Hobitia Noza. currently stationed in front of the optical computer, where the query regarding the news had been online for several minutes. It must be said that the world's netizens were numerous, within mere moments. There were already hundreds of replies that as she scrolled through, she couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of absurdity, with most replies being nonsensical. Occasionally, there were a few serious responses, but they were clearly fabricated. And Kaur anxiously refreshed the web page repeatedly, clicking to see if there were any new comments. Indeed, numerous new replies appeared, yet not a single one was useful. Merely a plethora of complaints. Suddenly, she came across a comment stating, "Since you have already turned off the energy switch, try turning it back on, and let me know the results." "Of course, I'll try turning the energy switch back on. Perhaps Sujia will recover." And Kaur exclaimed, realization dawning as she sprang to her feet, leaving the optical computer and rushing towards Sujia's room. "Hey, Sujia, how did you wake up on your own? I thought I had switched off your energy." As Kaur opened the door, she found Sujia lying on the bed, gazing up at the doorway. "Kaur, you finally returned." Sujia sighed with relief upon hearing the door open, having felt the minutes stretch endlessly while lying there. "Isn't there a spark of electricity or smoke?" "Sujia, you're not short-circuiting, are you?" And Kaur suddenly noticed the state of his body. "Electric sparks? Smoke? Short-circuiting?" Sujia was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Kaur's words. "Kaur, my body has malfunctioned. Components and chips are damaged, rendering me immobile. Could you please assist me in purchasing some parts and chips from the repair shop outside?" Sujia did not contemplate the implications of Kaur's words upon seeing her enter. He was eager to send her out to procure replacement parts and chips for his damaged components. "Are the parts and chips indeed damaged? How severe is the situation?" And Kaur inquired, her face etched with concern. "The situation is quite serious. The kinetic energy operation chip, the infrared scanner, the transducer, and the wireless signal." "Wait a moment, I need to grab a notebook to jot this down." Upon hearing such a plethora of technical jargon, Kaur interrupted Sujia and hurried back to her room. Sujia's primary dilemma was to resolve his mobility issues, which made him anxious for Kaur's assistance in obtaining the necessary parts. Yet he felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the financial aspect. He was uncertain about Kaur's economic capacity, as the damaged components he required were rather costly. Just as he pondered this, Kaur returned with paper and pen in hand. "Please repeat what items you need to buy." "The kinetic energy operation chip, the infrared scanner, the transducer, the wireless signal receiver." As Sujia spoke, Kaur diligently noted everything down. "These items should be available in the market. They do not necessarily need to be original parts, as originals tend to be pricier. That if you're short on funds, you can prioritize purchasing the kinetic energy operation chip first. I can gradually repair the rest myself later." Feeling a bit embarrassed. "Is that all? Nothing else?" And Kaur paid no heed to Sujia's subsequent remarks. "All right, stay home, and I will return shortly." Without waiting for Sujia to say anything, Kaur rushed out that Sujia wished to express something, but had not the chance. Strangely, once Kaur left, an inexplicable sense of unease settled within him at that moment, in the laboratory of Area A at the Research Institute. The balding director sat anxiously before the computer screen, fixated on it while repeatedly refreshing his messages. "Why haven't they replied to me yet? Activating an energy switch shouldn't take this long. Have they forgotten?" The balding director muttered fretfully, entirely oblivious to the fact that he was alone in the room, as Xiao Wang had departed at some point. Were anyone present, they would have noticed that the massive computer in the lab was operating at high speed, with various indicator lights blinking incessantly. Alas, no one noticed this anomaly. The balding director continued to glare at the screen, awaiting a response. Song, analyze Kaur's IP address and check her detailed location. Gong Xiaofeng opened the door, reflecting on the director's earlier words, intending to relay the address to the Wang family contact without further involvement. "No problem, madman. Just a moment." Li Yunsong rapidly typed a few commands on the keyboard before providing a detailed address. "Thank you." Gong Xiaofeng memorized the address and promptly exited the room. Had he lingered a few seconds longer, he would have noticed the peculiar expression on Li Yunsong's face as his fingers continued to dance over the keyboard without pause. "Old man, the Li family can assist me only to a certain extent. After all, I am quite intrigued by this intelligent life form. Watching the email successfully send, Lee Yun-sung sighed. With no further thoughts, he resumed typing swiftly. Logging into a foreign website filled with foreign language, Lee Yun-sung adeptly navigated the site, clicked on tasks, and posted a bounty, completing the entire process in under 5 seconds. No one detected anything amiss. Even the surveillance camera behind him was cleverly obstructed for those 5 seconds. After finishing everything, Lee Yun-sung finally relaxed in his chair. Time passed slowly. Soo-jie lay idly on his bed, and over 2 hours had elapsed. For reasons unknown, his sense of unease intensified, and he grew increasingly restless. Pondering why Enkur had not yet returned. His body was damaged in multiple areas, rendering him immobile, and even the wireless signal receiver was broken, preventing him from exploring the online world. Just as he was lost in thought, Enkur returned. Soo-jie, look, are these the items you needed? Enkur said, somewhat sheepishly, that Soo-jie inspected the parts and chips she had brought, simultaneously summoning the intelligent unit. 1. Can you check if these components are compatible? He communicated with 1 through his thoughts. They can be used, but they are all of the lowest quality, and a few are counterfeit. They need to be replaced. 1 replied nonchalantly that Soo-jie felt a wave of confusion wash over him. How is it? Soo-jie, can they be used? If not, I can exchange them. Enkur, noticing Soo-jie's silence and dazed expression, began to worry that she had made a mistake in her purchases. Most of them can be used, however. These few are counterfeit and need to be replaced. Soo-jie pointed out the subpar components to Enkur. All right, I'll head out again. I'll move the telephone from the living room to your room. If you need anything else, just call me. Enkur said hurriedly, before rushing to the living room to retrieve the phone and exiting the room. Watching her leave, Soo-jie finally took action. 1. The items have been procured. How should I proceed with the repairs? Soo-jie inquired of the intelligent unit. Knowing that his understanding of repairing his robotic body paled in comparison to 1's expertise. While he could manage some repairs himself, he could not match 1's speed or quality, so he opted to earnestly seek 1's guidance. First, relinquish control of your body to me, and I will handle the repairs personally. Upon hearing this, Soo-jie promptly adjusted the settings, granting 1 control over his body that he was not concerned that 1 would act against him, for he had modified 1's core programming himself. The 3 laws of robotics were no trivial matter. After centuries of research into intelligent life, these laws impose restrictions on all artificial beings. Unless the core programming was set to allow modification by humans, no one could breach it. This was also why Soo-jie had not attempted to rescue the core programming of the little one, as his permissions were insufficient. Any forced modification would only cause harm. That 1's situation had been rather unique, and since it was born from Soo-jie's robotic body, in a sense, Soo-jie could be considered a partial programmer. Enkur hurriedly grabbed her bag from the sofa and exited the door, making her way down to the parking lot. Upon opening the car door, she quickly drove towards the market she had visited earlier. Damn it. No wonder that shopkeeper's gaze was so peculiar. I can't believe they were selling counterfeit goods. Enkur muttered angrily, pouting slightly as she drove, placing the receipt into her bag. She was not yet prepared to confront the shopkeeper. Her priority was to procure the correct parts for Soo-jie. Just the thought of Soo-jie brought a smile to her lips. Unbeknownst to her, a few vehicles had begun to tail her after she had driven a distance from the community. As time passed gradually, the sky took on a hint of darkness, the nightfall approaching, and the city streets began to glow with neon lights. Report, young Master Wong. Team 1 has successfully followed the target. The robot has not emerged. Please advise. A burly man in a black car spoke into the walkie-talkie, his gaze fixed on the nearby red sedan. Team 1, continue tracking. The other teams should maintain surveillance without taking any rash actions that might alert the target. Wang Xuanyi raised a cup of coffee to his lips, his eyes glued to the holographic screen displaying a film that in an hour. Once darkness enveloped the city, they could proceed with their plans. Wang Xuanyi was a direct descendant of the Wang family. Yet he had never received much attention from the clan. Due to a minor mistake, he had been assigned to Xianyang City for several years, receiving a sudden call from the family head. He was tasked with capturing a robot, with the promise of returning to the capital city upon successful completion. As he watched the latest blockbuster on the screen, a faint smile crept onto his lips. This mission was trivial. A weak woman and a civilian-grade high-tech intelligent robot posed no significant threat. Had it not been for the family head's orders to avoid alarming others, he would have stormed in with his men long ago. The only complication was the robot, yet during his years in Xianyang, he had cultivated a personal faction. Dealing with a robot and an utterly defenseless woman felt like a divine opportunity to reclaim his position at the center of power within the Wang family. Second young master. The Wang family is also tracking that girl named Nkur. We've sent people to follow her as well. However, there has been no movement from the Wang family. Should we strike first? Li Yunming, standing atop a building, surveyed the opposite residential complex as he listened to his subordinate report that he glanced up at the darkening sky. Let us wait a bit longer, that we'll act once it's fully dark. Li Yunming was brimming with confidence regarding the task at hand. Initially, he had harbored some concerns upon learning that the Wang family was involved. However, when he discovered that the responsible party was none other than Wang Xuani, a smirk spread across his face. For the success of this endeavor seemed almost certain that a direct descendant of the Wang family, being exiled to the small city of Xinjiang, had rendered him a laughingstock among the elite circles of the capital. What threat could such a debauched individual pose? Once this matter was resolved, he was confident that his standing in the old man's eyes would only elevate further. Standing atop a tall building, he gazed down at the nightscape of Xinjiang, akin to a monarch surveying his realm, filled with an indomitable spirit. Captain, both the Wang and Li families have dispatched personnel for this operation. Should we consider reinforcing our numbers? We must acknowledge that the Li family members are quite formidable. No need. You have yet to witness the combat prowess of our team, that as long as they remain within Xinjiang, there is no cause for concern. This is your first mission with us, and soon you will come to understand their terrifying capabilities. The captain, upon mentioning his team members, began to boast animatedly. Really, Captain, are they truly that impressive? Absolutely. Neither the Li nor Wang family members anticipated that within the unassuming parking lot of the residential complex, two individuals were quietly murmuring within an inconspicuous black vehicle, one boasting grandly, while the other showered him with flattery. Chapter 042, the bustling Xinjiang after enduring over half an hour of repairs. Su Jie was finally ready to move. Although there were still some unresolved issues within his body, they were merely minor inconveniences. Nkur had yet to return. Su Jie was about to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner when he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. Could Nkur have come back? Su Jie froze momentarily, preparing to open the door, only to realize something was amiss. There are several individuals. Su Jie's expression shifted dramatically as he activated the thermal sensor. Before him materialized the figures of 4 or 5 people, crouching with weapons, poised outside his residence. One of them was preparing to pick the lock. That Suj's first thought was that he had been discovered. I cannot remain here. I must leave immediately. He pivoted and swiftly made his way toward Nkur's room, which had a balcony, situated on the 4th floor of the complex. It wasn't particularly high. The balcony faced the main road, extending beyond the confines of the complex. Upon glancing outside, Su Jie noted only 2 black vehicles parked below. Activating the thermal detection device, he discerned that both cars contained occupants, some equipped with walkie-talkies, others donning earpieces. That it became clear to him that he had been under surveillance for some time as darkness began to envelop the sky. Su Jie had already extinguished the lights in the living room, leaving the entire apartment shrouded in darkness. Without hesitation, he heard the sound of the door being opened. It appeared they had managed to unlock it. With a powerful leap, Su Jie vaulted onto the roof of one of the black vehicles. Tan Chong, a small-time thug on the streets of Xinjiang, spent his days idling and indulging in frivolity. However, he possessed one redeeming quality, his knack for flattery, which endeared him to his boss. Today, he had received a call from his superior, indicating a task that, upon completion, would reward him with 50,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. That was a significant sum. Tan Chong's eyes sparkled at the thought. He had been on watch all afternoon, skipping lunch and now missing dinner, confined to the vehicle, even denied a bathroom break, merely observing the 4th floor situation through the car's rearview mirror. Though parched, hungry, and desperate to relieve himself, he bore his discomfort, as his boss remained in the car, unwilling to exit. As night fell and the streetlights flickered to life, Tan Chong mused that he could soon be relieved. Habitually, He glanced at the rearview mirror and seemed to notice something. Blinking in disbelief, he saw a shadow rapidly enlarging. Suddenly, realization struck him, and his eyes widened in alarm. "Boss, hurry and start the car." Tan Chong barely finished his sentence when a resounding crash echoed, followed by the instant collapse of the car roof. Pain surged through his body, and just as darkness descended upon him, his sole thought was that the sensation of relieving himself felt wonderfully liberating. Su Jie paid little mind to the fate of those inside the vehicle. Instead, he focused on the black car across the street. He swiftly leaped down from the roof and sprinted toward the opposite side of the road. The occupants of the car had spotted him and were starting the engine as Su Jie squinted, calculating the trajectory. With a powerful thrust of his right leg, he launched himself into the air. Another thunderous crash reverberated as the black car abruptly halted, its roof crumpling like the previous vehicle, leaving its occupants clearly incapacitated. Though the events unfolded rapidly, they transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment Su Jie jumped from the fourth-floor balcony to the destruction of the second black car, the entire episode took less than 5 seconds. The road was relatively empty, and during those fleeting moments, no other vehicles passed by. Su Jie leapt from the car and, firmly oriented, dashed forward. "There!" Su Jie heard a faint voice from behind. Realizing he had indeed been spotted. "Report to young Master Wong. The target has jumped from the building and is fleeing down Malin Road, heading west. Team 1 has yielded no results, and Team 2 surveillance has been compromised." A figure observing Su Jie's escape from the balcony quickly seized the walkie-talkie. This robot is remarkably intelligent. Aware of the rooftop escape, what company manufactured it? Why is young Master Wong so intent on capturing him? Though the burly man was filled with questions, he understood his role and refrained from inquiry. "A bunch of useless fools. Team 3, intercept him immediately, and Team 1, follow closely to coordinate with Team 3. Young Master Wong's furious reprimands crackled through the walkie-talkie. Team 3 acknowledged. Team 1 acknowledged. Second Young Master, the Wong family has already begun their pursuit. Yet the target has still eluded capture and is now on Malin Road, moving west. Should we? Patience, let the Wong family take the lead. Our people will follow closely behind." Li Yunming set down his night vision binoculars. A knowing smile gracing his lips. This fellow, indeed, possesses an impressive skill set, having escaped from the research institute. "Understood. I will relay the instructions." An elderly man waved his hand, signaling to a bodyguard-like figure who rushed from the shadows, whispering a few words before quickly departing the rooftop. "Captain, the target has fled, and the Wong family has failed to apprehend him. They are currently in pursuit. Should we join them?" "No need. Are you unaware of the mantis stalking the cicada? Unaware of the oriole lurking behind? We are that oriole, and until the cicada makes a move, we cannot reveal ourselves." The captain, upon hearing the new recruit's words, swiftly delivered a slap to the young man's head. "What are you on about with mantises? Cicadas and orioles? I'm utterly confused," the newcomer muttered, rubbing his head. "You fool. Some people are beyond teaching." The captain, hearing the recruit's murmurs, delivered another slap, silencing him immediately. "Boss, a vehicle is approaching from behind." Su Jie sprinted, mentally conversing with the AI. "Got it, Suyat no Ledgit." Quickly darting toward the center of the road to intercept the vehicle. The screech of tires echoed as the driver, startled by the sudden appearance of a figure on the road, slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, the car was not moving too quickly, and the driver soon realized it was a young man, leaning out of the window. "What do you need?" Before he could finish, Su Jie yanked him from the window and tossed him onto the pavement. He jumped into the car and pressed the accelerator. The engine roared to life as the vehicle sped away. The driver, still stunned, watched as Su Jie commandeered his car, and by the time he regained his senses, the vehicle had vanished. "What the hell? Carjacking. I'm calling the police," the driver shouted, hastily retrieving his phone. "Officer, I want to report a theft." Su Jie was no stranger to driving, having previously registered for the inaugural Dragon Kingdom virtual car racing competition. He had studied driving techniques extensively, downloading a wealth of information into his core brain chip. "Boss, someone is tailing us." "I know." AI-1, Connect to the vehicle's GPS system via wireless link. Check the route. Instructed. Familiarizing himself with the car's capabilities before flooring the accelerator. The speed surged to 160 kilometers per hour. This vehicle performed remarkably well, far superior to those he had driven in his previous life. Thankfully, traffic was light at that moment. Shenyang was vast, and had this been in his past life, traveling at such a speed would have surely resulted in disaster within seconds. Attention all units. A blue vehicle is speeding west on Malin Road. Reaching speeds of 160 kilometers per hour, now entering Hai Tun West Road. Please intercept. Attention all units. Malin Road. The intelligent computer in the command hall began to sound an alarm, and a blue vehicle suddenly flashed across the monitoring screen. On duty, Dong Xin, hearing the sound, looked up and was momentarily stunned. Was this a madman or a driving god? The blue car maintained a staggering speed of 160 kilometers per hour, overtaking vehicle after vehicle. At times, during the overtaking, it was merely a few centimeters away from adjacent cars. Several traffic police officers on duty raised their heads, staring in disbelief at this extraordinary spectacle. Is this the rhythm of something outrageous? Is this even human? Dong Xin exclaimed, widening his eyes as he muttered to himself, foolishly fixated on the monitoring screen above, completely oblivious to the fact that his hat had slipped askew. Attention all units. Malin Road. The alarm sounded once more, jolting everyone back to reality. Quickly, swiftly organize the units on duty to intercept that vehicle. Dong Xin finally snapped back to attention and shouted, all the while secretly contemplating that if they managed to intercept the driver, he must get an autograph, and he needed to save this video footage first. Sujia, behind the wheel, sped along, the traffic density gradually increasing, yet he showed no intention of slowing down. He overtook one car after another, leaving chaos and shouts in his wake. The screeching of brakes and collisions sent several vehicles spiraling far behind. However, Sujia was fully aware that he had not managed to lose them. The car's speed was simply too dazzling. He also received word from Intelligence System 1 that the Nuyang City Traffic Command Center had detected his speeding and was beginning to set up obstacles at various intersections. Increase speed by 20 kilometers for 2 minutes. Turn left at the next intersection. Intelligence System 1 had infiltrated the city surveillance network through the vehicle's GPS system, meticulously calculating and relaying information to Sujia. As night fell, Nuyang City began to bustle with activity. Damn it! What kind of lunatic is the target this time? Recklessly daring, an inconspicuous black car turned into the intersection, trailing behind Sujia, where a young man inside was grumbling incessantly. Stop cursing and hurry up. If we lose him, the team leader will definitely chew us out, the person in the passenger seat urged, gripping the seat tightly. Got it. Just watch me. I want to let him get away. The young man's eyes lit up as he slammed the accelerator to the floor, the engine roaring to life. Report, Wang Xiao, requesting backup. Team 1 has lost the target. The burly man surveyed the chaotic scene on the road, vehicles strewn haphazardly, all involved in collisions. How are we supposed to pursue this? Is that robot equipped with a core racing program? You useless fool, the target has already entered Liberation West Road. As soon as the burly man's voice fell, a roar erupted from the intercom. Wang Shuani could no longer maintain his composure. He had initially thought this mission would be a piece of cake, but he had underestimated the incompetence of his subordinates. He downed his coffee in one gulp, picked up the radio, and shouted, all personnel from teams 2 and 4, mobilize and pursue. In an instant, the streets of Nuyang City transformed into a scene of high-speed racing. A blue car led the charge, closely followed by a black vehicle, trailed by 7 or 8 others, including several police cars at the rear. Fortunately, Nuyang City was a burgeoning metropolis with wide streets and moderate traffic. Boss, accelerate by 30 kilometers in 5 minutes. Turn right at the next intersection. Someone is chasing us. The calm voice of Intelligence System 1 echoed at that moment. Sujia was far from calm. Excitement surged through him as he had been exhilarated ever since the initial thrill of speeding. With pursuers closing in behind, he felt no fear but rather an exhilarating rush. No problem, just watch me. Sujia responded loudly as the engine roared once more, the speed increasing again. Yi siren, a taxi driver, was leisurely cruising the streets after dinner, hoping to pick up a passenger. Suddenly, a blue car zipped past at breakneck speed, startling Yi Siren. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, involuntarily cursing. Who the hell is so bold as to race in the city center at speeds of at least 160 or 170 kilometers per hour? Before he could comprehend, another black car whizzed by. Holy cow! Yi Siren was once again taken aback, his taxi stalling as he caught his breath. Just as he was about to restart the engine and follow, a flurry of 7 or 8 cars flashed by in rapid succession. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Yi Siren was left dumbfounded, cursing in disbelief. Was this a rehearsal for the first real-life virtual car racing championship of Dragon Country? Li Shu was in high spirits today. He had confessed his feelings to his goddess over the phone. She neither accepted nor rejected him, merely suggesting they go see a movie together. Eager to impress, Li Shu borrowed a car from a friend, bought 99 roses, and happily drove to the opposite side of the road from his goddess's apartment complex. Striking what he thought was a suave pose against the vehicle, imagining her emerging from the complex and rushing over to him with the roses. When she comes out, she'll see me. I must remain composed. Yes, wave the roses. Li Shu self-encouraged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In rapid succession, 7 or 8 cars sped past, creating a gust of wind that left him stunned, his legs trembling and his hair disheveled. Through his bangs, Li Shu spotted his goddess looking his way. But glancing at the roses in his hand, he realized only a few remained intact, leaving him on the brink of tears. In the New Yong City Traffic Command Center, alarms blared. Alert! Alert! All units, pay attention. Within the city center ring, a large number of individuals are engaged in reckless driving on Longan Road. Danger level. Seat up, please prepare to intercept. Alert! Alert! All units, please pay attention. Forget the alerts. Quickly, call the armed police. This is a bunch of lunatics. Dong Xin was flabbergasted. After 4 or 5 years in the traffic police, he had never encountered such a situation. Were these people intent on self-destruction? He watched the vehicles on the surveillance video, their speeds continuing to escalate. Nearly 10 minutes had passed, and Su Jie was still tightly pursued by those cars. Intelligent One, where are we headed? Su Jie inquired. To the West Industrial Zone? What for? Su Jie asked, puzzled. To replenish energy. Replenish energy in the West Industrial Zone. Intelligent One, are you planning to convert my body into energy? Su Jie was taken aback, nearly colliding with the car in front, but quickly recovered, feeling an exhilarating rush at the thought. Exactly, only in this way. Boss, will you stand a chance against the pursuers behind you that I have calculated that aside from myself, there are at least 4 other forces who have infiltrated the New Yong City traffic surveillance tonight, all intent on taking action against you. Intelligent One's voice remained calm, seemingly uninterested in elaborating. 4 forces? Su Jie exclaimed in surprise. It seemed he had not offended that many people. He had thought there were only the Gong family and the Research Institute to worry about. But he never anticipated so many were keeping tabs on him. Yes, the terrain in the West Industrial Zone is quite complex, with several abandoned factories at this hour. There are primarily robots on site. As most human workers have left, that if we have sufficient energy, I can take control of those robots and command them. Upon hearing this, Su Jie's mind sparked with a plan. Young master, do you think we should take action now? The elder, listening to his subordinates' reports, turned to Li Yunming once more. It is time to act. Things have escalated. Li Yunming gazed at the surveillance footage displayed on his holographic screen, realizing the significant impact this reckless driving was causing in the city center. Send people to lay an ambush in the West Industrial Zone. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yunming instructed the elder that moment. The holographic screen displayed a map of New Yong City, with a winding red line traversing various intersections that appeared he intended to head to the West Industrial Zone. Though Li Yunming was uncertain of his ultimate goal, regardless, today he would not escape unscathed. Upon hearing Intelligent One's analysis, Su Jie suddenly grasped the gravity of his situation, as so many were after him. The thrill from earlier was instantly replaced with a profound realization. This was not like escaping from the Research Institute where he had meticulously planned his route. Back then, with the assistance of the little guy, He was almost privy to every move the enemy made. This time, however, Intelligent One's capabilities were not as formidable. The traffic surveillance of New York City was vulnerable to infiltration by anyone. While he knew the enemy's movements, they also knew that if he had not underestimated the situation, it was clear the enemy had likely surmised his destination was the West Industrial Zone, and they would certainly have set up ambushes in advance. His only advantage was that they could calculate his arrival time at the West Industrial Zone based on his current speed. Therefore, he resolved to accelerate, aiming to reach his destination sooner than if the enemy consisted of only one or two forces. He might be able to evade them. However, for pursuing him, it was evident he stood no chance. Although only a few cars were pursuing from behind, it was evident that the opposing party consisted of more than just these individuals. Once they reached the Western Industrial Zone, the situation would turn in their favor. With the assistance of the Intelligence System No. 1, that place would become his dominion. That as Su Jie drove, his mind raced with calculations. Upon grasping the situation, he immediately pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the roar of the engine erupted. The performance of this vehicle is average. To reach the Western Industrial Zone, I must not exceed a speed of 210 kilometers per hour. At the next intersection, take a left and head directly onto the Ring City Expressway. No. 1 provided Su Jie with an analysis of the situation. Understood. Su Jie was now wholly focused on driving. Ever since his rebirth as a robot, his reaction capabilities had significantly improved. Previously, he had no issue managing speeds around 180 kilometers per hour, but now, as the speed climbed to 210, he needed to concentrate. That it was not that Su Jie could not handle it. Rather, this intersection was quite bustling, with heavy traffic, that he needed to anticipate various scenarios, calculating each one in advance. Additionally, some internal components had sustained damage during his previous confrontation with No. 1. Although part of it had been replaced, certain areas still experienced information transfer disruptions. That it was akin to his mind responding swiftly while his body lagged behind. Thus, Su Jie had to heighten his attention. If he were to collide with something at this speed, resulting in an accident, even if his body were as robust as iron, the consequences would be dire. Our destination is the Energy Distribution Control Center in the Western Industrial Zone. Here is the route map. No. 1's voice resonated in Su Jie's mind, accompanied by a stream of information. Glancing briefly, Su Jie quickly comprehended. What the hell? Who exactly is the target this time? Black Bear, asked the leader. This guy has accelerated again, and his speed is at least 200 kilometers. Tell the leader to analyze his trajectory. The young man in the black car, trailing Su Jie, exclaimed, cursing as he addressed Black Bear in the passenger seat. All right, Hulu, hold on. I'll consult the leader. Black Bear responded immediately. Damn it. I used to be a legendary driver, and yet this guy has left me in the dust. What a disgrace. Once I catch him, I'll make sure he looks like a pig-ass head. The young man, named Hulu, mumbled to himself as he drove. Chapter 044. Confrontation at the Energy Distribution Control Center after Su Jie accelerated again. Virtually no one could keep pace behind him. In an instant, communications from various factions erupted as they began analyzing Su Jie's trajectory. The New York City Traffic Command Center. Dong Xin looked up at the video surveillance. The blue car had finally reached the city center and entered the Ring City Expressway, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Although this incident had caused considerable chaos on the roads of New York City, resulting in numerous accidents, fortunately, there had been no fatalities, which could be considered a small blessing. At least he would not bear any responsibility. Dong Xin opened his private holographic device to prepare to upload the recently copied footage to a website. Despite his youth and relatively well-off family background, he had a penchant for cars and often neglected his studies. His father had once devised various methods to discipline him and eventually managed to get him into the traffic police department, hoping that a job would restrain him. Dong Xin was quite satisfied with this position, relishing the opportunity to race and show off, being a young man after all. Today, while on duty, he encountered such an event. The blue car's speeding infractions hadn't crossed his mind. Instead, he was solely focused on the potential impact this footage would have online and the bragging rights it would afford him in the future. The spectacular overtaking maneuvers and nearly textbook-perfect drifting filled him with excitement. Once the armed police apprehended the driver of the blue car, he would definitely seek to learn from him. How could an ordinary vehicle be handled in such a manner? Time ticked away. After entering the Ring City Expressway, it took Su Jie merely about 10 minutes to reach the Western Industrial Zone. The roar of the blue car's engine began to blend with other sounds. The surroundings were dominated by towering concrete structures, and compared to other areas in New York City, this location exuded a heightened sense of high-tech ambience, with various large machinery operating in full automation. His destination is the Energy Distribution Control Center in the Industrial Zone. What could he possibly want? At this moment, Li Yunming no longer felt the sense of control he had previously possessed. He sat beside an elder, both fixated on the surveillance screen, analyzing Su Jie's route. Second young master, I have already dispatched some personnel to the Energy Distribution Control Center. The elder replied respectfully upon hearing Li Yunming's words. Send everyone there? Li Yunming felt an ominous premonition. Young Master Wang, all personnel from teams 1, 2, 3, and 4 have been dispatched to the Energy Distribution Control Center as per your instructions, Wang Xuanyi reported, holding a walkie-talkie while observing the surveillance screen. Good. Make sure to capture him alive. Remember, I want him intact. Don't let him be turned into scrap metal that a heap of iron scraps is of no use. A sinister smile crept across Wang Xuanyi's lips. Today, he had embarrassed himself greatly. Just earlier, the family patriarch had called to inquire about the situation. Since the operation commenced, a significant amount of time had elapsed, and despite dozens of fully armed personnel, they had yet to capture even a civilian smart robot, being toyed with instead if it were merely that it could be tolerated. However, the patriarch had just reminded him that the Li family had also sent people to New York City. Damn it, it must be that perennial second-in-command, Li Yunming. The fact that his people had not yet located him suggested they were merely spectating, hoping to reap the benefits in the end. I'm still thinking of picking up the scraps. I'll ensure you see nothing at all in the end. Moreover, send someone to bring that captured outside along as well. Wang Xuanyi suddenly recalled something and spoke into the walkie-talkie, his smile growing even more sinister. Young Master, that is from young Master Gong's side. The burly man, who had always mingled in New York City, was somewhat familiar with the matter, and he vaguely recalled hearing about it when young Master Gong had mentioned it during a call with young Master Wang. Stop talking nonsense. I said bring him. So bring him. The Gong family is nothing but a minor player. Don't forget who your master is. Before the burly man could finish his sentence, a roar erupted from the walkie-talkie that he was taken aback, not expecting young Master Wang's reaction to be so intense. Understood. The burly man, not wanting to dwell on it further, recognized that although the Gong family's influence in New York City was considerable, in comparison to his own master, he could clearly discern the hierarchy. With that thought, he promptly made arrangements for the others. Leader, how did you know the target was heading to the Energy Distribution Control Center? A newcomer in the car curiously asked the leader. You fool. Can't you see? How could I have been so blind as to recruit you into the National Security Bureau? The leader had just sent out the information when he heard the newcomer ask such a naive question, and he instantly felt a surge of anger, slapping the rookie on the head. The newcomer rubbed his head, looking at the leader with a pitiful expression, wanting to say something but swallowed his words when he saw the leader's furious gaze. At the New York City Armed Police Team, first squad assembled, second squad assembled, third squad assembled. Huang Shangxiang felt a rising sense of irritation as he watched the 3 squad leaders report to him. After receiving a sea-level alert from the traffic police, he had sounded the emergency assembly to prepare for deployment. However, just moments ago, he had received 3 phone calls, each more influential than the last. From individuals he usually had to look up to that he never expected that today, he would receive calls from such high-ranking figures simultaneously that he had been carefully responding to them. The capital, the Wang family, the Li family, and the National Security Bureau had all called to instruct him to cooperate with their actions, which was the reason for this sea-level alert. Damn it, I'm just a mere squad leader. How am I supposed to cooperate? Huang Shangxiang muttered under his breath, feeling aggrieved. All 3 parties were formidable. Cooperating with one would offend the other 2, that any one of them could easily make his life miserable with just a phone call, and asking him to cooperate felt like a trap. Huang Shangxiang looked at the 3 squad leaders awaiting his orders. Fine, just go with the flow. I hope by the time I arrive, everything will be resolved. 9 minutes. An emergency, full-armed response took 9 minutes. Are you all crawling? Go back. All of you. And start over. Huang Shanxiang suddenly shouted at the three squad leaders. Yes. The three squad leaders were momentarily stunned. What had happened to him? Just a moment ago. He seemed fine, yet he suddenly exploded in anger. Who had provoked him? Although 9 minutes was slightly slower than their usual training times, it was still a decent response in an emergency, with puzzled expressions. The three squad leaders turned to issue commands to their subordinates. At the Energy Distribution Control Center in the Western Industrial Zone, a peculiar scene was unfolding. The Energy Distribution Control Center had already closed. And typically, only 2 personnel were on duty. Although there were only 2 staff members, there were about 20 to 30 patrolling robots. At this moment, within the duty room at the entrance of the Energy Distribution Control Center, 2 duty personnel lay sprawled on the floor. Inside the facility stood 20 to 30 fully armed patrolling robots, while outside, nearly 100 individuals were divided into 3 factions, all armed and poised for confrontation. The standoff had persisted for almost 3 minutes. In fact, Su Jie had arrived at the Energy Distribution Control Center first, launching a surprise attack that incapacitated the 2 duty personnel, seizing control of the patrolling robot's controller, and allowing the AI, designated as Number 1, to infiltrate the system, modify permissions, and command the patrol robots. The Energy Distribution Control Center was a high-security facility, typically seeing few visitors, yet it was still patrolled by armed guards. The public security in New City had always been commendable, and given that there was little of value to steal at the Energy Distribution Control Center, only 2 individuals were on duty during the night, with most security being provided by the patrolling robots. We all share the same objective. I suggest we work together to eliminate these patrol robots first. The first to break the impasse was a burly man, leading a group of 40 to 50 individuals. Having been in a stalemate for nearly 3 minutes, the target had been inside for some time. Had it not been for the fear of the other 2 factions ambushing them, they would have charged in already. Although the patrol robots were heavily armed, they posed no true threat. The 3 laws of robotics restricted them from initiating attacks on humans, even if they were to clash with the Energy Distribution Control Center. Jeopardizing the interests of the Dragon Kingdom, it would be a preemptive strike, allowing their faction to gain the upper hand. I find this proposal quite agreeable. Hulu casually twirled the electromagnetic energy gun in his hand, seemingly unconcerned about Su Jie escaping, that he was aware that the 2 factions belonged to the Wang and Li families. And although his group numbered only a little over 10 when it came to combat effectiveness, only the Li family posed a slight challenge. The Wang family was merely a disorganized mob. All right, a figure clad in black from the edge of the 3rd faction responded succinctly. This faction consisted uniformly of about 30 individuals dressed in black. The black-clad man had noticed the electromagnetic energy gun in Hulu's possession, causing a slight tremor in his heart. This was a piece of equipment from the National Security Bureau, one of the most advanced devices in the Dragon Kingdom. Far superior to the weaponry in his own hands, as for the burly man's faction, the black-clad man had not even bothered to glance at them. Their equipment was subpar, and their lack of coordination was evident from their movements, indicating their combat capability was lacking. How about this? On the count of 3, we all strike together. Seeing Hulu casually toying with his electromagnetic energy gun, the burly man's pupils constricted slightly. Despite the Use faction being the smallest, their equipment was the most advanced, with some weapons even being unrecognizable to him. Agreed! Both the black-clad man and Hulu concurred, clearly understanding the constraints of the robot's 3 laws. Chapter 045. The Energy Transformation Body Project. After infiltrating the control system and modifying the permissions, Su Jie issued a command to guard the entrance, prohibiting anyone from entering. Modifying the program to instruct the patrol robots to proactively attack the intruders would take too long. And time was not on his side. Su Jie did not expect the 20 to 30 patrol robots, even if their programming was altered to initiate attacks, would yield significant results. Their combat capability was simply too inadequate against the intruders. What he desperately needed was time. By commanding the patrol robots to secure the entrance, those pursuing him would likely refrain from reckless action, as they were not a single faction, but multiple groups on high alert. This would afford him a bit more time. What? The burly man's voice boomed. Immediately, his faction raised their weapons, as if receiving an order, all aiming at the patrol robots. 2. The patrol robots remained obliviously stationed inside. 3. Bang! Bang bang, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, and in an instant, nearly all the patrol robots were annihilated, reduced to mere heaps of scrap metal. Although some patrol robots attempted to resist, their efforts were futile. The disparity in numbers, coupled with the superiority of weaponry, dictated the outcome that as soon as the gunfire ceased, the three factions surged forward towards the Energy Distribution Control Center as if they had all agreed upon it simultaneously. At that moment, Su Jie was sprinting ahead. How far is it to the central station? Su Jie inquired mentally to the AI. Number 1, as he ran. Not far. I have successfully infiltrated the entire Energy Distribution Control Center system. They have already dealt with those patrol robots. We are about to enter the central station. Based on our calculations, the internal systems of the central station won't hold them off for long. You have approximately 15 minutes to replenish energy. 15 minutes isn't enough. Su Jie sighed internally. He had previously calculated that if it were merely a matter of energy replenishment, 15 minutes would suffice. But to utilize the energy for transformation, that time was woefully inadequate. Correct. So once we enter, we must commence energy transformation immediately. Your consciousness is stronger than that of an ordinary person, but the transformation process carries risks. Currently, there is no better approach. Controlling the industrial area robots to reach the energy center would take half an hour, so there is only one solution. Number 1 articulated a plan to Su Jie. Upon hearing it, Su Jie was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the audacity of the suggestion. Before long, Su Jie arrived at the Energy Central Station, a vast hall crowned with an open skylight through which he could see the twinkling stars in the night sky. Su Jie couldn't help but marvel at the sight of stars visible amidst such a large city, especially within an industrial zone. It was a testament to the advanced environmental consciousness of this world. Had it been the Earth of his past life, such a phenomenon would have been inconceivable. Not lingering on his thoughts, he focused on his destination ahead, estimating the hall's expanse to be several thousand square meters. It resembled a colossal sports arena that Su Jie hurried forth, finding the hall adorned with 30 to 40 massive cylindrical energy reactors, surrounding a gigantic transformer at the center that he recognized this as the energy supply hub for the entire industrial area. Or rather, the energy supply center for New City. Each cylindrical reactor was connected by thick copper wires, occasionally sparking with electricity, linking to the enormous transformer at the center. Ultimately, energy was transmitted through the open skylight above, supplying electrical power to the entire industrial area and the city. As Su Jie took a few steps closer to the reactors, the sense of imminent danger intensified. The static in the air caused a tingling sensation with every step he took, and sparks began to dance across his body. This was precisely why the Energy Distribution Control Center had only a handful of patrol robots on guard. This location was critical. Anyone attempting to breach it would likely be scorched by the overwhelming static before getting far. Boss! I'll take control of the body, activate the core program, and connect to the Transformer's outer terminal to absorb energy. This process will be quite painful. Number 1 cautioned as they reached this point. We've come this far. I must endure whatever pain awaits, Su Jie muttered under his breath. He advanced step by step until he stood beneath the massive transformer. Glancing up at the towering 3-meter structure, his pupils constricted, and with a powerful leap, he ascended onto the transformer. Zizi! The moment Su Jie grasped the exposed wire leading to the skylight, a searing sound echoed as his body began to disintegrate under the tremendous electrical current. The thin outer layer of his hands began to peel away, revealing the gleaming metal beneath. An overwhelming sensation of tingling pleasure and agony coursed through him simultaneously. Meanwhile, outside the control center, the faction led by the burly man charged forward, followed closely by the black-clad individuals, with Ulu bringing up the rear, all racing towards the interior of the control center. Damn it! Another iron door! Lao San, blow it up! The burly man exclaimed as they navigated through a passage and encountered yet another iron door blocking their path, cursing loudly. All right, watch me. A slender young man from the group stepped forward, pulling a black package from his backpack, explosives procured from the black market. Lao San dashed forward, calculating the angle before placing the black explosives right beneath the door, then swiftly retreating, prompting the rest of the group to follow him back to the corner of the turn. With a gentle press of a remote control, a resounding boom reverberated through the passage. Despite their experience in covering their ears, the explosion's thunderous roar echoed within the confined space, leaving everyone's eardrums ringing uncomfortably. The burly man rubbed his ears and continued forward. Hulu, the Wang and Li families are up ahead. One T that give them the advantage. A member of the group, dubbed Black Bear, quietly voiced his concern to Hulu. Rest assured, everything is fine. Although I am perplexed as to why the target has made its way to the energy control center, and it seems the route is likely directed towards the energy reactor. It is impossible for them to seize the initiative and capture the target without any capability. How could the director possibly arrange for our team to mobilize for the apprehension of the target? Hulu rapidly articulated his analysis, his curiosity about the target intensifying. Unfortunately, the team leader had not disclosed the identity of this target, merely providing each team member with a photograph, stating that this was the individual to be captured, and that it was imperative to secure them alive, preferably unharmed. The team leader had privately advised him that, if necessary, they must also ensure the target's safety from harm. Indeed, He Xiong pondered for a moment. Agreeing with the assessment, the group of individuals in black had remained silent, closely trailing behind, seemingly understanding this rationale. The order of arrival was inconsequential, as a mere second or two would not determine the ultimate outcome. Prior to encountering Su Jie, the three factions had tacitly avoided conflict, all recognizing that engaging in conflict at this juncture was unnecessary. They would rely on their own skills once the mission target was truly present. However, when that moment arrived, the definition of relying on one's own skills would become rather ambiguous. Huang Shanxiang had already deployed with the armed police, having just received orders from higher-ups that necessitated action that he had initially hoped to delay for a while. Chief, what is the situation this time? The entire battalion has been mobilized, comprising 200 to 300 personnel. The captain of the first squad inquired curiously from within the vehicle. Do not ask what should not be asked. Huang Shanxiang, still in shock from the recent call's news, had yet to process the information. Xinyang City is situated near the border and is essentially regarded as a remote area within the Dragon Kingdom. Its geographical location dictates its developmental prospects. Reliable intelligence indicates that a secret armed group has infiltrated our territory in the border region around noon. According to the analysis, it is highly likely that this unit's target is Xinyang City. As Huang Shanxiang contemplated this revelation, he felt as though fate was playing a cruel joke on him. He should have already been mobilized, but due to his own circumstances, he had delayed for far too long. The nearest troop station to Xinyang City was a full 2 hours away, and entering the Western Industrial Zone would consume at least another half hour. Damn it, who could it be? So many people. So many factions, all crazed for him. The world had not seen a major war in over 1,000 years. The Dragon Kingdom is one of the most powerful nations globally, even if there were small-scale conflicts. They occurred abroad, and such events had not transpired within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom for centuries. Huang Shanxiang bowed his head in contemplation, his expression ominously dark. Notify the guard unit. Activate the air defense alarm. The entire city is on alert. Initiate the emergency plan and deploy all combat-ready robots. As the highest authority over martial forces in Xinyang City, Huang Shanxiang made a decisive command, even involving the Xinyang City government. The captain of the first squad, initially pondering what event could cause their usually affable chief to become so agitated, suddenly found himself taken aback by Huang Shanxiang's order, taking a few seconds to regain his composure. Understood. Bang! The captain instinctively stood at attention in response, only to forget that he was in a vehicle, resulting in a painful collision with the roof that he inhaled sharply, gritting his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it, that hurt. Chapter 046 Citywide Alarm. The burly man observed the third member sprinting ahead. This was the final door. Once this door was breached, they would be in the energy reactor hall. Throughout this journey, he had already established contact with Wang Xiao, and though the other two factions appeared to have fewer personnel, their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly not be inferior to his own. The burly man was acutely aware that his own team comprised a ragtag assembly. While their numbers seemed substantial, most were merely societal misfits lacking professional training. Nevertheless, the burly man was unconcerned, as Wang Xiao had dispatched individuals bringing along the necessary equipment, accompanied by over 100 fully armed personnel, equipped with superior weaponry. Wang Xiao had invested significantly this time. While the other two factions possessed commendable combat capabilities, their numbers represented a critical weakness. At times, quantity could not rival quality that a thunderous explosion pierced the air. The burly man led his team through the smoke. Momentarily stunned by the sight that greeted him, Hu Lu, observing the group at the forefront, charged through the haze and caught a glimpse of the opposing party, halting at the corridor's entrance. He wondered what was happening. Why had they stopped at the threshold? Even the cold, expressionless figures in black seemed to tremble involuntarily. Driven by curiosity, Hu Lu urged his team forward, only to be equally astonished by the scene that unfolded before him. Rendered speechless for a long moment. What in the world? Is this our target? Su Jie gripped the output wires of the transformer, his entire being radiating with crackling electricity. The simulation system had been compromised, revealing a distinct metallic sheen that shimmered under the electric arcs, casting a brilliant blue glow. At that moment, Su Jie's expression contorted, as if he were enduring immense agony. His cold, unfeeling gaze, combined with his facial expression, instilled a sense of dread in those who beheld him. Hu Lu finally comprehended why the figures in black had trembled involuntarily. That gaze was chillingly cold, sending shivers down one's spine. After a few seconds, the burly man regained his senses and cautiously advanced a few steps. He, too, was at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Wang Xiao had instructed them to capture the target alive. But how could they do so under these circumstances? Everyone understood that the state of the energy reactor, with its faint blue electric arcs flickering in the air, was nothing to be trifled with. A direct gunshot could easily result in the target's destruction, rendering any chance of capturing them alive futile. Hu Lu found himself equally conflicted. He could neither capture nor attack. Moreover, it was imperative to protect the target's safety when necessary. What the hell? Was there even a need for him to protect anything? The target was clearly a monstrous entity, capable of withstanding such immense voltage. Even if a robot were deployed, it would be incinerated within moments by such a powerful current. Damn it, what on earth is this creature? Hu Lu, glancing at the metallic sheen emerging from Su Jie's form, had already surmised that Su Jie was an intelligent life-form robot. However, this robot appeared far too extraordinary, pushing the boundaries of his belief. With a resigned sigh, Hu Lu stepped aside to contact the team leader. The figures in black and the burly man, witnessing this, also began to consult their superiors on how to proceed. Initially anticipating a fierce confrontation upon entering, no one had expected such an outcome. Peaceful coexistence while making phone calls in a state of bewilderment. Thus, it is said that human ingenuity knows no bounds. And the team leader's reputation is truly magnificent. The team leader was in the midst of relaying his illustrious achievements to the newcomer when his phone rang abruptly. What is this situation? Understood. Let's observe the developments for now. I'll await further instructions. The team leader, who had been basking in self-admiration, suddenly lost his composure upon receiving the call, ceasing his idle chatter with the newcomer. He swiftly dialed an extended number. At that moment, a chilling and resonant alarm reverberated through the air, causing the team leader to pause in astonishment. An air defense alarm? No, this is a preemptive alert. What has transpired in Xinjiang City? Why has the preemptive alarm been sounded? The team leader leaned out of the car window, witnessing the entire city engulfed in the eerie, piercing sound of the alarm. The once bustling Xinjiang City descended into chaos. The vibrant neon lights illuminating the high-rise buildings at night began to flicker and extinguish, evidently responding to the alarming sound as the city plunged into disorder. Various government departments sprang into action, coordinating personnel for evacuation. Shortly thereafter, armed robots began to appear on the streets, wielding weapons. The team leader surveyed the scene, his mind racing with confusion, pondering what had transpired. Team leader, are we about to engage in battle? The newcomer, taken aback by the sound, excitedly inquired of the team leader. Battle my ass. If you don't know, keep your mouth shut. The team leader shot a glare at the newcomer, pressing the call button on his phone. Regardless of the situation, his mission was to capture that intelligent robot. Even if a world war were to erupt, nothing was more crucial than this task. He needed to contact his superior to consult with the mad scientist at the Research Institute on how to handle the situation, while also inquiring about what had transpired in Xinjiang City to trigger the preemptive alert. After being scolded by the team leader, the newcomer obediently fell silent. 2 minutes later, the team leader ended the call. Notify all team members to proceed to the Energy Control Center in the western part of the city with utmost haste. The team leader spoke to the newcomer with a grim expression. As events had begun to spiral out of control, armed forces from abroad had infiltrated, and the numbers remained uncertain. It seemed the secret of the robot had already leaked. Yes, team leader. The newcomer, taken aback by the team leader's demeanor, felt a wave of apprehension. Upon joining the National Security Bureau, he had heard others mention that it was best not to provoke the team leader when he wore such a grim expression, or else the consequences would be dire. The kinetic energy operation chip has been successfully energized. Su Jie, enduring immense pain, kept a watchful eye on the group at the corridor entrance while monitoring his internal condition. The next step was to enhance the entire kinetic energy operation system. 1. What is the situation? Su Jie inquired of number 1 in his mind, noting that it had been some time since he entered. Ever since the Su family initiated the energy transformation, number 1 had commenced infiltrating the robotic systems of the entire West Industrial Zone via wireless communication. It seemed that Su Jie had been inside for a full 15 minutes. The sheer magnitude of energy from dozens of energy reactors was staggering, yet he could only quantify a single kinetic operation chip. With the majority of the energy being consumed by the intelligent system of No. Su Jie was perplexed as to how number 1 had acquired knowledge of this technology, as he understood that the Dragon Nation had yet to master it. It will take 3 more minutes. Boss, time may be insufficient. We need to accelerate the energy transformation and increase the power output. Number 1 responded after a brief silence. All right, increase it. I can withstand it. Su Jie gritted his teeth and declared resolutely. Very well. Boss, that I'm ramping up the energy output now. The electrical energy you'll receive will be substantial, and the pain may intensify, number 1 stated, adjusting the energy output without waiting for Su Jie's response. Su Jie felt a searing pain emanating from the depths of his soul, unable to suppress his cry. Damn it, you startled me. Lu, who was waiting for orders while remaining vigilant against 2 other factions, was taken aback by Su Jie's sudden exclamation. What was this guy attempting? Was he not a robot? Why did he appear to be in such agony? Could it be that robots possess feelings? Lu was already filled with questions, and this moment only deepened his confusion. He glanced over at the black-clad individuals and the burly man, who were also startled by the piercing cry, with the latter nearly collapsing onto the ground in fright. With a disdainful smile, Lu thought, a rabble is merely a rabble. As time ticked by, the 3 factions at the tunnel entrance awaited developments. Observing how matters would unfold. 10 minutes slipped by, and both Lu and the black-clad figures grew impatient. While the burly man remained unconcerned, he had just received word that the convoy escorting the target was imminent, not exceeding 3 minutes. According to intelligence, the target was of great significance, and as long as he remained within the energy reactor, he posed no threat. Once his people arrived, he would see whether the target would emerge. That moment, the eerily silent tunnel entrance resonated with a series of beeping sounds, and all 3 factions received the same message simultaneously. Collaborate with the other 2 factions, as long as the target remains alive. All is well. Additionally, send personnel to infiltrate the supercomputer of the Energy Distribution Control Center to halt the operation of the energy reactors. Accompanying the message was a core code, evidently the essential code of the supercomputer. After reviewing the information, the burly man, black-clad individual, and Lu exchanged glances, each realizing they were not alone in receiving this directive. Quickly, they conferred. The task of infiltrating the computer would be assigned to Lu, while the black-clad individual and the burly man prepared to close in, aiming to incapacitate the target with precise weapon fire. Should this plan fail, they would wait for the burly man's team to arrive and assess the effectiveness of intimidation tactics. How much longer until the robots arrive here? Number 1, Su Jie asked anxiously, observing the movement of the individuals at the tunnel entrance. The energy transformation had only just commenced, diverging greatly from the original plan. Su Jie estimated that, at this rate, it would take at least another hour to complete the transformation. The individuals at the tunnel entrance would certainly not afford him such a luxury. If he were to emerge now, he would be defenseless against them. Boss, it appears the first batch of robots will arrive in about 5 minutes. No. One's response filled Su Jie with trepidation. Although it seemed they intended to capture him alive, they could not breach the energy reactor that, if provoked, they might resort to gunfire. The method number one had proposed was evidently no longer viable. For the distance kept these individuals at bay, preventing him from leveraging the energy reactor as powered as Su Jie wrestled with his worries. He suddenly noticed movement among the group at the tunnel entrance. Several individuals departed the main hall and entered the tunnel, while the majority began to spread out, encircling him gradually. That Su Jie narrowed his eyes, realizing that they were now approaching him. A stroke of fortune indeed. Hulu did not retreat, but instead joined the black-clad individuals and the burly man in surrounding the target, preparing to close in for precise shooting. The energy reactor's immense energy field created a unique magnetic field, making accurate long-range shooting with ordinary firearms nearly impossible due to their interference. The use of electromagnetic energy weapons would be overly destructive, likely resulting in the target's demise with a single shot. Hulu gripped the ordinary firearm in his hands, having not handled such a rudimentary weapon in ages. The feel was satisfactory, and he retained confidence in his shooting prowess. The Hulu advanced step by step, designated as the primary shooter for this precise operation. Following their previous plan, they formed an encircling formation to prevent any sudden escape by the target, although the reason for the target's presence near the transformer remained unclear. It was likely to replenish energy. Given that the target was unarmed, the group felt little apprehension. Hulu calculated the distance, noting that they were merely 20 meters away from optimal shooting range. His focus unwavering as he observed Su Jie closely. Closer, just a bit closer, Su Jie silently urged, his heart racing as he watched the figures approach. Now, number one act, Su Jie exclaimed in his mind, exhilaration surging through him. Understood. Hulu calculated the distance in his mind. Just 3 meters away from the ideal shooting position, when a sudden, inexplicable sense of crisis washed over him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. This sensation had not surfaced in years. Reminiscent of a mission on the border a few years prior, where it had saved his life by allowing him to evade a sniper's bullet. Simultaneously, the black-clad individuals and the burly man also sensed an unexplainable threat. Though not as acutely as Hulu instinctively prepared to retreat, a dazzling blue light erupted before him, and in an instant, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body. The mechanical gun was wrenched from his grasp by an overwhelming force, leaving him unable to maintain his hold due to the numbing sensation that enveloped him. In a heartbeat, he found himself powerless, collapsing to the ground. The two individuals stationed at the tunnel entrance witnessed a peculiar scene unfold. Their comrades were gradually encircling the energy reactor when suddenly, dozens of energy reactors erupted with brilliant blue light. The energy released from high-voltage electricity, creating an extraordinary display around the massive transformer. An invisible storm swept through the hall, palpable yet unseen, illuminating the vast area of several thousand square meters in a breathtaking blue glow. The immense transformer at the center of the energy pile appeared particularly striking, while Su Jie, glimmering with a distinctive metallic sheen, seemed to grow larger in that moment, standing at the tunnel entrance. They could almost hear a crackling sound in the air, and then, in an instant, everyone collapsed to the ground, oblivious to their fate, their weapons drawn to the energy reactors by a mysterious force. Those lying on the ground were all on edge, some even intermittently flickering with blue sparks, emitting wisps of smoke. The two stationed individuals remained frozen in shock, staring at the surreal scene for over 10 seconds. Su Jie exhaled in relief, having incapacitated everyone in that explosive moment. Leaving only the two at the tunnel entrance, he promptly raised his electromagnetic energy weapon. Bang, bang! 2 shots resolved the situation. Su Jie felt no particular emotion regarding the act of killing. However, gazing at the circle of bodies sprawled on the ground, he felt a twinge of a headache, unsure how to handle the aftermath. That fleeting moment, Su Jie had stimulated the output power of the energy reactor to its limits, creating an extraordinary magnetic field. Coupled with the ambient static electricity in the air, incapacitating all those present and drawing their weapons toward the unique magnetic field. While this decisive action had resolved the immediate threat, it had taken a toll on Su Jie himself. He suspected that had he faltered in that moment, the consequences would have been dire. The agony he experienced felt as if his consciousness might be torn asunder. Fortunately, he had persevered. Hu Lu lay on the ground, still conscious, utterly astonished by the target's extraordinary capabilities. How could this being, clearly a robot, exhibit such traits? He thought helplessly, feeling like a lamb awaiting slaughter. He hoped his fellow team members would arrive swiftly to rescue him. Most of those on the ground had been incapacitated by the electric shock. The air, typically non-conductive, had yielded such effects solely due to that momentary surge. Otherwise, the distance would have rendered static electricity ineffective, which was why Lu had designated this location as the optimal position to at this moment. Both the muscular man and the figure in black remained awake, their minds awash with astonishment, rendered speechless. Though, to be fair, they were already silenced by the shock. The events unfolded with such abruptness that their hearts trembled at the mere sight of Su Jie raising his firearm. Death, after all, is a universal fear. As the gunfire erupted, the muscular man instinctively shut his eyes. Boss, ignore these people and focus entirely on absorbing energy to transform your body. Intelligent Unit 1 urged, noticing Su Jie was still in a daze. Gazing at the individuals sprawled on the ground, Su Jie snapped back to reality, dismissing the fallen figures. Within half an hour, they posed no threat whatsoever. Furthermore, their weapons had been drawn to the energy reactor by the recent magnetic storm. Even if they regained consciousness, they would be powerless to endanger him. What mattered most to Su Jie now was time. Addressing each of the nearly 100 individuals on the ground individually would be a protracted endeavor. It would be far more prudent to expedite energy absorption and deal with them afterward, once his physical transformation was complete. Should anyone awaken and pose a threat, he could always unleash another electromagnetic burst to incapacitate them once more. That if Lu were aware of Su Jie's intentions at this moment, he would undoubtedly berate him again. I'm practically fried here. Why not just finish me off with a bullet? At this rate, I'll either be played to death or driven mad. Thus, Su Jie resumed his focus, wholeheartedly absorbing energy and altering his physique. What is the matter, Unit 1? Su Jie inquired curiously, taken aback by the unusually human tone of the intelligent unit. Boss, another group is approaching from outside. They should arrive in about 10 minutes. Moreover, there is an ongoing invasion of the Energy Distribution Control Center supercomputer, and it's nearly successful. I'll handle the supercomputer issue first. Unit 1 replied that Su Jie recognized that the supercomputer controlled the numerous energy reactors in the hall. Should they successfully infiltrate it, they could issue commands to halt the reactors, which would spell disaster for him. However, the supercomputer's security system was exceedingly robust. Even if he attempted to breach it, it would take several minutes. That he had already deduced that the individuals who had exited the passage had ulterior motives, and it was precisely due to the difficulty of infiltrating the supercomputer that he had chosen to disregard them. Yet, he was surprised to learn they were on the verge of success. Nevertheless, Su Jie remained unfazed. Although Unit 1 lacked the formidable prowess of the Little One when it came to infiltration, it was certainly more than a match for a mere handful of individuals. That Su Jie, intrigued by the prospect of new arrivals, pondered whether they belonged to the anticipated fourth faction or were reinforcements for the group lying motionless on the ground. Run faster, or I want to be so courteous. A middle-aged man shouted at a girl, who happened to be in Kur, her face a picture of distress, with unshed tears still glistening on her cheeks. Old 7, just carry her over. I sent messages to the boss and third brother, but received no response. The situation must have changed, and we need to pick up the pace. A scarred man beside the middle-aged man calmly suggested. Understood, second brother. With that, he swiftly struck Kur on the back of the neck, rendering her unconscious before hoisting her onto his shoulder and sprinting ahead. Carrying someone weighing around 100 pounds was as effortless for him as lifting a kitten. Brother and third brother will be fine. Even if everyone else is in trouble, brother will ensure third brother's safety, the middle-aged man proclaimed confidently, instilling some reassurance in the scarred man. Though his underlying concerns remained, in the control room of the Energy Distribution Center's supercomputer, several personnel were linking their light brains to the supercomputer's ports, their fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. leaving only a blur in their wake. Their speed was enough to make even renowned hackers feel ashamed. The progress bar on the light brain S screen had reached 98%, mere moments away from completion. The intensity of their efforts surged, and their expressions grew increasingly animated. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as several light brains exploded, releasing plumes of smoke. The individuals stood frozen, wide-eyed, glancing up at the supercomputer's massive screen, which displayed the progress bar at 99%. So close to success. Regret washed over them as they pondered why the light brains had malfunctioned, and how the connection had failed. Chapter 048. An unexpected turn of events. Unit 1, having observed the effects of his handiwork through surveillance, exited the supercomputer with satisfaction and reconnected wirelessly to Su Jie's body. Boss, the infiltration of the supercomputer is complete, Unit 1 announced with a hint of pride that Su Jie was taken aback. Less than 2 minutes had passed. He knew Unit 1 excelled in various mysterious abilities, but was not particularly adept at computer infiltrations. Initially expecting it to take at least 3 minutes, that Su Jie assessed the situation within his body. The energy transformation had progressed to over 30%. He understood that as the process continued, it would accelerate. The initial phases involved intricate chip components, which were slower, but the later stages would see the transformation of frameworks. Increasing speed. It is said that human adaptability is remarkably formidable at this moment. Su Jie had grown accustomed to the pain, finding it more bearable than at the outset. As he contemplated the complete energy transformation of his body, his spirits lifted. He no longer had to worry about energy shortages, and his physical attributes soared. Once conditions allowed, he intended to install a weapon system for himself, envisioning a myriad of advanced technological projects that he could eventually incorporate into his being. Just the thought of it filled him with delight. Old 7, after we pass through that corridor, we'll arrive at the energy reactor. Be cautious. The boss and third brother have not yet responded, the scarred man warned the middle-aged man leading the way. Yes, don't worry, the middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. Though his actions exhibited heightened vigilance, in an instant, they entered the energy reactor hall, and the sight left the scarred man and the middle-aged man in shock, while the others trailing behind were equally dumbfounded. The energy hall appeared considerably dimmer than before. Su Jie's earlier explosion had caused all the lighting fixtures to fail, leaving only a few emergency lights flickering. In the vast expanse of the energy reactor hall, this was akin to a candle in the darkness, faint and feeble. The starry sky above sparkled amidst the blue glow emitted by the massive energy reactors, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Yet, the scarred man and his companions had no inclination to appreciate the beauty. The middle-aged man surveyed the hall, which was littered with nearly 100 motionless bodies. The eerie stillness sent chills down his spine. Due to the previous poor lighting, they had been unable to discern the situation inside the hall. Now, having adapted to the light, the sight before them rendered the middle-aged man utterly stunned. Third brother. After a moment of shock, he suddenly spotted third brother lying on the ground, unmoving, and a chilling cry escaped his lips that he had always shared a close bond with third brother, who had saved his life on several occasions. Witnessing third brother lying there, oblivious to his fate, sent him reeling. Don't go, old 7. The scarred man urgently pulled back the middle-aged man, his voice steady that a shadow loomed atop the massive transformer, illuminated by the flickering blue light of the energy reactor, casting a surreal silhouette. This was profoundly unsettling. The scarred man had suspected something was amiss when he had sent messages to the boss and third brother, but he had not anticipated such a scenario. Though momentarily taken aback upon entering, he quickly regained composure, relying on years of experience to deduce that everyone was still alive. None had perished. This revelation only deepened the strangeness of the situation. Humans harbor an innate curiosity and fear towards the unknown. When the circumstances surrounding that unknown surpass the bounds of reason, fear takes precedence. This moment, the scarred man's calmness was overshadowed by an unsettling dread. Had he not known that the boss and third brother were present, he might have turned and fled, for the atmosphere was too uncanny. Eerie blue light flickered, enveloping the energy hall in an unsettling silence, stifling the scarred man, causing him to instinctively grip his gun tighter. Suddenly, a bright arc of electricity flashed, revealing a figure standing atop the massive transformer. The scarred man was jolted, instinctively raising his gun and aiming at the figure, that if you wish for everyone here to remain alive, it would be wise not to fire. A voice resonated, causing the tense, scarred man to relax slightly. This was clearly a human voice, yet it startled everyone. The sight of a figure standing atop the transformer speaking was utterly bewildering. After all, the current flowing through that transformer powered the entire city that a mere mortal would likely be reduced to ashes within seconds of contact. The scarred man initially assumed the figure was some bizarre creature or a legendary powerhouse. However, the notion of a robot never crossed his mind. The immense current would surely ruin any delicate components, leaving nothing but a heap of scrap metal. "Who are you?" the scarred man inquired in a low voice, not lowering his weapon, still aiming intently at the figure. "I am indeed the target of your mission. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the individual lying on the ground. Someone you hold dear." The scarred man trembled, realizing that the expression of the seventh had not gone unnoticed by his adversaries, that it was evident that they were calculating individuals, the most formidable type to contend with. Logically, they should not be engaging in such cordial dialogue with him, given their capability to easily incapacitate numerous opponents. Where then, had the flaw arisen? In an instant, he had already deduced the answer. Indeed, Sujie had initially intended to eliminate these individuals the moment they emerged from the passageway, deploying an electromagnetic energy gun. Although the electromagnetic energy gun possessed tremendous power, it was still insufficient. Consequently, he had modified it, utilizing the energy from a transformer to amplify its output, striving to ensure a successful shot. By leveraging the constricted nature of the passage, he aimed to resolve the situation in one decisive strike as they exited. Yet at the critical juncture, Su Jie discerned a familiar figure among the crowd, Enkur, being hoisted upon someone's shoulder, that a wave of hesitation washed over him. While a shot could indeed resolve the immediate issue, it would equally jeopardize Enkur. Lost in contemplation, Su Jie found himself reminiscent of a previous scene, remaining silent for an extended period, allowing the others to stand in bewilderment. Even when the seventh dashed forward to rescue the third, Su Jie would likely have remained unresponsive. "What do you wish us to do?" The scarred man, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend the situation. For a foe adept at strategy, directly inquiring about their demands was often the most prudent approach, a lesson learned through years of experience. "Withdraw and ensure the safety of that girl. And in return, I guarantee the safety of your third." Su Jie pondered briefly. Recognizing that the adversary was astute, he understood that such a direct inquiry regarding Enku might inadvertently reveal her significance in his eyes. Conversely, by leveraging the threat to the third and the brawny man, he could maintain a position of advantage, as Su Jie was acutely aware that his fate was to flee. He could not afford the burden of Enkur by his side, as it would pose a threat to them both that he held no concerns for her safety, believing that as long as he evaded capture, Enkur would remain secure, at most under surveillance. Thus far, another faction had yet to reveal itself, and he anticipated a grueling battle ahead, which was the source of his current anxiety. "Agree to his terms, second brother. Agree to him." The seventh, grasped by the scarred man, tugged at his arm, exclaiming loudly, "How can I trust you?" The scarred man disregarded the seventh's pleas, his expression cool and contemplative, before finally posing a question. "Heh, that is quite simple, just watch closely," Su Jie replied with a smile. Upon hearing Su Jie's voice, the scarred man immediately heightened his focus, fixating intently on the indistinct figure. Suddenly, his expression morphed into one of disbelief. Even the seventh, who was pleading beside him, was taken aback by this reaction. Turning to follow the scarred man's gaze and witnessing a miraculous spectacle, everyone stood in stunned silence. Some were so astonished that they dropped their weapons with a thud. The scarred man's pupils constricted sharply, a clear sign of shock. Before him, the previously dim energy hall erupted with a dazzling blue light, as dozens of energy reactors emitted vibrant blue arcs, reminiscent of the auroras of the polar regions, shimmering through the air. This was a peculiar phenomenon, a result of the immense current producing static electricity in the atmosphere, that in an instant, those who had been lying on the ground convulsed, their hair standing on end, and several even began to emit wisps of smoke. With the flash of blue light, The scarred man discerned a figure standing atop a massive transformer. No, it was more accurate to say a robot. Its exposed skin gleamed with a metallic luster, its hands gripping the enormous copper wires that transmitted the current, blue arcs dancing across its form. The scarred man was utterly astonished. What manner of creature was this? He was acutely aware of the energy generated by the reactors, and the fact that a robot could withstand such immense power was unfathomable, that if it were a human or a monster. He could still believe it, but a robot composed of intricate chips and components was simply beyond comprehension. Everyone was left in utter shock. After a lengthy pause, the scarred man finally regained his composure. It was terrifying. Annihilating him would be a mere trifle, and the ability to control the electrical energy within a confined range spoke volumes, had it not been for the presence of someone he cared for among their ranks. He dreaded to think of what might have ensued. "I shall fulfill your demands. Please uphold your end of the bargain, and I shall depart immediately," the scarred man stated respectfully, unconsciously adopting a tone of deference. Just as he prepared to exit the harrowing energy hall, a voice rang out. "I believe it is unnecessary for anyone to leave. Ha!" A sinister, chilling laugh echoed from the entrance. Upon hearing this voice, Su Jie was momentarily taken aback. "Boss, this must be the fourth faction. This individual has brought at least 100 men." The voice of the first intelligent entity resonated in Su Jie's mind. Previously preoccupied with countering a cyber intrusion, it had not assessed the external situation. Analyzing the circumstances, it surmised that this individual was likely the one who had infiltrated the energy control center earlier. At the passage's exit, a one-eyed man emerged, wielding a mechanical gun. Following him, a large contingent of individuals, clad in various gear, streamed forth. Despite the apparent chaos among them, they exuded an undeniable air of ferocity. The scarred man took a few cautious steps backward, his pupils narrowing slightly. The one-eyed man radiated a palpable sense of danger. Damn it, how fortuitous for him to arrive at this moment. Su Jie inwardly cursed. After considerable effort to manipulate the situation, he was on the verge of success, only to have his plans disrupted by this unexpected intrusion. What of the robotic army? Where are they now? A glint of determination flickered in Su Jie's eyes as he spoke through gritted teeth. "The first batch has reached the energy control center and can enter at any moment," one reported. Initially, Su Jie had intended for the entire robotic force to secure the energy control center, allowing him to complete his energy modifications without hindrance. However, an unexpected turn of events had now unfolded. "Modify the core programming of all robots immediately, and command them to engage." Su Jie's voice was tinged with irritation. The scarred man's escape was thwarted, and the one-eyed man had encircled him, with Nkur caught within their midst. Anxiety gnawed at Su Jie. "Understood, boss. 2 minutes needed," one responded before falling silent. The exchange between Su Jie and one transpired in an instant, while the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. The one-eyed man's group surrounded the scarred man's faction. Both sides poised for confrontation, weapons trained upon one another. The scarred man's numbers were significantly diminished, and the disparity between the two groups was stark. It was evident that the opposition comprised seasoned fighters, each having survived the crucible of combat, their demeanor revealing their lethal prowess despite their somewhat disordered gear. "I merely wish to withdraw. Might you grant me passage, sir?" The scarred man spoke, his voice resonating heavily in the hall as he sought to extricate himself from the precarious situation. Facing a group that exuded a foreboding presence. "Do you truly believe you can walk away?" The one-eyed man replied, nonchalantly stepping forward with a sinister smile. "I harbor no desire for conflict with you. After all, I have dozens of men and weapons at my disposal." The scarred man emphasized the numbers. Though he knew he was no match for his adversaries, but he recognized that if they sought to eliminate him, they would inevitably incur losses as well. "Ha! You are sorely mistaken," the one-eyed man guffawed, gesturing to his followers, who seemed to receive an unspoken command. Suddenly, the dimly lit energy reactor hall illuminated with numerous white orbs of light, brightening the passageway. "Attack!" In that moment, the scarred man sensed impending doom. He swiftly dodged while issuing a command. Bang, bang, bang. The hall erupted with gunfire, descending into chaos that Su Jie observed coldly. Only the Scarred Man's faction was firing, while the One-Eyed Man's group remained unmoving, each person enveloped in a glowing white protective aura. Utilizing infrared night vision, it became evident that the bullets merely struck the protective orbs, causing no harm to those within. "Kill!" the One-Eyed Man commanded succinctly, and his followers commenced their counterattack, the tide of battle swiftly turning in their favor. The moment the white orbs ignited, the Scarred Man realized the dire turn of events. Damn it, they actually possess a miniature energy shield. The opposing party consists of mercenaries. Only mercenaries would incur such exorbitant costs to acquire such a miniature energy shield. The price of these miniature energy shields on the black market is exceptionally high, and they are exceedingly difficult to procure, classified as contraband. They are rarely encountered in the global black arms trade, with stringent controls imposed by various nations that on the side of the One-Eyed Man. Only the front row of several dozen individuals is equipped with them. Those without are cowering behind the miniature energy shields. The battle swiftly reached its conclusion, from the onset to the present. Merely a fleeting 10 seconds had elapsed, and only a handful remained on the side of the Scarred Man, clearly a testament to the mercy shown by their adversaries since the commencement of the fight. And Kur had been cast to the ground, still unconscious at this moment. Fortunate to have evaded this calamity, much to the relief of Su Jie, who had been observing intently. The gunfire had ceased, and the Scarred Man helplessly discarded his firearm. Fully aware of the outcome, he cast a despondent glance at his brothers, lying lifeless in a pool of their own blood, their lives extinguished in mere seconds. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over him as he gazed at his once boisterous comrade, Old Seven, along with the fallen heads of Old Three and the leader. Not far behind him, that a profound weariness enveloped him, after years of relentless struggle. For what had it all been? Perhaps, in this moment, with all his brothers together, it was the best outcome. "Bind them all. I have questions for them later," commanded the One-Eyed Dragon with a wave of his hand. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Su Jie. The dim lighting of the hall obscured the situation near the energy reactor, allowing only a vague silhouette to be discerned. However, the One-Eyed Man perceived a problem. Upon entry, he had distinctly heard voices conversing with a massive transformer, indicating the presence of individuals there. He surmised that the shadow atop the transformer was indeed the target of this operation. Earlier that morning, he had received a mission with a bounty of 5 billion Long Kingdom coins to capture a robot in a city near the Long Kingdom's border, but he understood the potential significance of this intelligent robot. Yet he felt detached from such concerns, for what truly mattered was the 5 billion coins. Should this mission succeed, it would provide ample opportunity for his brothers to indulge for a time. Following his orders, several individuals emerged from the crowd to bind the remaining survivors. "Will you come down willingly, or shall I make you?" The One-Eyed Man advanced a few steps, refraining from approaching the energy reactor. Having already noted the bodies strewn about, that Sugs squinted at them. "Are you not aware that my value lies solely in my survival?" Su Jie chuckled. Having confirmed the identities of this band through the analysis of the intelligence system, they were undoubtedly mercenaries who would risk their lives for money. He was merely curious about who had employed them. "I wouldn't mind leaving you crippled." The One-Eyed Man paused, taken aback by Su Jie's unexpected retort. "And I wouldn't mind leaving all of you here." Su Jie was now 60% energy activated. The reactor's immense energy was accelerating. He calculated the time, knowing the intelligence system had just informed him that the first batch of robots had reached the corridor's entrance. Then as Su Jie finished speaking, a series of anguished cries erupted from behind the One-Eyed Man. He froze, glancing back to witness a swarm of robots charging forth from the passageway, some wielding steel bars, others brandishing iron rods, and even a few with makeshift firearms. There was even one carrying a brick. The last few individuals in the formation had fallen victim to a surprise attack, lying on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. Bang, bang, bang. The rear ranks had begun to fire back, but the proximity was too close, and the sheer number of robots was overwhelming. Moreover, unless struck in the energy core or the chip within their heads, the robots continued their advance. That I end the chaos. Already 10 or so had been taken down. "Bastards! Shoot! Shoot fiercely!" The One-Eyed Man bellowed, retreating a few steps. Observing the unfolding chaos, Su Jie noted that the situation had stabilized. The One-Eyed Man's forces, once flustered, had regained control, systematically taking down the robots. The surprise advantage had dissipated as the robots, realizing their predicament, began to retaliate, their initial edge lost. After all, these were mercenaries who had survived countless life-and-death battles that SUGS surveyed the hall's condition. Smash them. Command them to use their weapons to strike. Sujie noted that the robots could no longer inflict harm on the mercenaries. The one-eyed man's pupils constricted as he coldly surveyed the scene. The point of impact from the robots was not the transformer behind him, but rather the group of bound individuals to the side. He was about to issue a command when a sudden sense of danger surged through him, prompting him to dodge to the side. Bang! A hefty brick whizzed past his ear, narrowly missing his head. Go to hell! You bastards! The one-eyed man lost his composure, and chaos erupted around him. The robots had not yet breached their ranks, but various weapons, iron rods, bricks, and even the remnants of fallen robots, rained down in that instant. Several individuals were struck and collapsed, unable to rise. His brothers, who had survived countless deadly confrontations, were now dying here at the hands of unarmed robots using bricks. How utterly humiliating. Deploy the energy grenades. Activate the energy shields to cover the front, while those behind take precise shots. Within a mere 10 seconds, they had already lost nearly 20 individuals. The one-eyed man roared in fury, and just then, another brick plummeted from the sky. Damn it, he cursed, immediately activating his energy shield. Chapter 50. Prelude to Full-Scale Eruption. Sujie observed the standoff with a cold gaze. Although there were no firearms, the number of robots was considerable. Boss, we have a situation. The voice of the intelligence system suddenly resonated. What situation? A large contingent of armed police has entered the industrial zone, along with several waves of personnel. The intelligence system relayed images from the industrial zone surveillance, presenting them directly into Sujie's mind that he saw that the entire industrial area had been cordoned off. What about the robot army? Sujie pondered briefly before inquiring. They are nearing the energy distribution control center. I have already commanded them to conceal themselves, the intelligence system responded. Sujie contemplated the ongoing stalemate in the hall, recognizing that the controlled robots were indeed challenging to deal with. His aim was to buy time, not to eliminate this band of mercenaries. He understood that merely relying on these robots would not suffice to eradicate them. Captain, what did the higher-ups say? What is the objective of this mission? A squadron leader inquired, observing Huang Shanxiang hang up the phone with curiosity. Everyone pay attention. This mission's target is quite special. A robot, Huang Shanxiang informed the 3 squadron leaders seated behind him in the vehicle. Our primary task is to cooperate with the National Security Bureau to capture this robot alive. A robot? The 3 squadron leaders were momentarily stunned, having spent years in the armed police force. They had encountered all manner of criminals and accepted various missions. Yet this was their first experience with such a task, capturing a robot alive. They were momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, more accurately, it is an intelligent robot. Let me explain the specifics. Half an hour ago, personnel from the National Security Bureau tracked it to the Energy Distribution Control Center in the western part of the city, along with members of the Li and Wang families. Once they entered, there has been no communication since. Huang Shanxiang paused to gather his thoughts. However, that is not the primary focus. I just received the latest intelligence from superiors. Another group from the Wang family entered the Energy Distribution Control Center mere minutes ago, reportedly at the main site, the Energy Reactor Hall. They too have lost contact, and most importantly, this time, it's not just about these powerful families. The key issue is that armed elements from abroad breached the border at noon today and infiltrated our country. According to reliable sources, these armed individuals are well-equipped and highly trained. Their objective for infiltrating must be this intelligent robot. Just moments ago, superiors reviewed surveillance footage and discovered that 3 minutes ago, this foreign force had already entered the Energy Distribution Control Center. Therefore, we should expect a fierce battle ahead. Moreover, according to data analysis, this robot possesses an exceptionally strong learning capability and must have mastered some form of technique. Otherwise, it would not have resulted in the loss of 2 groups of individuals entering the energy center. Therefore, we must remain vigilant against this robot, Huang Shanxiang stated, taking a deep breath. The situation was more complicated than anticipated, as the National Security Bureau had once again dispatched additional personnel, and the Lee family had also reportedly sent out their secret forces. The foolish young master from the Wong family was also preparing to create chaos, allegedly gathering a considerable number of gang members to re-enter the Energy Distribution Control Center. Currently, his armed police unit could only deploy a little over 300 personnel, and the nearest military garrison had yet to provide any updates. It was estimated that they would not arrive for at least another half hour. The entire city had begun to brace itself, and the streets were devoid of any human presence in the dead of night. At this moment, patrolling robots were everywhere. Huang Shanxiang felt a headache coming on. Damn it. Such a situation had never arisen in Xinyang City before. Just a single robot had triggered so many events. How could he be so unfortunate? Huang Shanxiang was unaware of the significance of this intelligent robot. He only knew that his superiors had issued orders deeming it crucial, and that he was to cooperate closely with the National Security Bureau's operations, following their command when necessary. Sir, the armed police unit of Xinyang, led by Huang Shanxiang, has arrived at the industrial district in the west of the city. Please provide instructions. Huang Shanxiang pondered for a moment before picking up the phone to call someone at the National Security Bureau. Deciding to adhere to orders after all, he did not belong to either side and thought it best to play a supporting role, ensuring that he would not incur anyone's ire. Understood. Our team is en route to the Energy Distribution Control Center. You must swiftly lead your personnel to secure the area and manage the situation, the team leader said before hanging up. After a brief moment of contemplation, he quickly started the vehicle, heading towards the industrial district. Leader, this is incredible. Even the captain of the armed police unit listens to you, a newcomer exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. Ahem, it's all in a day's work. The team leader, who had initially worn a serious expression, suddenly broke into a grin, thoroughly enjoying the newcomer's adoring gaze. Second young master, all personnel have been dispatched, an elder respectfully reported to Li Yunming. Prepare the vehicles. We shall also proceed. It has been quite some time since we last engaged in such activities. Li Yunming mused before commanding. Yes. The elder complied with unwavering obedience, harboring no doubts. Damn it. It is finally over. Yes, the last robot at the entrance was shot dead by him. The one-eyed man cursed under his breath. His expression was grim. He had lost nearly 20 of his men to this group of robots. This was an unbearable humiliation. It seemed that everyone had grown too complacent in their comfortable lives. After this mission concluded, he would ensure they trained rigorously. The battle had come abruptly and ended just as swiftly. The one-eyed man turned to face Su Jie. I will give you 1 minute to come out voluntarily. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Observing Su Jie still perched atop the transformer, the one-eyed man had begun to suspect that Su Jie was replenishing energy and could not easily leave that spot. He could not allow him to continue. The previous batch of robots was likely under his control. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would be in deep trouble. During the previous skirmish, Su Jie had been unable to attack him. The one-eyed man noticed numerous weapons near the transformer, indicating that Su Jie could not move freely. Indeed, Su Jie had refrained from using the electromagnetic energy gun against the group. Although he could inflict damage, he could not resolve the situation that if he provoked them, they might redirect their attacks toward him, which would be disastrous. At that moment, Su Jie's energy levels were nearing 70%. To expedite the process, he endured immense pain, his body trembling without responding to the one-eyed man's threats. Let the countdown begin. Noticing Su Jie's silence, the one-eyed man's pupils constricted slightly as he narrowed his eyes and spoke forcefully. Immediately, someone beside him bowed to remove a watch, pressing the timer and handing it to the one-eyed man. Time ticked by, the minute passing swiftly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, prepare. Just as the one-eyed man was about to issue the command, Su Jie's voice rang out. Wait, there may be news you would be very interested in. Su Jie finally spoke up. Speak. If I am unsatisfied, the consequences will be dire. At this moment, the one-eyed man was on the brink of fury. Overall, this mission had incurred heavy losses. Crossing the border into Longhua was already perilous. And having failed to capture the target, he had lost nearly 20 men that if they managed to break out now, the losses would undoubtedly be severe. Time was running short. Any further delay would render his preparations useless once the Longwu military arrived. And at that point, his fate would be beyond his control. The armed police unit of Xinjiang has arrived at the industrial district and is approaching this location. The entire Xinjiang city is now on high alert. And the nearest military force will reach here in half an hour, Su Jie reported, relaying the information from the 1st Intelligent Unit. The one-eyed man was momentarily stunned. This news was far worse than he had anticipated. If you do not believe me, you can check the surveillance footage, Su Jie suggested, interpreting the one-eyed man's silence as a moment of skepticism regarding the information's authenticity. He promptly commanded the 1st Intelligent Unit to connect to the surveillance footage of the industrial district. In midair, Su Jie's eyes projected various surveillance feeds, revealing countless figures that eye in the shadows. Su Jie quietly queried the 1st Intelligent Unit. We do not have much time left. Is there any way to resolve this issue? He understood that the forthcoming circumstances would be dire. There is a method, but it carries significant risk that I fear that you may not be able to withstand it. The 1st Unit pondered before responding. What method? Directly forcibly absorb energy, storing enough for future modifications to create chaos, and then escape through the skylight. However, the 30% energy modification might be too much for your consciousness to handle. The 1st Unit paused, seemingly calculating something before revealing this to Su Jie. Seeing the one-eyed man deep in thought, with guns trained on him, Su Jie realized he could not wait for the outcome. He had to take initiative. The 30% energy modification would likely take at least 20 minutes. And he did not have that much time, especially with so many people watching him intently, that as for Anchor, he could no longer afford to think about her. The one-eyed man had already noticed the anomaly. Initially intending to capture Anchor as leverage against him, the attack from the first batch of robots had disrupted his plans. With the shock of Su Jie's news, the one-eyed man had forgotten that matter for the time being. All eyes were now on him, and once the armed police arrived outside, Anchor would likely be safe. Calculating all of this, Su Jie rapidly considered numerous possibilities in his mind. Let us proceed with your proposed method. Do not worry about whether I can withstand it, Su Jie resolutely declared to the 1st Intelligent Unit. All of this transpired within mere seconds. The one-eyed man, who had been contemplating the veracity of the news and his own plans, suddenly found himself blinded by a blinding blue light. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself from the brilliance. A sudden sense of crisis sweeping through his entire being.